ejected the engine cover as well, so that was a big hit, that's for sure. Leader in now as well, so it's only Nicholas Boy, Lorenzo Manfredotti, pair of Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports teammates still out there in GTP. Now that was what I would describe as hellacious for the Audi, and yeah, you've got no drive once you've escorted the left rear wheel off the drivetrain. So where does Robin Glerum come out? Because he had, I think it was a 7-second advantage or so before Matt Farrow departed to pit lane himself, and so gotta wonder, did this Williams Sim Racing playseat car potentially have a setup that was a bit more dialed in for the wet conditions and might be a little less balanced for the dry conditions that now are going to be for the remainder of this race?
So Glerum's starting to exit the pit lane. He's got a very long warm-up phase here on these slick tires. So just because he's exiting the pit lane in first doesn't mean he's necessarily going to stay there. Oh, I'm not sure if he crossed the pit exit line there. Maybe. Just maybe he might have violated the pit exit rules there because of the slick tyre. So important to keep an eye on that, whether the game deems him to have broken the rules there on the pit lane exit. I'm not so sure, but certainly looks close to me.
Well, a couple of other incidents. I think Team Redline, the unliveried entry in GTP, Luke McEwen might have had an issue because they're 2 laps down. So are the Impulse machine that we saw that incident for, and the Williams Gaming Club Audi. So those are the cars that have already found themselves in the garage for a meaningful period of time. Maxime Briant has taken 4 Michelin tires and rolled off in the LMP2 class. He has dropped down to what will end up being maybe as low as 6th position, but with a slightly different now cycle to the rest of his class competitors. Ferrari in alongside of Falcon in GTP as well, so there's only one car still on the wet tires by my timing screen, and I'm not quite sure that's right because they're also indicated as having had a pit stop. Oh no!
Wow, that's a big incident. That must be the incident. Oh wait, no, is this the other red line car as well?
No, they've got a livery on this one.
So they've both had the same. They've both had the same incident. Ah, right, okay, right. That makes more sense. If that's the 21 that's already had an incident, they've lost the front end, so that's day done for them. If that's the other red line car or the number, it looked like the number 5 to me. So that
it was the 5, both. Yes.
Ah, yes, sorry, it's the 21, but it's labelled the 5 in sim, so yeah, always confusing. Yeah, that is what's happened to that car, as you can see. Warm-up phase for those slick tyres, gone onto the wet track, and there's not even, that car hardly slowed down at all, and you can see just how tricky it is in this sort of phase of the race to make such a small error, like we saw with the Impulse car as well, just running a little bit wide, and then you're just completely gone, and all the practice that you've put into this race, it's such a hard phase of the race. You cannot understate like how hard this phase is, because you make one small line misjudgment and your race is done. And I can sympathise for anyone racing among this time slot at this period who can make a mistake in this phase of the race and ruin your chances at a win, no matter what split you're racing in.
On board with Ate Kauppinen, 2-lap older tires, but that also means 2-lap warmer tires in this GTP class in the run to turn 1 past the SDR Sim Racing car. And you see, there was not even a thought about going offline, so they're clearly aware of the dangers, the perils of staying in the moisture for too long and still being tentative as they squeeze onto 2, 3, and 4. And this is where the gap starts to balloon up. This is what's happened to the fiercely forward 19. And then, are you collected? That's a terrifying feeling, being pointed in the wrong direction and now powerless as you finally get it into reverse and get yourself out of dodge.
That was the moment I was referring to when I was speaking about the Maradnas car. I saw that happen live just a few laps ago. Like you were saying about Robert Glerum at the front of the field in the playseat Williams entry, they had, like what you said, 9 seconds lead, something quite big at the start of this race. Now down to just 0.8 of a second, as you can see on the left timing tower. That strategy call from the Williams Fanatec car, clearly gaining them some time. And like you say, super important not to be going offline, passing traffic, and this can cost you a huge amount of time, especially if you're stuck behind a GT3 for an extended period.
I think it was Vince Cusi that said it in chat that maybe the playseat car just a bit more set up for the wet, so I'm not going to take any credit for that potential train of thought, but we'll keep that in mind. It's back up to 1.2 at the front of the field, so traffic, it gives it takes. Benedict Vida tried to take 6th spot away from that Ford Mustang, but a bit too close for comfort as they sweep back on towards the main straight here. We got some fights in some of the LMP2 classes, albeit now stretched out slightly once again. Fight for 4th has got Apex in front of Fiercely Forward and Sheza Esports. Delitraus Automotive, formerly in 2nd position in class, tangled up with the 9, and now potentially damage on the LMP2 machine as well.
Oh, wow. That, in all fairness, in defense to the driver, that's very easy to do. Like, in defense to the driver of that car, it's exceptionally easy to do that. Obviously, it looks quite silly on our end. I mean, maybe needing a little bit more caution when rejoining, but I understand how that can happen, and, you know, you can see the best of drivers do this sort of mistake. Benedict Vida recently hit 10K last week at the Nürburgring, looking to the inside of the Porsche Mustang. Coanda Mustang. You can see the years have clearly took its toll on my understanding of Coanda's car choices. But Vida to the inside through the S's and gains a position.
Physical there, that will be a 2x for sure, but he gets it done. Now, next up the road is going to be Joni Katala. Of course, put it on pole position, but has dropped to 5th through all of this. Hugh Barter is now 1.5 seconds off of Ascari Rene as well. So it's BMW at the front of GTD. It's Williams Sim Racing Fanatec at the front of GTP, having made their way past Robin Glerum, who now under far from Ate Kauppinen. Something not right in the 14. Straight through the Drago Racing 3. Was it a slowdown?
So what happened is, went offline to pass the GT3 turn 1, right side tyres on the wet. They missed turn 1, cut across the whole turn 1-2 section, and obviously had quite a large slowdown to serve because of this, and that's cost them 2 places at the front of the field.
And now, Robin Glerum still maybe working to clear the slowdown. Diogo Pinto's only 1 second behind. And through all of this, Porsche Coanda qualified down at the back. On the final row of the starting grid, Mitchell de Jong has brought the 091 up to 5th. Quite remarkable, the charge. And they were amongst that first group of GTPs, Will, that came down to pit lane. There's a look at the livery. First time we see it here on iRacing on the 963.
Shows the gambles are paying off if you're willing to take it. Obviously, it's pretty hard to do in terms of, like, from a perspective of the race strategy, like making that sort of gamble. But yeah, certainly a great amount of progress for the Coanda, and it's been, I mean, it's been 3 or 4 laps now, the fastest car in the race. Multiple times, purple, purple, purple. And like I was saying, Ferrari definitely the choice in the rain. Porsche super competitive in the dry. So interesting to look at how they go on the attack against the number 20 car. Unfortunately, looks to be on the wet patch on the inside. Yep, sensible choice to back out of that one. I think it could have ended fairly badly if they tried to go down the inside there.
Pullman Boulevard, not quite dry enough, but I think this is a matter of when, not if. You can just see, even through the S's, how much more confident he is than Pinto. Remember, we saw Pinto, after his slight slip off the track, really be strong, charging his way back up through the field. So that's a good marker to bet yourself against. I've seen there's been an incident for... as Coanda, what a slip there for Mitchell de Jong, maybe putting the power down and car sliding around on him. Daniel Ferguson's been off the track in the World Sim Racing machine, so still, as we can see from all classes, very, very tricky out there. And there is a beaten up front end on that LMP2 car now as well for the 23.
Yeah, and it's super tricky phase of the race, like I was saying. This is definitely the hardest phase of the race that we'll have, unless we, for some reason, get rain again, potentially, but this is extremely unlikely looking at the percentage chances. And yeah, World Sim Racing, quite a big organization, really. Organize a lot of leagues, and yeah, they certainly won't run well often in the LMP2 class.
One of the leagues they run. We have coverage of that tomorrow on Race Spot TV, so join us for the 24-hour series Esports Championship Round 2 as they head to Silverstone for another 6-hour race. LMP2, Maradnas now lead by 3.7 seconds, so the gamble to come in early very much paying off for them. I'm going to refresh my timing screen because I don't quite believe this.
No.
That's a slip up for Matt Farrow. But what I was going to say is Matt Farrow is indicated on the wet tires. So involved with the Drago Ferrari, and your race leader now passed, and Ate Kauppinen has hit the front in the Drago Racing number 3.
I would certainly be pressing X to doubt that he's on a wet tyre, judging by the incident he's just had, but looks to be a coming together again, trying to pass offline with a GT3, and yeah, causing a collision in the last section of the circuit. Interesting to see if Matt, how much time Matt's truly lost from that, but seems to still be in second place with the slowdown cleared.
Yeah, I don't trust this data in front of me. Surely no one's still on wet tires.
No.
My timing screen also says there's an LMP2 car on wet tires and a GTD car on wet tires. So yeah,
I highly doubt them.
I said earlier, right, David Balsco on wet tires. Press X to doubt, as Will has pointed out in chat. Here's a look at what happened. Oh, half on the wet, half on the dry, and just into the right rear. Fortunately, you would assume the damage will be relatively minimal on both sides.
Potentially minimal for both cars there, like you say. When you have sort of these wheel-to-wheel contacts, unless it's quite aggressive, you tend to not get much of a problem with damage. Farrow again actually making another mistake on this lap as well, passing offline, but has been able to serve that slowdown. Pinto looking like he's... Did he get passed by De Jong? No, he didn't actually. We were thinking that he was going to get passed, but hasn't had that happen yet. And Pinto looking quite aggressive now to the back of these two Williams cars. So let's see if he can make a move.
Will we see the teammates swap around potentially? This is where it becomes interesting because drivers know they can't go offline, but the only way it's going to get better offline is when cars start running them more, or it's going to take longer for it to dry out. So as we continue to have heavy traffic, we've only had 3 confirmed DNFs, 2 in GTD and 1 in GTP. Traffic going to continue to be a factor. That will help to dry the track up as fly past one of the Corvettes into the braking zone of turn 7. They use a lot of curb here, Will, and that's quite interesting to me, just watching them launch themselves over some of the curbs, whereas through the S's, flat curbs, a lot easier for them to be able to be aggressive with track usage.
A rather recent modern discovery at this circuit. Of course, we've seen them using the turn 1 curb since last year, really. Maybe even the year before it was used a little bit. I don't know if, I think GTPs were here for the last 2 editions of this race. But when we look at that, it's more of a perspective of when you're in a simulated race car that doesn't really have any like duration of impact on the suspension or chance of breaking the suspension from repeated extreme compressions, that you can kind of take the mick a little bit more with what you're doing. So ultimately, the teams know it's faster. They get a better line through the corner. They set the next corner up better, and ultimately, if an esports team is finding it faster, they're going to use it every lap.
This will be the last year that we will have the 6-hour race in the real world in 2 weeks' time. But I think GTPs have been here now in the real world for, I think, 3 years at the very least. Go back to a 2-hour and 40-minute race next year, with Road America becoming a 6-hour race, and I would expect to be a special event next year to look forward to. So if you like Road America, you'll get a 6-hour special event hopefully added to the agenda, complementing quite nicely the Road America 500 that we have running with the classic IMSA machines, 1 Nissan and 1 Audi across of 2 different classes. Still close at the front of the field with now 30 minutes complete, and take this driver eye view from the perspective of Robin Glarham in the Ferrari 499P, representing Williams Sim Racing Placely. And trying to be very cautious right now, Will, with his teammate directly in front and Diogo Pinto behind that would be very happy to make his way forward. You're in 2 minds. You don't want to go too aggressive and put too much pressure on your teammate. You don't want to make it too easy for the car behind either.
No, it's always an interesting dynamic when you have 2 team cars on circuit. What sort of things are they getting in their rear? What is the head engineer of the team actually saying to them? Like, does he care if they race? Does he want them to hold position? Is he looking at how fast they are at the time? Other things to notice, that saving quite a lot of fuel actually. If you were looking at Glarham there into turn 1, looking at the yard boards on the left, lifting at around the 600 mark. So clearly some strategy at play here. maybe looking to make this a 42-lap stint for the GTP class. Not sure if they can go much longer than that, but we know it's a possibility that they can save a stop and maybe will save a stop, especially with the early pit stop to go onto the... Whoa! Oh my word, that was so close.
And that sees Glerum to second. And Farrow slots back in front of Pinto. They'll pass the LMP2 up the inside. And this is where it's its most tricky, when you have all three classes overlapping with each other. Off into the wide stuff goes Matt Farrow. Diogo Pinto says thank you very much. And that's again Farrow being slightly caught off by traffic and putting himself in the wrong position. Does Mitchell de Jong take advantage as well? Yes, Porsche Coanda go up to fourth. As the fight at the front of the field gets within bumper's distance. Drago Racing suddenly have Glerum in the rearview camera, but some clean air in front of them for a moment before they blast back onto Holman Boulevard.
Yeah, to be honest, not a great stint from Farrow. I'm sure he'll say that himself. For the first time he gets out of the car, he's struggled quite a lot with the wet conditions and just passing people off circuit when he's been on these slicks. So certainly something to look at. And yeah, but it's a long race. You know, Farrow's still only like 3 seconds back from the lead. So in the grand scheme of things, not the end of the world. But positionally, these GTPs are all exceptionally close at the front, in quite stark comparison to the GT3 class, which of course has quite big gaps at the moment.
And I think now we are going to see drivers forced to go offline because they're so tightly compressed. You are going to have to take a few more risks. The dry line does look to be widening in my eyes, but there's a reason I'm up here in the booth and not down there driving, because I probably take a few too many risks too early. They'll go 3 wide. No, they won't. Upper contact there. Glerum had to check up, but not quite in time, and Kalpinen holds on to the lead. Diogo Pinto still 1.5 seconds back through all of this, Will. This traffic is at its thickest right now.
I was so exceptionally close to a huge incident on the start-finish straight there. I'd be counting my lucky stars if I was both of them. Thankfully, it looks like minimal damage, if no damage, to both entries. Exceptionally close for Glerum to the back of Kuipinen. And yeah, it's such a... Whoa! Oh my word. It looks to have kept it on the circuit. Wheel to wheel down into turn 7. Contact between the both of them. They've crashed. They're going to go off into the barrier. Both cars into the wall. Maybe Kuipinen avoids Glerum, certainly out of the race.
And so Diogo Pinto will take the lead. Mitchell de Jong will run in second. And that 3 will be straight down to pit lane. It was inevitable, door handle to door handle, beating and banging down Holman Boulevard. And I think what inevitably happened is one of them got squeezed onto the curb, lost control, and from there, Will, a one-way ticket back to pit lane. Battle, though, with now 3 teams still at the front of the field. It's red line from Coanda from Williams.
Rear right suspension damage and aero damage to the car of Ate Kuipinen in the Drago Racing car. That car's going to be suffering for the rest of the race. No doubt that that's cost them a contention at the win unless we see even more drama. Coanda very close to the back of the likes of Pinto on the inside. Wow, that's a risky move to make, and how quickly this race can change in the matter of seconds. And I think Kuipinen's extremely lucky to be alive there.
I'm looking forward to those replays, and guess what, here we go. At least 4 bits of contact before they get stuck into each other, and maybe the Williams car's already out of control before it's into the water, and then hard into the wall. That was... How do you view that, Will, as a driver, as specifically as passing through traffic? Very aggressive from this front 3.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That would be my comment on that one.
I believe the other statement, and I've heard this from some real-world drivers, the letters are the only things I can say without getting in trouble on this broadcast. F-A-F-O.
Yeah, I mean, I have sympathy for both of them. I understand the racing hard, but side-to-side contact it looks maybe a little bit of internet latency involved. But if you're running that close, I wouldn't want to pin it on a certain driver, but if you're running that close and one gets pushed into the water, certainly nothing that Glerum could have done once he was in that puddle. Like, he's not lost the car into them on purpose or anything ridiculous like that. But, you know, if you're banging doors on a slick tyre and a wet circuit, you're bound to have incidents like this happen, and unfortunately it's cost both those teams.
I think if in the steward booth, which fortunately I'm not for this one, I'd take a pretty dim look at someone coming back onto the track like that and causing contact. So I don't really think Robin's done anything wrong in that sequence. You know, he's just driven the car and held his line. I think probably place a bit more blame onto Drago and unfortunately onto Ate in that case. Well, it does now still leave us with a great fight at the front of this GTP field, and Kauppinen has stayed out there. He's not lost too much ground, even with the suspension damage, so we'll keep an eye on that and see if he is going to be able to hold on to Diogo Pinto, Mitchell de Jong, and Matt Farrow. There's a look at the steering wheel, which at the very least is still straight on the number 3.
Looks fairly straight. Looked to me like there was a bit of rear right suspension damage. Maybe they've got away with the majority of that. I'm not sure what impact it'll have on steering. Certainly a little bit of cosmetic damage. You've got the leading BMW of Daniel Alves Lourenco, who is up into 6th, certainly quite a lot higher than where they qualified, and now looking to potentially make a move for this top 4 position.
They came in on the same lap as Porsche Coanda, took the gamble early doors, and now as Kauppinen still struggles, slides wide under the brakes at turn 1. 5th goes the way of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Now only 4.7 seconds off of the race lead. A quick update on your other leaders. Hugh Barter back down to 8/10 of Mahler Racing Team 1 and 2 in GTD. And LMP2, it's 6.3 seconds currently the gap between Nathan Olsen in the Maradna 17 and the voracious 314, with Fabrizio Belziti at the wheel of, let's not forget, an LMP2 spec. LMP2 machines. GTD is currently led by a BMW with a Mercedes chasing them down as well, while as Matt Farrow gets very close to the best running of the Porsches, Mitchell de Jong is all over the back right now of the LMP2 car. That's put some distance between him and the race leader.
Yes, it's going to be interesting, this. I mean, like you say, it's still quite hard to pass offline. You can see a really good shot, actually, how the line is opening. It looks like it'd be the inside line that the Fanatec car's looking for, but not able to dare enough on the brakes, which I can understand in this sort of condition. Just harking back to that incident with Ate and Glerum, I just thought something I'd add. The reason why you might be squeezing quite aggressively in that time is because obviously you need to brake on the dry part of the circuit, and if you're being forced to brake on the wet part of the circuit, not only could it see you out of the race, but it could also see you have quite a big incident. So a little bit of something that I thought about as you come into this corner. You can see it's barely wide enough for 2 cars, so potentially why they were squeezing so aggressively. But yeah, still a big incident, and still not great for both of the races. Well, certainly not.
But again, knowing that Ate was the one coming from off the track, that kind of adds to my point. But anyway, race control, we'll take a look at it post-race. Let's not forget they do have the ability to add penalties after the fact now on iRacing, so you're not so liable to get away with things as you once were. So always have got to be careful all the way to the very end. Looking backwards now from Mitchell de Jong, who's been back in a real race car, doing some rallycross in Rally X over in Europe. And so for a driver that had been competing in the Nitro Next Championship just before that championship unfortunately got put on hold, he was the championship leader there. It's been great to see Mitchell get to jump back behind the wheel of a rallycross car. Just a reminder to everyone, though, he's a former eNASCAR driver, former PESC driver, and now obviously racing here in this Porsche 963. He's just pretty good in everything you let him get behind the wheel of, isn't he, Will?
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell's one of the most legendary drivers across the course of the last 10 years. And certainly is fast in pretty much anything. I know the days where they certainly him and Rogers won Daytona a lot in the top class, and Mitchell returning to PESC this year, did a really good qualifying series, contender series, did a really good past season in general. Quite unlucky to finish where he did in the end, actually. I think he was still in chance with a shout at the title from a long shot into the last round, but obviously had quite a few incidents at Le Mans. So yes, legendary driver, paired up against with Elvis Rankin today, so pretty strong lineup, and they certainly have a chance at victory.
There's a crazy stat at Daytona that Lewis once calculated. I think going into the 2022, or was it 2021, Daytona 24 on iRacing, Mitchell de Jong had led in 80% of the laps that he had driven at Daytona. And we are talking thousands of laps across of almost 8 years of the event at that point. So, yeah, like you say, legendary driver. Hugh Barter in the Drago Racing number 4, right on the back of Oscar Rene. Remember, if you're just joining us, these are the only 2 machines that started the race on slick tires. Everybody else started on the wets, and the gamble paid off. It was a struggle in the opening couple of laps, but after holding on and things settled down, they now have a 35-second lead. Now again, Will, this is where we have to start thinking strategically, because everyone else, we expect, has also filled up on fuel a little bit when they headed down to pit lane to get 4 fresh, slick Michelin tires.
Yes, but I think we're still a long way off the pit stops. I would expect that these cars that have obviously started the race on the slick tire, I will say, not the only cars to start the race on the slick tire, the only cars to survive the start on the slick tire. Of course, it was an extremely treacherous point of the race, and a couple cars had crashes on the opening lap who were starting on slicks. But yeah, we expect them to come in maybe around lap 42 to maybe 46 potentially. I do know that this Mercedes is exceptionally good on fuel, and that's not necessarily a car trait. It's actually a trait of the BOP. With you reducing the power of the Mercedes by like 1.5%, this also improves its fuel consumption quite considerably. So this therefore makes it quite a good long stinting car for this event.
Here come the leaders once again. A bit more separation between Farrow and De Jong, who's somewhat closed on Diogo Pinto, still leading in the Team Red Line number 20, although closing up with LMP2 traffic. LMP2s also don't have driver aid in terms of ABS, but they're lighter, they're more nimble than their GTP prototype counterparts, so they aren't necessarily that much slower. We're talking 2-3 seconds a lap slower around the 2.5 mile Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And very, very agile through the corners, that is for sure. Dry line starting to widen down the main straight, but might not be wide enough to hold back Matt Farrow here. He's got a good run down into turn 1. LMP2 car is going to cover them off to the middle, and Farrow not brave enough as the line pinches under the brakes.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. It's quite interesting to see. You can see people are obviously taking the risk to go on the wet line, on the wet track earlier in the straight, but when we get to the braking zone, the line sort of narrows. So it's a really dynamic track model that we get with this rain on iRacing. It's the best in sim racing by a long way in terms of wet weather and wet track development. And yeah, certainly interesting to see this sort of phase of the race, because it's super tricky for all these drivers to navigate. And as we were saying, like De Jong was a second back from Pinto in the section that we're just about to come through a lap before. Went to 2.5 at the line, now back to 1.8. You can see how much of a huge factor the traffic is having.
They are halfway through their fuel run now. They're 23 laps complete for Mitchell. Whoa, Maniti forward out into the wet stuff, and definitely had the rear end hanging around on them. Fortunately, not out into the wall like we saw with the Impulse Audi. A hellacious hit slightly earlier, but that was very close. Yeah, halfway through the fuel window as 45 odd minutes complete, and that's the odd thing with the cycle that we've had of pit stops already. The fuel window for GTPs, who can go as long as maybe 50 minutes in this race, are going to be very much offset compared to the normal. Pit stop for BS Plus competition and Owen Carroll. Not quite sure what happened to the 7. Right on cue, our producer finds it and shows it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure now. Someone who would probably enjoy the 6 hour of Road America next year, famously for Owen always enjoying the Road America circuit, but not enjoying that incident, I'm sure.
Maxime Briant passes fiercely forward for 8th position. Now this has been a slower drive back through the field than I was maybe thinking, because of course this was one of the cars that Will stayed out the longest on the wet tires, and Briant's 28 seconds off of Maradness right now.
Yeah, and that's the price you pay for conservatism. I don't even know that's a word, actually, but you know what I mean. It's a price you pay for being conservative, potentially, in these sorts of scenarios. In the long run, it means they're still alive, they're still in chance of a race. They've certainly got a good lineup and a good reputation for winning these sorts of events in the LMP2 class, so no need to count them out. Yeah, and in comparison to some cars that we've seen, well, the day done completely. Think about Glarum, about McEwen, about Carroll that we just saw, who've had incidents on this slick tire on a wet circuit. It's certainly preferable that you would go long. Faro off again at turn 1, going long.
And that is going to release Mitchell de Jong just a little bit, and I think that's going to be good for him, just to focus forward for a handful of laps and really be able to put the pace on. You might see Jari Lehtinen become the best place of the Williams sim racing machines, and that academy entry looking very, very strong, as right behind the Miniti Ford Mustang, who once again heads up to open up the steering, rather the Apex Racing Academy Mustang to open up the steering. But you can see how difficult it is, how narrow that line is, Will, that we were just talking about a couple of laps ago.
It's a right front lock. You can see the right front always under the wet conditions, as well with the sort of the car weight being shifted to the left-hand side in the entry phase. There's no wonder why he wasn't able to make the braking zone. I just wanted to bring up, what do you think of this this Porsche Coanda livery on the 963? For me, I think it's probably one of the best I've seen in a long time from that outfit, in my opinion. Yeah,
they've just forgotten where to place the number boards.
Yes, I noticed that. I was wondering whether that was just my end or they'd actually get it right for the. Yeah, well, it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? But the livery looks nice, at least.
They've got the side ones correct. It's just the one on the nose that doesn't look great, and it looks good. It does remind me in a good way of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. You know, it's got its own distinct look, but it's still Porsche. You know that. So I agree with you. Black flag for the 11. So is that for something on track, or is that accumulation of incident points 50 minutes into the race?
No, it's not a black flag. I believe, looking at the damage to these cars in this sort of area, it'll be a mechanical meatball, is it? Oh no, it is a black.
It's a black, it's not a meatball, it's a black flag in sim for them right now.
Oh yeah, sorry, apologies for that. I can only imagine it's for cutting the track, maybe? Maybe they were unable to serve the slowdown because it's Faro, so sometimes you get a track cut if you've just cut it too much and it decides slowdown's not even enough of a penalty. You've cut too much, you get a cut track because you've crossed over a sector line or you've skipped a sector line, for example. But yeah, that could be the only outcome, and I don't know how they would fail to serve a slowdown. So unless, I mean, maybe they just pushed it too close.
Fair enough. No. I think that's a better shout than hitting 50 incident points in 50 minutes of this race. Yeah. Even as crazy as the race has been for them, no, that's a tall order. Comment in chat from Joachim at Coanda, the Mahler Racing BMW bullies its way past GTD traffic there. That was Oscar Irene saying, sorry, but you're going laps down. Please stay out of my way with this LMP2 traffic breathing up my gearbox. The reason why the number is wrong on the Porsche Coanda machine is because they have the Porsche Penske car selected in the iRacing paint shop.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No, that is a thing, yeah. Well, should have selected the other car then, shouldn't you? That's a bit harsh. No, it's an easy mistake to make, and yeah. Unfortunately means that the number board's wrong.
It's hopefully a lesson that they've now learned ahead of what I'm hoping is more outings from Porsche Coanda. You know, it's great to see them in iRacing. We've seen them a lot, of course, on other platforms, but going to be hopefully a concerted effort a bit more moving forward. It was great to see Mitchell and Pesk, like you said. We almost had Josh Rogers back as well before scheduling unfortunately conflicted a bit too much. So, you know, 2026, maybe the year that we'll get Josh Rogers back into an iRacing special event at Daytona in one of these Porsche 963s. It's 1.3 seconds at the front in GTP. I've got to give a big shout out to Maradness. You were talking about going conservative for the Apex Racing LMP2 machine, but going aggressive has given them a 10.5 second lead. And I think what's happening right now as well is because they're probably a bit lighter on fuel, having pitted a couple of laps earlier, they are really turning up the wick and second by second extending their advantage.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give full props to the teams that have gone aggressive. They've certainly benefited from this. We can see an LMP2 off. Looks like they've just had a small incident cutting the circuit. Not too horrific. It's further extending Radness's lead in this class. Still, 5 hours of the race to go. So, a lot can happen yet. I think that the battle that's interesting for me at the moment is watching the GTP class, watching the likes of Pinto trying to navigate traffic. Got the 11, I think that's serving their drive-through. If they don't stop, then it's at least not a stop and go. If they do, then that's what it is. It'll be interesting to see what they're doing there. But yeah, really interested watching the GTP class. Really interested in seeing kind of how the gap ebbs and flows. And I really think this could be an interesting battle here this evening.
Oh, I'm loving this GTP tussle, especially given that, we kind of thought the Porsche and the Ferrari fairly equal in the dry, maybe, but maybe favored towards the Porsche potentially.
Potentially. I think it depends how you set it up. I think the car's very hard to set up for this condition, and you can certainly go in the wrong direction. That's something I think that's much more of a factor in the GTP class. Setups recently have been quite hard to do. Same a little bit with GT3. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in terms of but yeah, there's a lot of certain little optimizations these teams are getting to, and yeah, interesting to see kind of how these cars balance out and how they've set them up for the event.
Well, a bit of clean air now in front of both of the leaders. Let's ride on board with the Porsche 963. Listen in as Mitchell de Jong carves his way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Smooth but aggressive from de Jong as he works out of the final corner. Had to pass the Ford Mustang, the red line Ford Mustang that now sits in 4th position. That was Gustavo Ariel with a big margin to those behind. Now, 9/10 at the front of this class, half a second rather in the GTDs as well. But I do feel as though right now those red line Mustangs are starting to close on the race leaders. It's at one point was up to 40 seconds. Lebiga has managed to find a couple of seconds here and there.
Yeah, for sure. I think ultimately over the course of the race, without any incidents, it's a matter of time. I think the strategy element is the one that is the big factor for me. I think that it'll be incredibly hard for the Marla and Drago cars to go 4 stops to the end, whereas these cars that have took that service, have changed those tyres, will go 4 stops to the end now. So in that terms, you could argue that they didn't lose much time by starting on a wet tyre in comparison to a slick. But yeah, interesting. That's probably a factor that maybe the Redline cars took into account when they were making the decision of what tyre to start on, that they would have this fuel advantage by being able to just extend that first stint by, let's say, 10 laps and just get a bit of a splash and dash. These two cars here are certainly not the choices for this event. They're certainly not the cars we expected to see. I almost had no inclination that we'd see a BMW, and a very small one that we might see the likes of Drago Field and Mercedes for the fuel aspect. And you know, it's reasonably competitive. I think just something to mention before I waffle on for too long. When we talk about differences between these cars, we're not talking seconds or even half a second. We're talking about tenths of a second. But in competitive esports, this makes such a difference that, you know, you're inclined to pick the best cars. So ultimately, the teams are going to be picking the cars that they believe to be the fastest.
Radness into pit lane. Not going to see a driver change just yet, but it's a very capable lineup. Nathan Olsen has impressed in this first 57 minutes of the race, and Dion Fiallo, Georgia's own, will be ready to take over when Judy calls. That is a potent lineup for sure. Keep an eye out on them with the lead now established, slightly offset on strategy from the rest of their class. We're watching the fight between Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, the 51, now closing on Ante Kauppinen, still nursing the damage from the incident earlier in the stint. Has been a surprise to see him stay out there so long, but I guess the reality is they are just trying to get to the next window of opportunity to head down to pit lane, and so it's that doesn't help when you go wide out of the penultimate corner for Manfredotti. Just waiting to really find a opportune time in this clean air to make his way past. He's not going to force the issue by any means, especially as we've been talking about. Will, you can see once again on the run up to the braking zone of turn 1 just how much the line narrows with the moisture on the right hand side.
Yeah, and I think this damage for Kauppinen is quite bad, actually. We talked about, we weren't sure how much it was, couldn't see whether the steering is bad, but, you know, within the last sort of 10 laps, the best time that he's done is a 17.3. We're currently watching someone like Pinto doing a 16.6, so that's that. You know, there's not this big of a gap between these two drivers, and you can see even on the straight line speed, they're quite far down.
Not really forcing the issue there. Manfredotti being very patient. As next up will be the Apex Academy Ford Mustang in front of them. Ooh, rear end started to go out of sorts, and Manfredotti not quite alongside to take advantage as they sweep through turn 11. Oh, and then checking up as Mustang covers the middle of the track. This is where you've got to have your head very much on a swivel, and in the real world they have all sorts of camera systems with software running to help point out where cars are. At least on the sim, you have the benefit of your F3 relative box and the virtual mirror, but that's not going to help Kauppinen on this defense. He'll cover the inside, force Manfredotti the long way around into the deep braking zone of turn 1. And that's very heads up from the Drago car to brake just that little bit earlier, realize that he can't afford to force his way off the track and into a bit of contact, and Scuderia Ferrari finally make their way through.
Yeah, important for them to be careful in this sort of conditions. It's a mistake in these sort of conditions that cost them the win at Daytona earlier in the year, which was very chaotic. And something to mention, actually, obviously, one of the big things we saw at Daytona earlier in the year in this sort of condition was, yeah, the track's dry, but is the pit lane?
Yes. I will say, given how rainy last year's Battle of the Bricks was in real life, if this is the sort of weather that they have in 2 weeks' time, I'll be very happy down on pit lane. It will keep me relatively dry as I wander up and down, keeping an eye on everything. 003 under pressure from Isaac Phelps. This is now 5 seconds off of the voracious 314 that's inherited the lead of the race after the pit stop for Maradness. And Nathan Olsen has emerged with a full tank of fuel, fresh Michelin tires as well, and back out onto track. Track temperature is up to 24 degrees Celsius, so I think we started down at 18 or 19. That's one sign of how much the rain has dissipated. Pit stop underway for Jesse Tekela, bringing in the 003.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't expect any more rain in this race. We've certainly got no forecast for it. Watching one of the Williams GTPs clear the leader of the LMP2 class as things currently stand, with pit stops underway. Gap at the front opened up quite a bit over the last few laps. Maybe a little bit of a better run in the traffic for the 20 of Pinto. But yeah, De Jong dropped back a little bit, but we'll see how that kind of plays out. I would be expecting GTPs to consider pit stops within the next 10 or 20 laps.
Well, right on cue, Oskari Rini and Hugh Barter have both headed into pit lane. Now, we had thought they might be able to extend a little bit longer because they were on dry tires in those wet conditions, having to be a bit more cautious. But Will, is this the implicit understanding of it will be better for us to try not to save fuel and to just make this race 60 minutes on the bounce every single time in our split strategy?
Yeah, small miss to the box for Barter as well. Very, very marginal. Yeah, I mean, if you're pitting a 1 hour 2 into the race, you've already committed to the idea that you're going to go 5 stops. So this is one of the 5. I would likely be expecting the guys like Redline or maybe the Coanda car to go longer than this, so be going into sort of a 4-stop range.
And, you know, you had said about 5 minutes ago, maybe Drago picked the Mercedes because of its fuel-saving ability, and then they decided to go and do that. That's rather rude, trying to prove you wrong.
I mean, clearly I don't know anything actually, and I didn't prep for this event, so I'm gonna fire all the people that I hired to give me the information. No, I'm joking. I didn't actually hire anyone, but quite a slow stop there for Barter in the pit lane. You can see losing probably 2 seconds by the time these guys have exited pit lane to what is or was the leader in the GT3 class, the Marley car. I'm surprised they're making that BMW so competitive. I really don't think it's as quick as the Mercedes is naturally, but you know, I love to see different car representation.
And right out into a battle slotted in front of Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. Here comes Beckham just here. Former race leader, let's not forget. So Marla and Drago have a full pit stop over former race leader. Now, this is a car that is very off sequence, I think, compared to where it once was, and straight up the inside, absolutely no hesitation. Fiercely forward lead in LMP2. We are waiting for the full run-through of pit stops there, but the lead is still 10 seconds between Mirandus and Voracious, with the cycle complete for at least those two. Here comes the current leader as Fiercely Forward hit their marks. Delatraz Automotive will extend and at least temporarily retake the lead of this race, albeit after their incident, no longer, at least for the time being, in contention.
Yeah, and important to mention about that Marlin car, obviously it's in its warm-up phase. These GT3 tyres kind of get better all the way to sort of lap 8 of a stint, especially here at maybe even lap 10, because it's such a short circuit. So yeah, that Williams car's got a lot more pace in the bag right now, no matter what the Marlin car was able to do. So makes sense that Gisea wanted to get by so quickly.
So expect Porsche Coanda in maybe the next 4 laps towards the pit lane. It will be another 3 laps beyond that before we'll see Redline in, by my estimation. But I tell you what, we've got a fight on at the front of the GTP field. There is no question about that. And you were wondering about the BMW in GT3 looking competitive. Will, the BMW in GTP is looking competitive as well. And only one team elected to run it, which is the team partnered up with BMW to run BMWs in special events. Redline are another team that historically have run BMW, but they elected to go Ferrari. So a big props to Danny Alves Lorenzo, sitting in 4th right now, 8 seconds off your leader.
I think it obviously has a big factor on how wet the track was going to be for the Ferrari. Your BMW here is not that uncompetitive. It is certainly, you know, within a 1/10 and a half of the Ferrari or Porsche on a hot lap, maybe even closer than that, depending on how you set it up. So ultimately, they've got a good chance here today to cause an upset potentially, and I think they're getting a new nose for that car in 2026, I believe.
Yes, a much slimmer sort of a nose, as they have officially released some of the spy shots of. It was also confirmed this past week as James Baume in the Altitude Freem 111. He's going to send it for 16th position. Not quite done. Now it's officially done as he chops the nose down of the Apex Racing Academy car with Nikolai Peterson behind the wheel. But officially confirmed this week, there was speculation as to whether BMW would end up running just a partial season in IMSA next year, but they have committed to running the full IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. So if you're a fan in the US, get out to a race in 2026 to see the brand new BMW. Schedule is already released, which can help your planning. You can go and buy your tickets already, or at least hotels.
Yeah, and obviously it's maybe a little bit technical, but I wonder what sort of like impacts that nose change has on like drag coefficient and the cooling of the front sort of brakes or whatever radiators they have situated in the front of that car. I wonder sort of what sort of trade-off they're giving to, I presume, improve the drag coefficient of the front of that BMW. Anyway, that's quite technical.
Using up one of their jokers to redesign the nose, so clearly they think it's significant enough. I'll see if I can get your answers for you, Will, though.
I'd love to know. Yeah, I love the technical innovations of these sort of series, and I think that when you have stuff like the GTP and the LMDH, the LMDH, GTP, LMH regulations, and also the GT3 set, where you're limited on what sort of development you can do to the car, when you can bring out an Evo version, what sort of tokens you can use to update. I know Porsche used one at the start of this year for the 963 on the nose as well, I think, or some sort of thing. An interesting factor, getting back to the race, watching it looks to me like the slick runners are now using the wet parts of the circuit to what I presume to be to cool down the tyres a little bit. That's my only assumption of it. I'm certainly noticing the GT3 cars pull off to the right every time they come down the front stretch to run in the water, unless they're just making an attempt to clear the surface water. It's
flashbacks to Spa all those years ago.
Not really. It's not.
No, I know.
Bad.
I just had to say it. Maxime Briant's been in and out of pit lane in LMP2, so it means Maradnas retake the lead. It's down to 9.3, though. Voracious are pushing. Keep an eye on Belziti as what presumably will be his second and a half stint before maybe he jumps out of the car and hands over to a teammate. See how much closer he's able to get the margin. He's sharing his car, by the way, with Federico Godoy, so an all-Argentine lineup and two pretty quick drivers as well. So that is a pretty fun matchup in equal machinery. Remember, they're all in the same Dallara LMP2 car. And officially now, by the way, an hour and 8 minutes complete. So we have passed the hour mark, which traditionally would be pit stop time for GT3s. But Will, because they pitted around 10 minutes into the race to switch wet for dry tires, at least the majority did, they will be owing us pit stops in probably the next 5 minutes or so.
Potentially, yeah. I'm hoping they go a bit longer to prove my point that a four stop is viable. If they don't, then maybe I'm just going to have a bit of egg on my face for suggesting this strategy was even possible. I was under the opinion it was. But yeah, interesting looking across this. I'm certainly hoping... Ooh, De Jong into the pit lane.
And I think that's right on cue. 41 laps for him. Interesting that BS Competition did save a lap of fuel. They came in on the same lap as Porsche Coanda to switch the wet tires for slicks, but 1 lap earlier as Mitchell de Jong hits his marks. Ate Kauppinen follows him in, so Drago Racing will get some of that damage repaired. No driver change, I think, right now. Leave Mitchell in for one more stint before you get Elvis Rankin into the car for the very first time.
Yeah, quite conservative on box entry there. Obviously, the pit lane's still wetter than it was. But yeah, quite conservative on box entry there. I certainly think you could have saved a little bit of time with a bit more aggression, but then obviously if you miss the box, then, you lose a lot of time. So I understand the cautiousness. I'm certainly hoping that we get Silly Lully into the car of the number 20 before my commentary stint ends. I've been given a new nickname for him today, and I don't really understand where it comes from, but apparently now Sprinkles? I don't really understand
what?
That though. I don't get it. I have asked for context, but it doesn't even make sense. Maybe he just really likes Sprinkles, but yeah, this is what I've been told.
He's getting quite used to being on podiums now in the real world, so maybe the way he celebrates is with, cupcakes with sprinkles on them. I don't know. It's a wild speculation.
Wouldn't blame him. Yeah, and maybe we can make that a correct rumor. We'll just presume that's the case.
BMW M Team BS Plus competition, they're in the next lap. So Danny Alves Lorenzo brings in the 89. Ate Kauppinen has handed over to Michael Romanidis in the Drago Racing 3, albeit not much damage fixed beyond the regular pit stop. They had a normal pit stop, all things considered, in that number 3. So we'll try and see pace-wise how much they're going to be able to recover to the leaders. Speaking of, there's your GTP leader, passing one of the top 2 GTD contenders as well, because Redline lead in GTP, Redline lead in GTD as well, and Diogo Pinto owes us a pit stop in the next 2 laps or so.
Certainly would be expecting that. Not sure what the stint length is. Maybe you can call that out.
40 on the number.
40, yeah. 41, 42 possible with saving. Unlikely to see them go further than that, especially in a Ferrari. Yeah, interesting looking at the front. I feel like the Ferraris haven't been the preferred choice among many special events as of the last, since it's been on the service. But certainly for this one, it is the choice to go with.
The BS competition machine. You kind of shortcut turn 1 and get spat out onto the outside. He's alongside of another one of the GTPs, and now with cold tires directly in front of Mitchell de Jong. It's not going to be a long battle, because straight around the outside, the long way around at turn 4, squeezes his way through as they run towards Holman Boulevard, and a big wiggle for Danny as well, just about holds on. The GTD car almost ran over him through the chicane. He had so much more grip. And here comes Ferrari as well. That's not full position. That's a car just working a lap ahead at this point.
Yeah, you have no idea how big that sort of moment is. From a perspective, it looks like a tiny wiggle maybe, but huge. Side by side here, Ferrari obviously got a lot more grip on the fresher slick, the more warm slicks, and oh dear, that's it. This is rather scary watching that BS competition trying to survive on its really cold slick tires. And yeah, these warm-up phases now have become a lot more aggressive, and this is certainly something that's quite interesting from my perspective watching on.
That LMP2 car has got so much more grip as well. It is crazy. Williams Sim Racing Academy, they're in after a 42-lap stint. Diogo Pinto, though, has gone on to the 42nd lap of the run, so he will likely be in next time by. And his last lap, my goodness, fastest lap of his race, not the fastest lap of the race, because that is currently owned by Grid and Go, the 001, but it's very, very close. Speak of Grid and Go, top of your screen right with the 004. They're 16th in class and directly behind Hugh Barter, who has lost some ground to Oskari Rene through all of this. He is now about 6 seconds behind the BMW that at one point he was playing bumper cars with.
Yeah, that's quite a significant loss actually, because we saw him lose a little bit of time in the pit stop, maybe 2 seconds or so. I certainly would expect the Mercedes to have been just as fast, if not faster, than the BMW. So yeah, interesting to see that fact, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see kind of where they peter out after the pit stops have come in. Car 71, Redline leading car in GT3 coming into the pit lane now.
Follows in Diogo Pinto, who is looking for his pit stall through the wave of cars that I think you're seeing right now. That includes a Door Ferrari. Nicholas Boy will take the lead in the Scuderia Ferrari HP number 50 on what, of course, is a significant weekend for the Tifosi, with Formula One being at Monza. I'm sure these drivers would love to mark the occasion, mark the weekend with a decent result before the big Italian Grand Prix tomorrow. Now, Diogo Pinto staying behind the wheel. Is Silly Lolly going to be jumping in? I think, unfortunately, we're going to have to send Chris a message to come and talk with us, Will, in the next 45 minutes so we can ask him about this new nickname, Sprinkles.
I mean, we can ask. I don't know if he'll join. He might be quite intensely watching the strategy, but I'm sure we can ask. Why not? Yeah, I'll get onto that.
I will do the same as well, so peer pressure. Let's see if we can get him into the booth. Well, he'll have 50 minutes now at least before he's due back in the car. The Redline Mustangs are off and away. No changes there. Labigra and Ariel still behind the wheel. Gaio Valero's jumped behind the wheel of the 198, though, so there has been a change, I think. Some teams try and push. Sheza Esports in the thick of the action, as back onto the main straight, weaving to try and get some heat into the tires in a couple of cases. But Williams Sim Racing Academy have emerged in front of the BS Competition 89, but about 6 seconds back from Porsche Coanda. So that's the that's the amount of time that you lose trying to warm your tires up. BS Competition have now got to work their way past the 21 and then get to the task of closing back up with De Jong, who is 9 seconds behind of Diogo Pinto as he comes out of pit lane.
Yeah, quite interesting to see sort of this warm-up phase. It's a big part of the race, and yeah, I really wonder what we're going to see across the course of these 6 hours, when we're going to start to see a track that's truly dry, and how the strategies are going to play out, because I really think this opening rain stint does make a difference in terms of what we'll be looking at in terms of strategies, for sure.
Didn't take long for Lorenzo to pass Jari Lehtinen. Already the gap has closed to about 7 seconds between Pinto and De Jong. So still trying to get his tires into the optimal window, as Ferrari off and away for Nicholas Boyce, just waiting for the final top off on fuel for Manfredodi before he gets released as well. 50 in front of the 51. And the 50 actually out in 3rd place. How close will he be with BS Competition after the tire warm-up phase? That's what we'll get back to when we can. There comes the second car, the 51 off and away, just in front of Michael Romanidis as well. So all sorts of shake-ups in the pit stop window. And right now, with Diogo Pinto 1.5 laps into his warming phase of the tires, he's still only got a 5-second lead over Mitchell de Jong. That Porsche is flying right now.
Certainly. I mean, I think that obviously we saw that gap around the 3-second mark. When they were sort of looking at the pit stops, I would expect it to close still. But obviously, Redline having the fuel advantage of being able to stay out that little bit longer, which could be a factor later on in the race potentially.
A couple more pit stops in GTD as they all cycle through. It's Rene that's now 7 seconds in front of Drago. Alejandro Sanchez is pitting in the Corvette for the Apex Racing team. It's a full tank of fuel, is now already getting to work on warming up his tires. We sit on board with Rodrigo Mies in the Fiercely Forward 18 as he goes deep. Is that because there's a prototype coming? Yes. There goes the grid and go machine. Also now making its way through is the Williams Sim Racing Fanatec car. That's got Matt Farrow still behind the wheel. And so Sanchez is going to drop into probably around 6th or 7th position, right around Gaio Valero, who's just exited the front of the shot. There comes the 199. Valero will be through and directly behind his teammate. This is probably what Apex would want to see. Their team cars can now work together, and they're only 15 seconds off of Redline's lead machine right now in the 71.
Yeah, certainly not bad effort. Yeah, this Corvette, I'm really not sure where the Corvette is on pace. It's one of the cars I'm not as clued up on in terms of where it's at. I certainly think it's not the car of choice, but the Corvette's been interesting during its time on the service, during its time in real-life competition, actually watching it in the likes of GT World Challenge, IMSA, and I think it's interesting because the car was very quick at Spa in the rain. I think when we had our first event, maybe a year ago now, I think, when we had the first rain-affected event. And these cars have received many updates in the GT3 class, not just the new tyre, but is in terms of how well they perform in the rain. I know that when we first released these GT3 cars, we could see a swing of a second and a half with the wet tyre sort of performance. That could be based on traction, based on just general grip and turning, etc. Right? But now they've been balanced out quite a lot, and I think that we're not seeing as big of a swing now. But it's certainly interesting to see how the Corvette gets on throughout the course of the race. I would expect that they will be competitive, and the likes of Sanchez, excellent driver, excellent over the years on iRacing, and we've seen him be menacing in some series and some stints over the years. One of the fastest drivers on the service.
And I guess this not being an event that has many stakes, it's not a qualifier for the IMSA Esports Global Championship, which will resume later this year. One final qualifier event is the iRacing Petit Le Mans, of course, and then public qualifiers will open up. But maybe an opportunity for teams to experiment a little bit more and try out some manufacturers that maybe they wouldn't necessarily spend so much time with, although they would not pick a car they didn't believe could win them the race. Cheza Esports, we're looking at them trying to close onto the back of Fiercely Forward, who are spending a lot of time in the wet side of the track, and this is where Will was pointing this out earlier. Could it be cooling the tires down slightly, allowing them to push a bit harder around the rest of the track? A track that it's not a lot of drivers' favorites, Will. It's a lot better than it used to be, in my opinion. I really disliked when it hooked right for those double hairpins when Formula One first came here. I think the last sector has been vastly improved as well. But how do you like the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the road course configuration we have?
I don't mind Indianapolis. I think one of the important factors here is, right, so when a team's setting up a car for an event, when they've got multiple hours and they can really delve into data, like the speed ranges of what the corners that you're at are really important. So a track like this that doesn't have much high speed often it requires a little bit of a different setup, and that's quite an interesting factor. And I think that obviously this track has held the qualifiers for the IMSA Esports Global Championship for the last few years, and I think it's a track people have become quite good at, and it's certainly one that seems quite simple in retrospect, but in actuality, it's very tricky and very difficult to operate a car in a good manner around here.
Fight for 6 now involves Maxime Briant as well, the rock and rolling Frenchman. Not going to take it 3 abeam, and backs out of even committing to try and slide his way past Cheza's 26. But again, just a sign of maybe the line not being as wide as we'd want it to be. Definitely still, the dry line has dominated the last hour or so of this race. If you can keep yourself in the middle of the track, you're in a good position. And if you're just joining us, no weather expected for the rest of this race. Should be a dry 4 hours and 30 minutes. There goes the send up the inside, and 7th goes the way of the Apex 99.
Yeah, this car is interesting to me. I expect them to be a challenger in this race quite heavily. I think the LMP2 over the years is quite a car that requires a lot of knowledge to operate. I think it's often overlooked in terms of a class, potentially. I think that you tend to see potentially less people commit to doing LMP2 in these sorts of events, GTP and GT3 being more popular classes, but I wouldn't take anything away from these high-end operating LMP2 teams, because the way that they've developed this car over the time on its service and how they've learned to operate it is quite impressive. And yeah, it's interesting to see these sorts of battles, because when you don't have BOP in play, it's a very pure aspect of racing.
There goes Maxime trying to get that 2nd position now away from Fiercely Forward. Cuts the nose off as they sweep through the left, and probably now looking to try and cut back underneath of the Ferrari through the long right-hander. Now will Fiercely Forward be able to follow through? These cars, remember, have lost power compared to a handful of years ago, and Briant's had to straight line and probably will incur a slowdown as a result of that. It's all checked up behind, though. Fiercely Forward not close enough to take advantage. Here comes Cheza. Oh, big send from Fiercely Forward. BS Hybrid open up the steering. There's been some good heads-up avoidance from all 3 of our classes here today, but no change around despite that drama through the flip-flop.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really late move. Had it under control, in all fairness. LMP2 didn't run like horrifically wide, but obviously very late move. Good avoidance from the fellow GT3, I think. Yeah, it was a GT3, remember. But around the outside of the last corner, that's a hard move to pull off. Not able to make it stick. But one of the Williams GTPs also looking to get by as we go around this final corner. Not even flat in dry conditions, that corner in a GTP. Certainly a bit of a tricky corner to master.
I think a little lift just required, and plenty of commitment as well. Trusting the downforce is going to work in your favor. Quick update at the front of GTP. It's still 4 and a bit seconds, but Mitchell de Jong is working as hard as he can to try and close on Team Redline. Nathan Olsen still leads in the Maradna 17 with a 11.3 second advantage to Fabrizio Belziti. Very, very bold call to come in early has paid off for Maradna, while Mahler Racing Team still lead in the GTD class. Passing traffic, no commitment from any of these LMP2s to pass one another. Just boxing their way on forward. Being rather considerate, all things considered. Traffic has very much, though, dwindled down. 58 cars started this race, Will. We've had a whole slew of retirements, mostly in GTD and a handful in GTP as well, but just 49 cars are still on track.
Yeah, just 49 cars remaining in this grid. Looking towards some of the classes and how these races have progressed so far. Muradner's gap's been fairly like the same for a while now, around that range. Looking towards the GT3 class, where we're looking at some of these Apex Racing Corvettes, that's closed up a little bit. About 10 seconds since the time that we've switched onto slick tyres at the front of the field after that initial strategy deviation. So interesting looking at that sort of thing. Track temp again up even more. We're now at 26 degrees here this afternoon. That's an average, or maybe actually no, I think that's a single point across the circuit, usually around the start finish line. So could be varying at different points of the circuit potentially. But yeah, certainly starting to get quite a wide dry line now in a lot of areas.
I've gotten word, by the way, from at least one team that they contemplated starting on slicks in the GTP class.
That would have been so hard to do. Like, well,
I'm glad that they got talked out of it, but just it shows how aggressive some of these teams were thinking about how they saw the forecast and then tried to game it once they actually got into the session.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I completely respect it. I mean, it would have been interesting to see someone try, to be honest, because when you look at something like the GTP class, like they can't really go. They can't go flat out through like the small right-hander onto the banking after turn 10, so turn 11, even on the opening lap on cold tyres, never mind on a completely wet circuit. So I think it would have been interesting. Maybe in a Ferrari they could have actually made it happen, but yeah, I don't know. It would have certainly been extremely difficult.
Just looking at some of the chat comments as well, something that we haven't touched on, and we're 90 minutes into this race, so disappointed in myself for not having brought it up as a discussion topic. Will, we are a handful of days away from a new iRacing build, a new iRacing
I was going to say this, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, yeah, I was just thinking about it before.
And there is not so much just content to talk about, and we'll get to that at some point. Let's talk about GTP, because a hybrid revamp is going to, as far as I'm hoping, totally transform how drivers approach this class, and it's right on the cusp of the IMSA Esports Championship in just a handful of months. So they've got 3 months basically to figure out this brand new hybrid system. It's going to be fun for us, I think, though.
The teams will do it. They'll figure it out. The best teams will figure it out within a matter of weeks, I would imagine. Maybe we'll see teams have certain advantages over an understanding perspective, maybe a regenerative. Could potentially change the regen. Like something we had back in the day in LMP1, for example, was when we had those like button deployment systems where you had to deploy your electrical energy manually. You could obviously have it automatic as well, but usually people decided to do it manually. Is you wouldn't want to brake at the shortest distance. You'd want to brake at like 40% for an extended period of time to regenerate more energy, because this was as much as the motor could recharge. So interesting to look at this sort of update. Certainly necessary, and something that iRacing have took their time on to rectify and perfect. I know they care a lot about realism, and they care a lot about how they replicate these things, and currently it's obviously not really how it needs to be, especially if we start to see cars like maybe the Valkyrie come into the service, which doesn't have a hybrid system. You know how that would be portrayed, for example. I'd certainly love to see the Valkyrie, for example. But yeah, interesting to look at, interesting to think about. Moving on to other topics of the update, of course.
I'm going to cut you off because I am going to dive into the list of things that are coming.
Right, yeah, let's go for it.
And just a teaser, because obviously the team at iRacing is working on so much that may not be relevant to the audience that's watching right now, which is probably going to be an endurance focused audience, but there's a few things that we'll touch on. Aston Martin GT3, which you say you want the Valkyrie. We've got one Aston Martin now at least. Hopefully that opens some doors. The Indy lights, that's going to be cool. A new, at least for me as someone who's an IndyCar fan, new introduction to that open wheel ladder. we're going to get a Mustang GT4, and I know, Will, you love your GT4 cars, so you must be excited about GT4 getting
some. It's also a rework of the class entirely.
Yes. As the Apex Racing Academy car on our replay. No, it does not avoid the wall.
As you see, the wing there was experiencing latency. That's why it disconnected a couple seconds after the impact.
And they were already, by the way, at least 10 laps down. So this is just, they've had a rough day of it. So.
And steering damage. I, to be honest, guys, I call it a day. But yeah, unfortunate for them, not how they would have wanted this race to go, and I do commiserate them because I know how much effort can go in for all these teams. So, not continue.
No. That was from
big.
6th place as well. That was Thibaut Prévost, who's, well, taken the aggressive line through the chicane that everyone's taking, Will, and unfortunately being escorted off onto the left.
Unhappy Ferrari, that looks like. And yeah, this aggressive line, I'll give you a few bits of context to why it works and what people are aiming to do just before we continue on our update talk. Actually, because of the airtime that you get, you can shift a gear and you can save like the shift timing. So some cars you can shift when you're mid-air, and this maybe it's not perfectly optimal in terms of the point that you're shifting, but you do actually save the gap in throttle, you could say, from when you're applying that shift. And for cars such as, like, we don't see it here today unfortunately, but for cars such as like the McLaren, Ferrari as well actually, it's quite a big time save because these cars have longer gear shifts than, let's say, the Porsche.
Yeah, speaking of, I was going to say Porsche, but it's Coanda Esports not in a Porsche in GTD. Instead in a Ford Mustang. I mentioned it earlier. They've got a partnership with the Haupt Racing team. Likely to see a few more purple and orange entries in the Ford Mustang and a whole host of championships that kick off. Let's get back to the update talk. Let's talk GT4 in particular, Will, because I know you love it, and it's not just the Ford Mustang, like you mentioned. It's a total rework to bring the class a little bit more in line with the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge Series, which, for those that aren't fully aware, actually somewhat slowed down the GT4 cars a little bit more compared to some of the other series they run in the world. So it's going to be interesting how that mixes up the dynamic between GT4 and TCR racing once we get to play around with that.
Yep, certainly a good point. Currently the gaps maybe between 1 and 4 seconds on an average circuit between TCR and GT4. I think the tyre rework is going to be very interesting. I've always quite enjoyed the tyre model on GT4 as of the recent sort of model that they've had for a number of years now. So it'd be interesting to see what they've done to this. I assume we're going to go more in the direction of the current GT3, current GTP tyre. So it'd be interesting to see how that affects things. Generally looking at the class, I think this isn't the last car we'll see. I certainly know that there's other cars in development for the GT4 class. So, you know, we're getting the Mustang this time by, but I would expect in the next year we'll also get a new one. And it'll be, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I deal with GT4 a lot. You know, I've worked quite heavily with Ian Porter over the last few years, and he's driving GT4 now. So it's nice to have another car in the class, and I'm sure the Mustang will sound fantastic when we get it in the sim.
Controversial opinion. Can we also get some TCRs? Because that Cupra, I love the look of the Cupra TCR that now a couple of teams run in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. So I'm all for GT4s, but let's give TCR some love as well. Track-wise, Mexico, we'll get the Mexican Grand Prix track. That will be interesting for endurance, because I really think that's got potential to put on some interesting multi-class races. I know, Will, you'll love the fact that Alton Park's getting a bit of a visual revamp.
Fantastic. Love Alton Park.
So is Daytona, Circuit of the Americas, Watkins Glen. And Watkins Glen in particular, featuring the 2025 bus stop curbing. I'm hoping that means that we now run a reasonable line that doesn't see the cars taking flight like we're seeing at the chicane here at Indianapolis as well.
Yeah, let's see. Be interesting to kind of see how they decide to do this. I think with track perspective, you know, I think it's important to mention in the dev blog that we got that Miami will be confirmed for season 1 of next year. So this is another interesting track. Expanding sort of what we have with the Formula 1 calendar. Please scan Monaco. I'd love to see it. Maybe controversial from my perspective. But yeah, it's interesting to see the track developments. We've obviously had confirmation of a few other tracks in development, like Croft in England, which is an interesting one. I think they should dig up the scan of Rockingham in the UK and bring that back. I think they can make it work. But obviously that's a track that doesn't really exist anymore, so maybe not of interest. But yeah, nice to see the track list expanding once more. Obviously iRacing has some of the strongest track list amongst the whole of sim racing in terms of accuracy and also depth, really. And yeah, very excited for this update. It's a big update, especially in comparison to maybe the Season 2 update, which was smaller than some, and new UI that I don't think you've mentioned.
Yes, I was going to get to that as well. There's some updates to VR as well, but you know, those are all beneficial to everybody. I think what we've covered for the most part are those things that the road endurance fans will care the most about.
Yes.
So go read the devlog if you haven't already. Always a good way to get more insight into what's happening behind the scenes of iRacing. As a commentator who just moved and as part of his move sold his sim rig, I hate to say it out loud, but the thing I'm most looking forward to, iRacing Arcade. We'll leave that one. Yeah. Leave that one alone. Everyone's got their opinions. I don't want to get us in trouble. 23 minutes left until the top of the hour. Will Chadwick and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, will leave you with Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonder to walk you through the middle 2 hours of this race. And again, Will, looking at the track right now, it's not fully dry, but we're getting to the point where you can be a bit more risky when you're passing traffic, and I think Lorenzo and Jake are going to be in for a pretty feisty middle couple of hours of this race.
Yeah, and a good bit of work actually at the front of the field from the Porsche Coanda lineup. They look to have closed the gap a little bit since we were last talking about it. As I've said that, they've lost 3 tenths, probably due to traffic. But that gap's closing for sure, there's no doubt about that. I'm wondering whether there's a bit of a stint dynamic, whether earlier in the stint Ferrari's better or the Porsche's better, late in the stint, vice versa. You know, that could certainly be the case. They'll definitely wear their tyres differently. I feel like the Ferrari's always had more of a problem with overheating the front tyres, with the exception of obviously having better traction. An interesting point I think to mention about the iRacing Arcade, obviously I think we knew Mexico was in development for a little while, or the City of Mexico Street Circuit. I'm not sure what the exact name will be, probably Autodrome or something, right? I find it interesting that the first thing we kind of saw of it was one of the iRacing Arcade shots was the second chicane at Mexico. I thought it was quite interesting, which I don't know if many people picked up on.
Yeah, no, many people picked up on that one. Because that sent all my Discords going crazy. Not just because of the talk of the new game, but Mexico confirmed. Hashtag Mexico confirmed. This fight, by the way, has been for 9th position. Former pole sitters, Vitaltis Esports, Yoni Katala on the back of the fiercely forward number 18. Pair of Audis that are entered into a GTD class, which does have a whole raft of different manufacturers. It's a BMW that leads at the front of the class, but then a Mercedes running in front of 2 Ford Mustangs for Team Redline, another Ford Mustang for Coanda, and then the Corvette for the Apex Racing team. Ferrari represented by Drago Racing down in 7th. It has been very pleasant, Will, to see this, and again, a nice change of pace from sometimes the single manufacturer classes that we end up seeing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for sure. We've definitely had times where we've had single manufacturer classes in a class that wouldn't be single manufacturer. I would say actually the spread is quite good in all classes. Maybe GTP's not amazing, but it's interesting to see. This LMP2 race is something that we've been following loosely, and we're just kind of monitoring where this is at. You can see them cooling the tyres yet again in the water. I really wonder what sort of effect that has actually, because I'm not aware of how big of an effect that is. It could be very marginal, for example, and maybe something that we look at and go, wow, that's something a bit wild, but it may just be like a 100th of a second or 500ths of a second a lap. Good news from the interview perspective. I've been committed to an interview from Chris potentially, but he might come, but I don't know if he's going to be here before we end. Yeah, this is the thing. I've told him we've not got long left, so maybe we get an interview from Chris and we can ask him about his new nickname, but not sure if he'd like that. So let's see.
Well, again, the nicknames at Team Redline are great. Grandma Johnny's my favorite one.
Yeah.
although okay, I don't know how much he appreciates that one. Let us know what your favorite nickname for your teammates are in chat. Only the PG ones, though, because don't get me and Will in trouble. 3.5 seconds at the front of the GTP field, because we said Mitchell de Jong's been working, and last lap he actually lost 9/10 of a second. Despite that gap has come down, and Pinto out of the final corner in the Ferrari. What will the gap be once they cross the yard of bricks once again? Look at the traffic in front of them. That's going to be a decent impact. And de Jong goes straight over to the right-hand side to cool his tires down as well. So almost matching each other on lap 75, 37 thousandths the difference.
Yeah, and you know, I think we speak a lot about the preparation, the subtle adjustments in setup, but these drivers are so close. Like, you get to see this sometimes when it's maybe an easier qualifying session, or I don't know, just there's a lot of factors that go into play. Like, it's not just as simple as turning a lap, or you know, the wind makes a huge difference, the humidity can make a huge difference, the air pressure can make a huge difference. So I think that these drivers are all within, you know, on a good day, these drivers are all within a 10, a lot of them. So these fine margins do make a big difference, and I think it's a beautiful thing about sim racing esports, that you get to see these cool dynamics between the teams and who picks the cars. And I really like when we get a bit more of the lesser known teams in the GTD class, for example, and we get to see kind of how they can perform, and if they can perform, a little bit of an upset.
Confirmation from one of the teams, by the way. Tire cooling OP. Here comes Joni Katala trying to charge up the inside and commits. Releases that brake pressure and forces his way through. Bit of a hip check between the two Audis, but the position swapped around, and it's now a 4.3 second deficit up the road to Gael Valero, who's found himself in no man's land in the Apex Racing 198. I saw a question in chat, is that the normal line through the chicane? No, that is probably a little bit more aggressive than they will run in a few weeks' time. But as Will was saying earlier, they will take every advantage that they can here in the sim racing world. And Will, you actually, we got to meet in person at the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. You mentioned you were helping Ian Porter, Crimsix, as he transitions from Call of Duty Pro champion to now professional race car driver in the VP Challenge series, racing a GT4 car. What have been the things that you guys kind of work on in the sim world that you can then transition and talk about with him when he's at the track and trying to dial in in the real world?
Very interesting question, actually. So I think to break this down, I think there's a few things, right? So firstly, we don't have the Supra yet in iRacing, so this is something we have to factor in when we're looking at practice. Often trying to replicate the feeling is what you're going for, more so than an optimal perspective. And I think that sometimes, you know, we've had to take quite a few liberties on, okay, we know this line isn't going to be possible in real life, so let's not practice it. So a big part of it is pushing the performance of Ian and what he can produce on a sim. And this is something I think a lot of people maybe don't realize. Like, Ian's exceptionally competent on a simulator these days in comparison to what he has been, and maybe what people saw when he first started and did some high-end competitions. You know, in a GT4 class, if you put Ian in this race, he'd be potentially competitive, especially in something like the GT3 class. Like, I wouldn't expect him to have a bigger deficit than 4/10, for example, to some of the top drivers. So Ian's really pushed himself. We've done a lot of hours. I know for a lot of the bigger events, we've done 20-30 hours of driving time. And yeah, some of the key points is like racecraft. So on the weeks that we get to have official races, it's really important to understand the areas to pass, where you get opportunities, as we see Sonnen down the inside of the 72. I think that's the Gustavo Royo car that has maybe some front end damage, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so they're maybe suffering a little bit of top speed range. But to get back to my point.
before that, LMP2 leaders also come in, and Dion Fiallo has jumped in. So first driver change in this lead battle for LMP2. We'll see the flying Georgian fly his way out onto track. Sorry, we'll get back to it. I was loving what we were talking about.
No, I mean, I think it's interesting, right? Because you get a lot of variables that are the same, and there's a lot of iRacing that really makes it possible for us to practice with a lot of conviction and make it very useful. But there's a lot of things that you have to consider, and I think that it's not just as simple as trying to go as fast as possible. We've worked on a lot of things, like I say, racecraft and positioning, but also, you know, sometimes you go to a race weekend and you can't win the race, or you can't even get on the podium maybe in a bad condition. But I think it's always important to look at your own performance and how you would deem that to be, and I think that's something we've looked at a lot, especially if Ian starts to transition into some other categories and stuff in the further years. You know, I think it's always important to reflect on yourself and what you could have done better, rather than was the bob good, or did you get the setup exactly right, or were you disadvantaged in some way through, you know, had a tyre puncture at Motorsport or the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. So, you know, there's these things that we can look at and focus on throughout the course of the season, and Ian's a great guy to work with, because I think that one of the things is one of the traits that he has that is really useful is just determination, and that's super important when you're trying to make it in the real world.
I like what you said about not practicing a line that you know you're not going to run in the real world, because it goes to something else that I have become very, very stern on now that I have. For those that don't know, I'm now fortunate enough to go work down on pit lane with the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, so I get to talk to some of these drivers about different things. And like you said, you can't complain if the bob's not in your favor. At the end of the day, you've got to just go and race with it. You're not in a position that it's going to change if you complain the most. The squeaky wheel does not get BOP changed, right? So like you say, controlling your emotions and going out there. The other part of that is things like off tracks, which in the sim world, I feel like drivers sometimes feel like they're entitled to a certain level of going off the track and using up their incident count, whereas in the real world, it's 3 strikes and you get a penalty. And if your teammate got 2 strikes, well, tough. Now you don't get a strike to play with. So there's all these factors in the real world that maybe because you have the physical sensations, you worry about some of the mental stuff a bit less. But I think sometimes we sim racers like to complain that everything's not perfect. Anyway, pit stop for LMP2s continue. Federico Godoy gets into the voracious 314, Marcus Deck into the Grid and Go 003, and Tamas Shimon into the Sheza Esports 26. So about 2 hours for the first driver. Hand over to driver 2, and probably another 2-hour stint, Will, before they do the dance back around.
Yep, that is likely to happen, like you said. Interesting that we're seeing this pit phase. Obviously, Maradnas acquired early on that phase because of their aggression early on, which obviously gave them the advantage. I don't have a strategist by my side. I wish I did. I think it would make our calls a little bit easier to make, but potentially that, like I say, I always try and mention it. You know, these small variants in fuel can have a huge impact at the end of these races, and with it being a fully dry run to the end, at least from a tyre perspective, it'll be interesting to see kind of where it plays out, and I find it very fascinating how the teams go about approaching these races.
We are 12 laps away, I'd say, from re-entering GTP pit stops for the most part. Although of note, Jaden Munoz has just brought the Williams Sim Racing Fanatec car into pit lane. They are off kilter from the rest of their class. There is former race leader Apex Racing's 98, with Isaac Phelps having handed over to Danny Shivy Shabo. See where they get released back out onto the track. Just in front of the cars on the top of your screen. A little bit of a battle through traffic as well. That might be 6th place Apex Racing team, who have only got a couple of tenths of a second over the Drago machine. Here's Falcon, by the way, the only one of the Acuras entered in today's race. They're about 66 seconds off of the leader. And I'm not complaining about their car choice, because it gives us a chance to listen to this glorious free revving engine, initially intended for IndyCar, but ended up getting placed into a endurance racing beast.
Yeah, we absolutely love this car. From its sounding perspective, I love the way you hear the turbo when you come off the throttle quite aggressively, and it's traditionally been quite competitive. I think there's been a few nerfs to the car that have changed the way that you set it up potentially, which obviously has an impact on how competitive it can be at all circuits and all speed ranges. It's unusual for us not to see the Acura used as a main car, but that's how it is here. Obviously, traditionally struggles a little bit more. It struggles a little bit more on traction, which is potentially why it suffers a little bit here. But yeah, I love the Acura. Jesse's a great guy as well, and it's good to ride on board for him for a few corners.
Former motorcycle racer as well. Let's just listen out of the final corner here. Little lift of the throttle as we were talking about. You are not full throttle out of the penultimate corner, swinging back around to the yard of bricks, but it's a glorious sound.
I believe we have an interview if you'd like to do one.
We have Chris Lullum standing by. So 8 minutes ago to the top of the hour, let's bring in driver of the Team Redline 20, Chris Lullum, out at the front of the field. Chris, been an interesting start. Was there any thought from your side about starting on slick tires? I've got to ask the question.
Oh, I mean, the problem is with the cold slicks on this current patch of the GTPs, you run such a big risk of being caught up in anything, and when you see everyone else griding on wets, then you've got to take the safe bet when we know we have the package to win on merit anyway. But yeah, I think if one person had gambled for it, they might be better off.
I love the concern about taking that risk, but let's talk a bit, Chris, about you jumping out into the real world. Been really fun to watch you out there racing in GT3 cars, and I've heard you have a new nickname, Sparkle, so I'm wondering if that's somewhat related to the real racing in any way.
Unfortunately not, no. no, it's been a really cool year to cross pretty much 2 full-time roles between the sim and everything we've done in GT World Challenge. It's been pretty tough physically, mentally, but I think I'm managing it at my best, and I'm at my peak performance. So clearly we've been having results in the real world and results in the sim throughout the year. When you look back at my handful of past results and Spa 24 on the sim back to back with Spa 24 in the real world, it's something like that doesn't happen easily. But no, it's been a really awesome year to be able to have the privilege to do what I'm doing.
I hope you're taking the time to enjoy it as well, because like you said, great privilege. Let's talk about this race. About 2 hours in now. When do you get in the car? How long are you going to stay in the car before maybe handing back over to Diogo?
Yeah, it's worked out not exactly how we'd planned, but I mean, it's going to be completely fine because of the track is really not drying out offline, and you know we've practiced with one driver prepared for the rain and one driver, myself, more prepared for the dry conditions. So I think Diogo will stay in again another stint, and then I will take it all the way to the flag at the end. So pretty much half and half. Interesting.
So you did no rain practice at all, and Diogo's done very limited, I guess, dry practice, just more focus on that transition as well.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's still done a good handful of dry running as well, but generally, yeah, we split our resources in the most efficient way possible.
And one last question, we'll let you get back to the task at hand. How do you build a setup for a race like this, where you're, I guess, unsure about how much rain there's going to be, but then you need to balance out all the different factors to get you through to the end of the 6-hour endurance?
Yeah, the track is super specific with the setup requirements because you have nothing at all medium and high speed really. It's just such a very low speed rear axle dependent track, which is why I guess the Ferrari ends up one of the stronger options with the 4-wheel hybrid deployment. But yeah, to build the setup, it's still very much a dry focus. I would say when you have 5+ hours of the race is going to be dry, and the forecast that iRacing provides is relatively accurate on a timeline. So we still know that the dry performance is likely going to be the more important part of the race. So that's our approach.
Thanks for the time, Chris. Best of luck for the rest of this race.
Thank you. We're going to need it.
So we don't have the answer as to why sparkles, Will, but we could tell
sprinkles. It was sprinkles. Oh, I can't believe you said sparkles. I'm like, where does this come from? Arjuna, man, Arjuna. I thought I'd interject, but I thought, nah. It was a very insightful interview, though, and I think you get a lot of information from that of how the team's looking at the event. And yeah, I think it's great to hear from Chris from a technical perspective as well, because he's very knowledgeable on that side of things.
I'm going to beat myself up for the next couple of hours about that one now.
Oh well. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Maybe he prefers that you got it wrong. So let's. I literally have no idea where it comes from. I would normally know these things, but I have absolutely no idea. So we just have to speculate. Or maybe the comments can decide.
I like that. Let's let the comments decide. Let's give a quick rundown before we reach the top of the hour with LMP2 pit stops mostly cycled through and just about to enter another gambit of GTP pit stops. So Redline leads with Diogo Pinto, only 3.5 seconds in front of Porsche Kawanda after failing to set a good time in qualifying. Wow, what a fight back from Mitchell de Jong to put himself up front and with the good call to come in early and switch from the wets to slicks. The same call that's promoted the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, number 89, up to third spot. Scuderia Ferrari's number 50, they're in fourth in front of the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine, the best and highest running of the Williams Sim Racing GTPs that started with so much promise. The second Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports machine is the 51 is in sixth, with the 002 Grid and Go just behind them in seventh. Drago Racing, former race leaders, down in eighth after some heavy damage and trying to fight their way back into contention. And then Falcon Sim Racing and Grid and Go, that's the top 10. LMP2, Dion Fiallo has jumped into the number 17 Maradness machine, and with a slightly shorter pit stop has extended the gap out to Voracious in the 314. Federico Godoy's taken over there, but we could be in for a slightly different mix of strategies on the run to the checkered, with your race leader doing that slight short fill. Grid and Go's 003, they're in third, with the Apex Racing number 98, now Danny Chivichabo behind the wheel, fourth position for them. Dalitraz Automotive by Majors Garage, former race leaders, down in fifth after suffering damage in the early stages, while the 99 Apex machine is sixth, fiercely forward, running seventh and eighth positions, with Sheza and then the World Sim Racing team 9th and 10th. The World Sim Racing car just coming down onto pit lane, so a slightly different strategy for them as well. Last but not least, the most numerous of the cars, GTD with 32 that saw the green, just 26 still left running. Mahler Racing Team and Drago, a couple of the cars that took the bold call to start on the slicks. It's paid out for the BMW. Rene leads by 6 seconds over Hugh Barter in the Mercedes for Drago Racing. And then the best of the Ford Mustangs, a full 22 seconds further behind, driven by Team Redline in the 71. A second Mustang, this time for Kawanda, sits in fourth, with the sister Redline machine in fifth. Corvette, represented by the Apex Racing team, in sixth and eighth positions. Other notable update is the Vitaltis Esports number 22. Qualified on pole position, Yoni Katsula still finds himself in ninth. And with 80 seconds left in this hour, Will, been a crazy race. Great to have you back in the broadcast booth. What are you expecting as this race winds its way down to its closing stages?
I expect deviations in strategy. I expect driver changes. I expect to see probably, I would presume, Redline catch Marley on pace, regardless of strategy. However, Marley certainly looked competitive, and I think they've still got a definite route to winning this race, depending on how the strategy plays out for or against them potentially. If I had to guess on each class, I would go Redline winning GTP, the 20 obviously, and I would go, I'd say Apex will win LMP2, and then I would say the 71 of Redline winning GTD. So I'm not biased whatsoever.
I think those are some pretty solid picks. That BMW is only about 0.2 a lap slower on pace.
It's not too much, yeah.
It's going to be neck and neck, and I can't wait 4 hours from now to see who comes out on top in this battle on the bricks. But Will Chadwick alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, to open up the 6-hour endurance event. Let's throw it over to Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonder.
Thanks, Arjuna. We are in for a treat as the middle hours now start to hold themselves together here in the Indy 6 hour here on iRacing. Ruben Paulino here for Fiercely Forward Gold, eyeing up opportunities then, as just in front is Maxime Briand with the number 99 Apex Racing team, having to navigate through traffic here. That's Hugh Barter, who's second in class in your GTD field, and this is where you find the naturalities of sim racing to bring themselves into play. Barter in complete control of where he places the car. The responsibility, Lorenzo, on Ruben Paulino to find a way through effectively, and will soon have to open up as they go through the final chicane section, because Petr Zuba here for gridandgo.com esports 002 wants a way through from 7th place in your overall GTP category.
Absolutely. It's kind of like it's a good mixture of everything. Jake, to be very honest, like to see all three classes mingling around the racetrack, and most importantly with clear lines, because at the very beginning you basically had one line, and whenever you have to go side by side, it was a little bit more difficult for you to make that overlap. But now it's much more clear. It's easy for you to go around and make that overtake, and good to see that. And by the way, Jake, congratulations on joining the married club.
Oh, thank you very much, first and foremost. I think it's an absolute pleasure always to get those congrats, and I do enjoy my marriage, and I have very much a good amount of fun with my wife. But at least at this moment in time, it is about battling on screen, and we see how incredible that it is going to be between the categories, that every opportunity you've got to try and gain a place is going to be important. There's Jesse Jones running about then for the Falcon Sim Racing team, 9th position currently in class at the moment, and so really trying to work here to stay with Drago Racing. Michael Romanidis, a veteran when it comes to sim racing spheres. Jesse Jones will look around at that number 44 team. Jonas Vanna will also be in the car at various points over the course of racing action, but working away through this traffic. And this is a circuit, especially in the configuration that it is, it often gets very congested. We've only had the 9 retirements from this race, and critically they've come from 2 categories, from GTD and from GTP. LMP2 have been very good at keeping themselves out of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, and potentially some of the guys that we saw earlier in the race could have been contenders. We saw the Williams car and Drago having a little bit of a kerfuffle at the backstretch, as we're going to see now Drago involved with Jesse Jones on the inside. Will he commit? On the number 3, he will, and I think the overtake will be quite easy for him to do.
Well, that was well constructed there by Jesse Jones, and I think what gets missed in a moment like that is actually how much he pinched Michael Romanidis to the outside wall here on 16th Street and Georgetown Road, and how much Michael had to just wait for the car to turn in. It was very tough in terms of finding that move to happen, and as such, an all-important position finding change. Now, speaking of changes, we do have cars down in the pits, which includes the 091 of Mitchell de Jong at Porsche Coanda. They've now hit the lane, so they are very much in their pit window. And there's the Mahler car running through. The number 10, which were your race leaders, Felix Kirnbach, is behind the wheel of the 10 now, taking over from Ascari Rene to make that stop. So we are in a little bit of a pit cycle at this point, and Michael Romanidis now having to do the job of chasing from behind against Drago Drago Racing, sorry.
It's all right. But you know what's interesting for me is, of course, this number 3 car is the one that I've been talking about earlier. They got involved with the Williams car on the backstretch, and of course, back then it wasn't Michael. It was actually competent in that car. He had to nurse with a lot of damage, especially on the side of the car. I don't know if that's actually fully fixed within the Ferrari 499P. So we'll see if that actually is okay during the remainder of the race, but the way they actually climbed down a few spots from where they were previously I don't think that's such the case. But yeah, I think it's interesting to talk about pit cycles, of course, even though we are on an unconventional sort of a race, right, Jay? Because we started the rain, it was slightly wet, of course, picking up dry, and as the race went forward, it became more of a normal dry race, right? Where everybody was basically doing their laps around the clock. So it's interesting that we have this different dynamic now with rain and depth in iRacing, and people have to actually think about when to switch to the dries, when to remain on the wets, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, especially when we only had the blue band of rain coming through right at the start of qualifying. It did make for a very tough decision of do you stick or twist in certain categories. So I think that certainly played its factor as Fiercely Forward Gold now sits on the back of the other Fiercely Forward team of Fiercely Forward Pink, because I think there has just been a change between them. Ruben Paulino's lost the place, and through goes Nicholas Laubisch up into position. That move then being done around the lap traffic of Daniel Lafuente at Veloce Thrustmaster. So that was very well constructed as a pass, and it's not often that you get to make something like that happen. If we can catch a replay of it, it was one brilliant overtake that needed a whole heap of commitment for.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's good to see those commitment overtakes being done, of course, and also cleanly, because sometimes it can get very problematic, especially with some spots in the track. You can even see that the RJ is still a little bit wet. So imagine if you go in a braking zone and there is a little bit of a patch of water right there. It's gonna absolutely upset the car, and you still have to be very mindful about that. Of course, it is dry. It is much drier than what it was basically 2 hours ago when Arjuna and William were actually commentating this race, but you still have to be very careful, and that's the good thing. They're being careful. I think it's a very calm race so far, despite what transpired at the very beginning, what could have been complete chaos. And in quite a fashion, it wasn't as much as I thought it would be.
No, it definitely wasn't as much rain as maybe some were predicting. Of course, we had that chat with Chris Ludlam a little bit earlier on, which very much indicated that these conditions are a bit better than what was expected to come out of it. But it has still been a wonderful case of battling. We are in sim time, about, I would say, 2:15 heading over towards. So we're in the later stages of the middle of the day. One thing I am noting, it is actually rather windy out there today. Here's the move. So you can see there's the Veloce car, which basically boxes out any hope for Ruben Paulino. And then look at this, round the outside of 1, 2, and almost having to dip tyres in the grass on the entry to get it done. That's a very tough move to execute.
Yeah, especially around the outside, because there's still some wet areas within that grass. So let's just say you are in a slightly banked part of the straightaway going to turn number 1. That's where it starts to get a little bit more banked up. So everything could have gone wrong for the car, for the LMP2 around the outside, but fortunately it wasn't the case. Everybody managed to get around alive, and I was seeing that. I saw that BS competition was in. I saw now Williams in the pits as well with a 002 car. That is in the William. There's a grid and go. Slightly correction from my end.
Yeah, so that is Wesley Caspers, who will be in behind the wheel of the 002 machine, and that will be taking over then from Petr Juba, then from Hungary. So that's the change. The 001 car will have Sean Campbell, Jake Dennehan, and Gabriel Streitmatter, who will be spotting for them over the course of the race. So Caspers able to get off and away. There is the 001 gridandgo.com esports car, which is looking to try and prove itself steady with Sean Campbell behind the wheel. Now this is for position, because that's Phil Deness just in front in the 89 BMW M-Team Burosud Plus competition car. You can always tell that they're about with the zebra stripes that are there. They've got in front of them Eros Giannanini, who is there for Delta V Racing, that they've got to try and get through, coming out of turn 9, now attacking back onto the oval banking, reverse of what is normally turn 2 when the Indy 500 comes to town and the Brickyard 400. But ultimately it's close, but you need to have a lot of commitment. It's a late apex when you get to the penultimate corner here, turn 13 at Indy Road.
Yeah, not only that, we have to talk about that that BS car just came out of the pit, so that's the second lap that basically Phil Deness is going to be doing. So America versus America, and at this moment Sean Campbell is going to have the advantage on the inside. He's going to pinch in as much as he can that BMW, but they still remain side by side. I don't know if the heat of the car actually picked up on the tires, but eventually not. I think the advantage still goes for the lighter car, which is the grid and go one.
Yeah, just a tiny tap between them. Rear left tyre to front right there of Phil Dennis, and the pass then gets made. So a very well constructed one, the BMW, then losing out to the Porsche in terms of how that goes about. And a very interesting balance of performance game being played in GTP and hypercars. We've got more pit stops constructing. That BMW really getting hit with a weight penalty, 12 kilograms and 3% out the tank.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit when I saw the WP, Jake, because BMW is a good, well-around car on this racetrack, personally speaking. But then again, I'm not a pro driver like these guys are, so don't take my word as face value. But getting hit with 12 kilos is a massive, basically, hit on the car. You're gonna struggle, especially coming out of the corners, especially with the power loss as well. So especially on cars that are, I think, on a official basis, on a day-to-day basis, the Ferrari and the Porsche seem to be the more well-rounded suited cars for this racetrack than the BMW.
Yeah, it's getting very busy around there with Sean Campbell. Just behind him is Nicholas Bowe for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team in second position and really having to navigate through the traffic there. That was Matteo Victorino who had to move over to the right-hand side. And now, how aggressive does Dennis want to be with Nicholas Rubilar just in front, the 169 Drago Racing team, piloting in the number 4 out there here today. So that doesn't make it any less confusing out there for everyone who's following on the Spotter's Guide out there at the point. But good drive off the exit, gets the clearance necessary. But now comes the interesting scenario of, well, it's same category lap traffic, and it's always the most difficult.
Yeah, because it is same category. Of course, there's a little bit of BOP difference here and there, Jake, but still you have to nurse it the better way possible, right? You have to make it around safely and as fast as possible. And some drivers like to tend to overcommit when it is same class, just to try to get ahead of the opposition. As we see Redline, the leaders in the number 20 in the pit lane. I think, I don't know if they're coming out of the pit lane or just pitted into their stall.
Yeah, they just hit their stall, so Diogo Pinto then jumps in, or is in the pits at right now. Is not going to be changing driver, I wouldn't have thought, at this stage from what we heard earlier from the 20. But Team Redline, one of those teams that always wants to go to the highest level, is expected to win at pretty much every sim race that they go and attend. And I would say after the disasters that they had at the Nürburgring, it's a case of they have been on a rampage, Lorenzo. Every single race that they have tackled, they've practically gone, yeah, we're top dogs, and we're going to prove it in multiple categories.
Yeah, I think of all races we've covered, bar the Glen, I think the Glen might have been the only race, like, even though it is multi-class, I think they haven't put up a full domination, winning all classes, but still I think they won GTP, and I think they haven't won GT3. But anyway, it's every other event I think they've won. If my memory doesn't fail me, people can correct me on that. But it's been tremendously great. By the way, I met Diogo at the Brazilian Porsche Cup around Estoril as he was visiting Jeff Giassi, his former teammate. So seemed to be a real nice guy, him and his dad, by the way.
Yes, and he's the sort of character who always keeps the focus in play, but is always going to be trying his level best to go and be successful. Ooh. That's going to be close down at turn 1 and 2, trying to figure out how you're going to find the exit, and it's going to work just about. Then heading through 3 and into turn number 4 as James Boomy and David Bojka out there in battle. This is 36th and 37th overall. Just in front of that is Matteo Victorino for Team PGZ. So 3-car scrap out there at the moment. PGZ will have to look out because there comes the lunge straight down the inside by Bojka. Takes all of it and a bit more. A little slide that opens up Boomy for the opportunity now to take the inside at 9, leads to 10 wrong side of the road, and suddenly Boomy on the wrong side, and it's going to be a pickup, a freebie for the 004 of Niels Rotella.
And not only that, look at the cars behind. So we have one of the Scuderia Ferraris basically going around on the inside or waiting for them to go around, and I think there's another GTP. I just did not make it. That's for position, yeah.
So early Steinbroughton on the outside is going to lose out the place there. That's Jaden Munoz for Williams Sim Racing Fanatec, who moves through the 11 car, and that will be a jump up for position to 6th with that drive. Steinbroughton just out the pits, just cannot get the tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, no, because it takes a while for you to get that up to temperature. It isn't going to be like one lap and go, right? Yeah, I saw that turn 1 movement. It got a little bit sketchy around the inside. It's because that turn 1 in Indianapolis, man. I know Indianapolis hasn't seen a lot of changes through the years. I think the biggest change might have been, you know, after this corner, because it was basically a right-hand corner. Now it is a left-hand to a right-hand chicane, fast chicane. And then the section of corners after that, it became more of like 90-degree turns instead of double hairpins. That's turn 1. I think with the curbing on the inside just makes the movement, any overtaking opportunity a little bit more dangerous, because there's a good chance if you catch that curb, you're gonna get thrown out into the left-hand side part of the track, and you might find yourself into traffic way.
Well, it's not only that, Lorenzo. It's the fact that turn 1, it's a complete street circuit style, 90-degree right-hand bend. It's not one of these flowing, smooth right-handers that you'd normally get around a naturally aspirated circuit, so to speak. It's one of those corners that as you go in, it's jutting, and then the way that the grass turns up on the exit as well, that extra runoff, that also narrows the circuit down a lot more. It makes life incredibly difficult for a number of drivers, as Delta V look like they're going to get back out and racing again, and they will join just behind this group out there on track, which for the moment here, these 4, Bojka, Victorino, Rutila, and also Boomy, are there all together and looking to try and keep themselves in this GT group. But it has been a day of A's and B's. Into the pits, by the way, will come the 198 Apex Racing team. They'll depart from 4th place. Gail Valero in, and will be followed by Vitortus Racing, and that'll be Joni Katala who will be making to the pit. So looks like it's a team working very much together. Joni Katala in, and of course working with Joni Katala will be someone who is very well known to the sim racing sphere for over a decade, Isaac Price.
It's odd to see. It's odd to hear his name on the top split. We saw him back at spot 24. Jake, if I remember, I think that's the last time I saw Isaac on a top split event, and I remember commentating that. But it's odd yet somewhat cool to see like the old dogs, like back when I used to start to commentate, like 2017, 2018 here at RaceBot, and see these guys still running strong nearly 10 years later.
It goes to show you that sim racing is one of these timeless categories. There will always be drivers who will move up the ranks and get quicker and quicker and go through. I look at Mitchell de Jong, for example, who is one of the most fantastic names that you can put in that sort of mix. But everybody's going to be looking to try and get to the next level and say, I can stay on top, because it's not just about getting to the top when it comes to sim racing like this. It's about the longevity. It's about staying there.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially given the fact that I think, like, what can I say? Since 2020, is the average, I'm not going to say age level, I think the age gap, or the average age for that we see on splits is around 18 years old, right? It's getting younger and younger. It's truly getting into a... if you think about it this way, to real life, it's getting to a progression that some of these kids are truly using sims to get it as their alternative way to get in. Maybe you do really good on top splits, getting to these top teams that have some partnerships, you know, with real groups, and then eventually get their way into a race car or something like that, and then impress, right? But it's becoming more common. I think we had talk of Aaron Vasquez. I think he's 16. Back, I think, like 3-4 years ago, we had Oscar Bixrud at Coanda Jr. Featuring at a Porsche Esports Super Cup. So he was, I think he was 13 back then. So it shows that we are seeing, you know, this renewal of drivers, and the old guys have to keep up, you know.
Well, there's always going to be quick drivers, and I know that Aaron Vasquez, for example, has booked himself into the showdown over with the Skip Barber Racing School, which we've been showing on iRacing for the last month and a half or so. So that's been really wonderful to see. He's there with Matt Caruana and as well Aiden Young. So they've been able to put themselves in the mix. Aiden Young actually out here today and trying to put a good result in on the board for WSR Esports, currently piloting the number 15 machine at the moment, as that's Drago 69 going for a spin. Turn 7 always proved to be tough. Careful on the rejoin, just about avoids all of the major pitfalls there, but so easily done because you've got the long straight. You're looking to be aggressive along Holman Boulevard, and again, very similar profile. It's a corner that just juts.
Yeah, and imagine if it was back when it was a double hairpin, right? Because now it is 90-degree turns. You can kind of take it at mid-speed in these cars, not only the GT3s but GTPs and LMP2s as well. It isn't like back in like 2007 where you had to brake, then do a full turn, then another full turn. Would be really slow. That could have been more problematic, I think, on the old layout, but fortunately it isn't, as we look into the eyes of the Chilean driver, Rodrigo Mies.
Yeah, and I think that was just the tiptoe of having to deal with a faster car around. So that would have been, I believe, Corentin Miru, who would have been there in the Dulatrat Automotive by Majors Garage 288 there with the small tap on the inside. And clearance is something that we don't often talk about. It is very tough to judge because this is one of those circuits that we say is a bottle up. It's a downforce dependent circuit, despite having that long front stretch to go and make those moves here on the run over the yard of bricks. But as we watch Rodrigo Mies, it's a chance for Fiercely Forward Black to really close on in and move on up to 11th place. But that closing distance you'll get between the categories, it is something that you just have to have a lot of commitment to say around a very downforce dependent track. Yeah, there's not going to be many places where you can naturally overtake, so you're going to have to do your level best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's still a very good thing to talk about, you know, being a downforce dependent track. That is often talked about it in this track because some people like to go with the low downforce to try to get the most speed as they can going into the main straight over here on the back stretch as well, especially going over the curbs. But this also needs some, I would say, it's a medium-low downforce track, because sometimes for you to get, you know, good performance and good aero, especially into these more dynamic corners, I would say maybe turn 1 to 4 might be the perfect example. A low downforce car would struggle on the rear end, and you could lose the rear grip so easily if you overcommit the car in such a case. So this is why when I used to drive back in the Indy cars, the IR18s, this was often a talking point for me when I used to set up the car.
Yep, so you've got to make sure the car works for everyone, not just the one driver that's there and meets. Oh, a little tap on the back through turn 2. That can very easily turn everything sideways if you're not paying attention. And so Carlos Fenollosa, who is there in the Drago Racing 269, able to hold that station and keep things as it is. There on the right-hand side, flying on by the number 96 is Pablo Espes there in the 21 Williams Sim Racing Academy car, 7th overall. So for Rodrigo, that would have been a little bit of a scare, and sometimes you do get that tunnel vision behind a car, waiting for the chance, waiting for a moment where you can make that move, and sometimes you get caught brake watching.
Yeah, it's insane. It's easy to get tunnel vision going around it this way, isn't it?
Absolutely is. I mean, you look around this circuit, and it's very much a case of, from every catch fence that you see around, it's a circuit that almost imposes over the top of you. Those massive grandstands there on the left-hand side as they go back onto the main set of the circuit once again. It's always very tough. Now, that gap, pretty much half a car length as they run along this section. Mies is now looking to try and get that look to the inside. It's going to have to be later on the brakes here. It's close into turn turn one. Feniosa gives just enough room and actually forces the elbows out a little bit to defend that place. Turn two, it's more than 90 degrees back left, so if you've held it around the outside of turn one, it's so easy to defend at turn two.
Yeah, it's insane. You kind of have to commit around turn two around the outside for you to get that overtake, but still you would lose a lot of momentum, and you still would be kind of pinched into the grass and also into the curbing itself as well. So it's just proved how insane it is to try to make an overtake on turn one and how very hard. But also interesting to see it now in this racetrack, which, you know, we're approaching closely, right, Jay, to the IMSA Global Esports Championship. So I wonder how many of these teams are taking some of these cars as a way to test maybe GTDs and GTPs and sort of cars like that when coming to the championship in about 1 or 2 months.
I think there's certainly an element of that that's brought in. That Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, 15 kilograms worth of weight penalty, losing 0.5% of power and down 2% on fuel. It's one of the biggest changes there in terms of balanced performance. Every car in GT spec has a power adjustment to it. All bar one has a fuel adjustment. That's the Ford Mustang that's allowed the full load, and every car has a weight penalty of some description. It's one of those cases where you can't just let something sit at zero. Everything's on the sliding scale in GTD.
Yeah. Finding the right balance in the right car is never the easiest challenge, because you have to take lots of laps for you to properly understand the car and if it is check it if it is real fast or not, you know.
You do, and I think as well what's worth keeping in mind is that balance of performance does not mean when you go into a circuit that every car has to be exactly equal. There does need to be a car that works at a certain track and then doesn't at another and is basically balanced one way too much and one way too little, because that's the nature of the beast. You can't go and predictively balance and hit for what you've got to too much of an extent. Otherwise, it defeats the object of these cars and having a choice if everything's equal.
Yeah, agreed, 100%. And also, of course, you're never going to have a clear-cut winner in any balance of performance. You might say, oh, this car is good for anything. Even if you take like 5 kilos, 10 kilos of ballast, that might be enough for him to kill the car. As we're going to look at the even move on the inside. Oh, back to you.
Yeah, it's a huge hit there on the left-hand side, and Feniosa's just going to have to give that one up. And there's not much you can do in a scenario like that. It was as late as you could from Rodrigo Mies, threw it down to the inside and effectively muscles his way on through. Feniosa will feel a little bit aggrieved by that and say, you weren't alongside enough for that, and so I'm going to have to work hard to get that back. And you can see that little wiggle on the straight. That's just a small indication of, do I have damage out there to try and manage with? Maradnas are into the pits. Dion Fiallo is currently the driver there. He was wonderful back in the Vendaval sim racing days back in 2016-2017. There he's got Nathan Olsen as his teammate, part of the work done under Daniel Morad, and LMP2 probably the most interesting category by the lack of interest in it, so to speak, because you got one car, Dallara P217, you got practically everybody saying, well, it's the middle category, it's always the one that has the least turnout, and yet it's one of the most interesting cars out there to drive in these conditions because of all the power and the lack of tools.
And not only that, if you think about it, the LMP2 is slightly faster. It was slightly faster back when Rain started at iRacing and the GTPs came in, I think under the old tire. So the LMP2 just had so much grip around them, and naturally, in real life of sorts, it's a little bit similar, right? But once the GTP tires kick in properly, then the scope would change in that sense. But also, it's the fact that the LMP2 was, if you think about it, Jake, the most nerfed car, bar, of course, the HPD goes into that direction as well. Since its conception, because there hasn't been any power surge, power increase, or something like that. You've always taken the power out of the LMP2, because back in the old days when the LMP2 actually came about to be, with the LMP1s and such, it was just simply a rocket out of the straight line, and nowadays simply it isn't. Just trying to mimic what it is on real life nowadays.
Yep, it gets a little bit closer with each and every single build. We're heading to a new build next week, and so that's going to be really interesting to keep in mind. Jonas Vanna with a good run on Jake Dennehan here, who has to go defensive in the middle of the road. Victorino in front, and Corentin Miru, they're all going to have to try and work a way by. So 2 lots of traffic then to get through, and Victorino there in the Porsche, not going to move for anybody. So Dennehan's going to need drive off the exit. Vanna does a good job then, and we'll look to try and follow, use the windshield wiper there in the middle as a marker for the middle of the car to know exactly where to place. Really attacks the curb going into turn number 12 and then in through 13. It's a case of Vanna now needing to use slipstream and a little bit of that deployment to try and get that closer. Miru holding very well. They've also got Danny Antunes to try and get by, and look at the difference. This is where you get the big difference between the 3 categories. 298 on the straight, played against Miru, who was stuck at 271, and that's getting tight for Vanna.
Yeah, I thought he would actually lock the brakes a little bit right there, Jake, and he could have hit the back of the Porsche off the grid and go car, but fortunately it wasn't the case for that Acura Falcon car. So that's a good bit, you know. But like you said, it shows truly how fast these cars are with the hybrid and everything. Once the hybrid kicks in and everything, it just shows the true nature of how easily this car is, you know. And it's not to take it for granted at any single lap that you do.
Yeah, so that was all very much well constructed between them all. The last thing to say was 257 for the GTD field as they went. Vanna now losing that ground, is going to have to spend all this time building it back up again. Such is the nature of endurance racing, where you'll see that the gaps will open and close very much like an accordion. A lot more. You'll lose a couple seconds, you'll gain a couple seconds back, and there is always a difference maker to be had as far as the racing goes. Currently leading LMP2 is the voracious 3114. Now, I absolutely love their entry out there, and I do love to see the different elements of the world of sim racing being represented out there. An Argentine-based team. They've got Federico Godoy and Fabrizio Belziti as the 2 that they're going with out there today. And Argentine sim racing often very much buoyed by a couple of key figures that bring up this section, but voracious to have that dedicated team there to say, we're going to go out and we're going to try and be the best we possibly can. I think it's absolutely incredible. The more and more countries that go out there and challenge and can get to the top level, I think the more you're going to see some amazing sim racing being shown.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see the Argentine base in here. Of course, just a quick thing. Fabrizio is from Italy. I think he might be one of the few non-Argentine drivers within the team, but the rest of basically of the core of Voracious is fully from Argentina, which is kind of interesting to talk about this as well. Like you said, Argentine based normally, of course, because Argentina is on an economical crisis, it's very hard for you to get top-end equipment. It gets very expensive, so it's good to see these guys running top level, sometimes on a G29 on an entry-level wheel than anything like that. I think we're going to see what happened to Dwar.
Ooh.
At the backstretch. Oh, water. And death.
Water everywhere. Oh, and that's a hefty hit into the barriers there. The moment that the puddle's hit by Dwar, they're shown it, and ultimately they're a passenger, and that's what we call aquaplaning.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. But you can see, I think he just caught the patch of water on the curbing, right? You can see there is a little bit of a more darker patch of that curb. That I think that's where we saw that door car getting as he went into the braking, and nothing he can do. He's never going to be able to save that car, and he was just a victim. But coming back to Voracious, good to see them. Of course, Argentina, mostly a country that often dominates on TCRs. If you see TCR officials, Jake, you see there's a lot of Argentinians driving. It's just insane. And there are championships in Argentina and everything, with Brazilians participating, Chilean drivers as well. In Latin America is often very strong. It's probably one of the best in the whole world, to be honest, in my honest God opinion.
Well, it goes back in the day that the likes of Jose Maria Lopez would have been set for an F1 seat in the early 2010s, but instead ended up in a TC2000 drive. So I think it's very much a category that has a lot of strong racing. And I'll tell you what, Argentine tracks are the most underrated in the world.
I agree. I agree quite a lot. Because unfortunately the Argentinian tracks are not in the same FIA level. I think the only FIA great tracks they have is, I'm not going to say even Buenos Aires, which is the Esteban Galvez or Oscar Juan Galvez, but I think the only one they have is Termas de Rio Hondo, which is, I don't know if there's any other tracks in there that have come up into my head as well, but nevertheless, all their tracks they are just great. Always good for great racing, no matter which car you are on.
Yeah, it is, simply put, a wonderful bit of track design that they've got there. Of course, they've got the old Formula One races that they've had and the likes which have gone through, but there are some incredible circuits that have brought themselves to the front, and there are just some wonderful bits of battling. El Sonda, I think, for me, is my favourite circuit that I've not really seen too much of. A 2-mile circuit, or 3.2 kilometres, that's a figure 8.
Yeah, it's insane. This is why I love Argentine tracks.
Would that have been Marcus Deck? It looked like one of the Grid and Go cars there in trouble, and it is Marcus Deck who's gone around in the 003 LMP2. There's had Jesse Telkala in behind the wheel to start the race. Deck on his second stint and finding out that cold tyres are difficult. He just tried to make the move down to the inside, and then the car just completely snapped away and said, no, that's not going to work.
Yeah, of course, LMP2s they're not very easy on the first few laps, and you try to do a lap, I think that's on your out lap or the first few laps. You gotta know that sometimes that car is not gonna stop properly, and the rears are gonna kick in. And unfortunately, that was the case. But fortunately, he kept it off the barriers, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, in is Sesha Esports as well. So that then for the Hungarian-based team is going to be Tamás Simon then down in and making a stop in the number 26 car at the moment. And they're going to change over at some point. They had the start. They had Mate Mihailidej in behind the wheel, but Tamás Simon now in control of that, the former pro stripe for the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing Series. The battle still on between Feniosa and Mies, as Mies has been caught back up in the fiercely forward black Audi by Feniosa. Now, will there be a case of afters? That was super aggressive over the curb by Mies. They're trying to run through and give every amount of that curb its due diligence. Marcus Deck will now go by on the inside in the LMP2, and suddenly Feniosa is right back saying, right, round 2?
Round dos. To be fair, think about it. It's a Chile versus Spain battle, so you might have to start speaking Spanish, Jake. Can you do it though?
Un poco.
Okay, bueno.
but for the moment, Carlos Feniosa will be happy, as it's a case of the old world versus the new world in terms of this battle. Rodrigo Mies very much holding that station there behind the Vitortus team, then in the number 22, so 33rd and 34th overall as things currently stand, as we are in the middle of these pit stop cycles, and we've got little groups here and little groups there who are trying to form. So Marla currently with the control, and because of the rain and having to make those decisions, teams like Marla and Drago are looking for that way to win, because they decided, right, we're going to start on dry tyres, hold out for the worst of it, and then the conditions will come back to us. They've been given the responsibility, but I am just looking over the laps of Florian Lebigra. Last time did a 23.8, Rubiar in second did a 23.9, and it was a 24.5 from Felix Kirnbach, and Kirnbach's in the low 24, so I would say he's a driver under threat. Feniosa having to let one of the Ferraris go through then and jump that place. That's Early Steinbroughton then, a Norwegian driver going by, and so that's going to be a case of waiting for a bit more parity. But I think at the moment Marla have got to try and keep the pace up here. They've got a bit of a gap, but that's being eaten into right now. 23.9 plays another 24.5.
I think Chadwick said that the red line on pace, nevertheless, what would happen, they would be able to catch up to Mala, didn't he? Said about that. Because if he did, I'm going to agree 100%.
Yeah, well, they can do at the moment, but the threat first and foremost is Drago, who are going to be the team closer. Now, that gap will be about 7-8 seconds or 9 seconds at the moment, so that will continue to be brought down. And then, of course, you've got the ever-changing picture in LMP2. Dulatrar at the moment have the control because of the pit stop cycle that they're in, and they'll be looking around at the Apex Racing team and Maxime Briant at this moment, who are trying to hunt them down. That gap is about 1.7 seconds, and will soon be in the back of shot as they go through. There's first and there's second, just in the back of shot as they went by.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just taking a quick look right here as if we look, like you were saying, they controlled this cycle of pit stops, but basically all top four they're gonna have to pit stop. If you think about also top six in LMP2, only Moranis, you don't have to go into the pit lane right now, so you truly don't know who has the top edge on this LMP2, because I think that's because it is a one make. This is the interesting category in my point of view. That's where, because of the rain conditions and the different strategies that teams employ at the beginning of the race, you truly don't know who has an edge coming to the final pit stop. Because let's just say you might have a Dalatraz right now at the top, but coming into the final two pit stops, maybe Moranis might be on top. Who knows? So looking forward to see how this one will go on, as the number 11 car is into the pit lane. That is the Williams Sim Racing Fanatec car driven by Jada Munoz.
Yep, so they'll be down in the pits looking to get regular scheduled pit stops in at about 3:18 and 40 seconds remaining. Then in this race, the dramatic issues happening with their Williams Sim Racing Playseat team earlier on in this one. The car that started in first position, the car that started in second, the 21 team red line car, found itself out early as well. That would have been Luke McEwen and Eduardo Leo, who would have been in that team. So it goes to show you how tough the racing is, that your top two who started today aren't exactly where they need to be. Team Redline 20 qualified the car in fifth, and Porsche Coanda, give them a lot of credit actually for what they've been trying to deal with here today, because they had to start 14th in the category, which was pretty much back of the category, and find themselves in second.
Yeah, basically starting at no man's land and finishing somewhat being in second place, I think is to a team that normally we haven't been seeing. We haven't seen a lot in the special events. It's quite good, you know. It's good to see Coenda back on top and trying to fight for wins, you know. It's something that we haven't often seen. I think we haven't saw that at Spa, for example.
Well, let's talk about it for a moment, about Coanda, the decision actually to partner up with Porsche for all of their events. It's a double-edged sword. It gives fantastic longevity for the team, one of the most successful and richest histories in all of sim racing, going all the way back to My 3ID in the early 2010s, which our director knows all about. But I would say the decision to partner with Porsche, it's a case of, yeah, you secure the longevity of the team, but it also affects the output of results if you're on the wrong side of balance of performance. It's the same issue that Scuderia Ferrari has, is they're so reliant and tethered to the balance of performance for how good they do race in, race out.
Yeah, I think you're correct about that statement. You know, because let's just say you really want to try another car, but because you are contractually, I'm not going to say bound, but of course, you might be contractually bound. You have to drive Porsche or bust, you know. But that's actually another interesting thing, right? Because we saw Coenda have a partnership at DNLS, right, with the Haupt racing team and the Haupt drives Fords. We saw for Mustang. also in this racetrack. So it's quite curious to see also, you know, they're branching out, but also while retaining the main partnership they always have and had, you know, with Porsche, up to the point that we have some of the drivers like Jordan Caruso, Joshua Rogers, and Mitchell himself being a Porsche Works factory driver of sorts. They do you know, development for Porsche on their race cars and other cars of the kind.
And so there's a huge amount that goes into that behind the scenes that maybe the average viewer wouldn't necessarily see from what goes on. And so there's a huge amount of help with the technical partnership that comes in, and it's an experience that works both ways as Dulatrol Automotive hit the pits and the Maradna's team move back into control of LMP2 with 3 hours and 15 minutes remaining. The pit lane Phantoms then find themselves out on track at the moment, and they haven't really been ghostly down in the pits nor in this race. They've got their eyes on Impulse Racing here by Tam Livery, the number 66 team at the moment. Rupe Orkusti Kirkipa is in behind the wheel at the moment, the number 66 Finnish driver. They've also had Yannick Steinhoff in the car. So this is Rupe's first stint, and really going to have to be working hard because Alfonso Arusha Mulas here is trying to get the number 28 in play. They've also had a Finnish driver in the car over the course of this race, Kalle Virta.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see, you know, also one of the Impulse cars still on the racetrack as well, right? Because they had to, with the other one having an early crash out, basically lost the rear arch of the car, but also the engine cover as well. But this one's still going in strong. Of course, Impulse, a very good team, especially on the Porsche Cup. And still trying, you know, to survive the onslaught, you know, of, you know, no, I'm not going to say better teams, but teams of, you know, like Jago and other ones that can afford maybe getting, you know, top tier drivers from the other teams. You know, still trying to retain a very good portion of the high caliber team they had throughout the years. Like the last 4 or 5 years they had figuring around the top tier of sim race.
Yeah, and getting to the top tier is one thing, staying there is very much another. So it's really nice to see the pit lane Phantoms out there and racing today. And Impulse maybe having a couple of troubles earlier on, but finding that they've still got a car, 40th overall here in this race, and still trying to find those finishes that build up to that next level and say, I can do a little bit more. I am looking around at those teams who decide to go through. Gridandgo.com, I think, are actually one of the most interesting teams out there in sim racing because they've always got numbers to work with to say, this is what we can do. There's always at least 4 of them in every major sim racing event out there. They're always wanting to challenge. They're always wanting the results. The issue that they're finding is we've got a car around, and that is Florian Lebigra, 71 Team Redline, around and out, has just pulled it over to one side. They've come together going through towards the S's section, and I've tangled with WSR Esports and Timu Milikangas.
Is that around turn 4?
So Milikangas is already off the road and through the S's section. Oh, it's the tiniest of taps, but it's enough to damage the suspension.
Ooh la la! In the best French possible, but at the same time, it's hard to judge, isn't it? Of course, you got a car that is actually coming back into the racetrack, and Redline is not going to expect the car to be on the racing line as soon as it comes into the corner entry, aren't they?
Look at that. Left hand down, and absolutely out of nowhere, Florian Lebigra and the team at Redline will not be pleased at the way that goes about. But it shows that you've just got to be switched on. They've had Mark Elkerman in the ears. It's the team of Florian Lebigra and Josh Thompson, and their day done. And WSR Esports, one small mistake rocks the apple cart. There you can see, pulls it over to one side, takes the tow back to pits, and suddenly all the GTD effort relies on Redline 72 and the team of Gustavo Ariel and Enzo Benito.
Yeah, but you know, the worst thing I just read about the Libiger's issue. They're blaming Josh Thompson for passing bad luck to the French driver. Poor Josh, he never catches a break.
No, he will catch strays no matter where he is in the world.
Yeah.
It will be one tiny moment of oversteer, and that's Josh Thompson's fault.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the day that it's kind of like the day Josh Thompson wins, it might not even be, oh, that's because he's a good driver. It's just because everybody else decided to crash or decided to let him win or something like that, just out of pity. Poor individual, man. I like Josh, even though he just gets a lot of flack from the community. The bullying sometimes we can see it's real.
Well, I do like Josh Thompson. I had a chance
I do too.
over at Sim Racing Expo a few years back. Back when he was in the Radicals Online team. He was a very, very tall chap, actually, from memory, and he's a very accomplished sim racer, despite what everyone will try and say in the scene, oh, it's Josh's fault this, Josh's fault that. He is a driver who does have a lot of mental resilience, and effectively an intellect fortress has to be built around him to try and deal with. Battle continues on, then, between these two. Drago finding themselves now behind Rodrigo Meads and Fisley Forward Black. This has taken half an hour to get back to position, and rushing through the left and the right then as they go off of Holman Boulevard, now taking the next right-hander of turn 10, looking over for turn number 11, out on circuit to rejoin with the oval banking and to give as much as you can in terms of drive. And I'd actually still say there is still a bit of water on the outside of this circuit. You got the humidity at 75%. Imagine a sponge. You dip a sponge into a bucket of water. Effectively what you're saying is the next time you dip that sponge in the bucket of water, 3/4 of the sponge is still full of water.
Yeah. Like I said before, you can still see, and I was getting some reports that from the drivers and things like that, whenever they are either expecting for them to come in to take over from the driver that is actually driving the car at the moment. Maybe, but of course that goes from driver to driver, right? And it is very tough to drive with the patches of water and everything going in place around the racetrack. So it could be a real challenge to them. That's why we're not seeing like some of these drivers obviously committing into the curbing, especially here on the backstretch. We're going to still look, there's still that dark spot around the curbing, but still you don't see them committing into the curb because there is still the danger of, if they catch that curb, they're going to die. Straight and simple.
It also goes back as well, Lorenzo, to the fact that all these tracks are laser scanned, so every lump and bump on this circuit is exactly as it was when it was scanned. And so the water, in terms of where it still is on the circuit, that's going to be there in the few crevices where there is a little bit more of a depression in a certain area of the track compared to another.
Naturally.
So when the curbs are all leaning over to one side, they are going to pull up against the curbs.
Yeah, naturally, they are going to suffer no matter what. If there's one area of the racetrack where 99.99% it will suffer, it's going to be the curbs, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just a universal agreement that on wet racetracks, curb is bad.
And Feniosa now trying to take a big aggressive line through turn 2 to attack the Audi in front, wide through turn 3 and can't get the line in through turn 4. It's all about opening up for this chicane section, the run along Holman Boulevard, and getting it out through 5 and 6 and over towards turn 7. They've got car left, which will go through, and that'll be Jaden Munoz. And so for Feniosa, will there be an angle to the inside? Not yet, just jamming on the brakes and realizing I'm still a little bit short in terms of finding that line. I think turn 3, if that was more narrow, there would have been a better chance of seeing that move happen.
Yeah. Maybe if the angle of the corner wasn't as 90 degrees as it was back in the old days, right, Jake? Maybe we could have seen an overtaking opportunity.
We certainly could have done, but ultimately, because it is a very jutting turn one and you're trying to open up, it's a life of very difficult opportunities then to try and find, and it's proving once again that it's not the easiest scenario in the world. Heading over towards half distance in this race, Team Redline in control of GTP. Diogo Pinto behind the wheel currently with Porsche Coanda 6 seconds back in second position, and the Bumway M Team Burasud Plus competition car in third position with Phil Denez behind the wheel. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports fourth and fifth at the moment, with Nicholas Bowe and Erle Steinbroughton making up those teams. In LMP2, Maradnas have controlled the category through Dion Fiallo. They're 22.5 to the good over Voracious with Federico Godoy, and the Apex Racing Team 98, Daniel Civi-Chabo is hunting or trying to hunt down to get close. They're about a couple seconds back off of Voracious. That's for second in category. GridandGo.com Esports 003 with Marcus Deck has funneled out to fourth, and Dulatrar Automotive by Majors Garage currently find themselves in a scrap for fifth. That is currently Corentin Miru behind the wheel, dealing with Maxence Godinho in sixth position. In GTD, it is Marla in control, but it's all going to come down to the second half of this race. A 9-second gap has been slashed down to 5.5 now by Nicholas Rubilar here, so it's a case of Drago are hunting down the race lead. Redline 72 are now the sole Redline entry in third. Coanda Esports 08 with Victor Wolfsson, the young Danish driver, in fourth position, and then the Apex 199 of Johan Hart, who has seen it all, done it all, is in fifth position, with the Drago 69 of Nicholas Matteo currently in position number 6. It's been an interesting hour that we've had so far in terms of bringing this together, Lorenzo, but one of the keys I think we've been keeping the focus on is that, you know, this has been a little bit of a lull hour, so to speak. We haven't seen dramatic moments in terms of the race. Everyone's getting about with business, strategy, and executing the strategy, I think, has been the key in the middle of this race.
Yeah, I was still wondering about that. You know, we've heard the conversation between Arjuna and Will Chadwick. They were talking about maybe being a potential fuel saving race, of course. You know, not trying to go as max as 42 laps. We saw some of these teams, you know, doing 42 laps on the stint on the GTPs, right? Especially for the GTPs and maybe into the LMP2s as well. But it's been real cool to see, you know, maybe fuel saving commitment, and I wonder if that is a thing that has to be for all race long, or now that we've been halfway of the race done, we don't have to think about it as much as, you know, saving fuel, maybe that 2 extra laps of fuel right now, especially now that it isn't wet. Maybe we can now relax a little bit and start hammering down lap after lap after lap, and see where it's going to get that towards the end, you know.
Yeah, and close that you get towards the end of the race, you know, you're counting down the hours, and it's more of a thing that you hear at the Indy 500, and that's normally about 3 hours long. You talk about counting down the laps, getting to that final pit stop, getting that opportunity to say that I can cross the line and make it work for me. You know, you're always thinking about strategy. You're always thinking about how difficult it is and the least amount of stress that you can put together, as we take a focus with car number 98 out there of, 99 of Maxence Godinho here, who for the Apex Racing team is looking for a top 5 position, because you got both Apex cars now in your LMP2 category. They are both looking to gain a place.
Yeah, and also good, fun to see, you know, Apex back into with the full force of the team, right? Where basically the majority of the squad of Apex was basically allotted into something else, right? If you think about it, right? Jake, now we can see the full force of the 199, the 99, the 98, the 198 being into the racetrack, and of course I think we still have the Apex Academy car featured in as well, so still battling for the win. So that's really good to watch as they go around the Veloci Audi on the inside.
And Apex is this team that has been around, and sort of you do forget about them a little bit, but when they make noise, they properly make some noise, and they've always had incredible drivers through. In fact, this was the team that discovered Sebastian Job, who's arguably the most famous sim racer now at the moment, behind Max Verstappen, if you want to go that route. But you look around at what the Apex Racing team has done, the likes of Alex Simpson and the team that he wants to build and the structure that he's built. In terms of grassroots, he's probably one of the greatest, I would say, owners of a sim racing team ever. And I think he actually goes very under the radar and underrated with what this Apex Racing team is and becomes. Because when Apex turn up, they turn up.
It's kind of like a bear, if you think about it, Jake. They've been hibernating. Now that it's come around, especially that we have the IMSA Championship right around the corner, they are going like, okay, let's wake up and show our paws. What we can do, right? Because we know what they did at IMSA, right? Being one of the best GTD teams around in the Porsche.
It's very much a case of make noise at the right time, and I think that's what Apex does, as Porsche Coanda have come on in and made their pit stop in the 091. Elvis Rankin has got in behind the wheel and will need now back out and going again. I have noticed down in the pits, Fisley Ford Blue have been in for about 28 laps. Their car's still mired down on pit lane as well, so they've clearly had some troubles in the time that we'd be looking at them just before Deux Esports had their troubles out on track. So that is another retiree in your GTD category, and they are starting to litter the sides of the roads a little bit, the GTDs here, just because there was so much of them. It's a 58 car field here today, and I would argue over half the category is GTD cars.
We were over here on our race spot, this Discord, when we were talking about this race prior to when it started, and we were talking about 32 GTDs around the racetrack, I just couldn't believe it. I truly couldn't. I thought it would be like maybe like 28, something like that. We probably would have a good balance between LMP2s and GTPs, more around the racetrack, but not this huge numbers in GTDs. You know, I was quite baffled before the race started when I saw the numbers.
Yeah, it is one of those where you look around and go, wait, really? Did someone make a typo, or is that actually what it is? No, it actually got that many GTDs out there racing. I think it's a great showcase for the category out there, as in comes Phil Denez. And I've just noticed in the pits as well, the 004 Grid and Go car has looked like it's found some troubles as well. So they've also run into issues. Miguel Costa was in behind the wheel, but now not anymore. So Grid and Go finding another car pulling, it looks like, behind the barriers.
Yeah, not the best day for Grid and Go, unfortunately. It's odd to see, also Grid and Go not being at the front of the grid as well, especially on a GTD when you have Sven Haase driving a GT3 car.
Yeah. Got 55% of that field, or the field here today, was GTD, but it doesn't mean that this is any much of a quiet race that we got in the other two categories, because it's still very much on and reliant on finding yourself away from troubles out there on track, as we see now running from the top end towards the more aggressive end of the field. Daniel Civi-Chabo eyeing up an opportunity here against Voracious into turn one, closes right up but doesn't get close enough in the 98 to go and make that move. They've got Isaac Phelps, who has been in the car, and it's a 3-car effort today because they still need to put Martial Hubert in behind the wheel, the Frenchman, to go out and say, I've got to bring this home. It looks like 2 hours, 2 hours and 2 hours to me.
Yeah, something like it. It's in nearly around the clock, and it's going to be good to see Martial Hubert in the car as well. Still on a prototype though. Normally we've seen Martial Hubert, drive the LMP1s, GTPs. So going down to LMP2s and still show that it's still like really top level driver in the prototypes is good to watch.
Very much is, and it's tough for Federico Godoy to now have to play defense for the moment, and this is a case of play the waiting game and figure out where are the checks and balances. You're going to be good in certain areas, you're not going to be good in others, and I want to know exactly where that weakness is on the driver in front. Daniel Civi-Chabo will be happy to hold his station, will be happy to hold his line at the moment as he figures out where Federico Godoy is maybe a little bit suspect out there on circuit, and that's what you can do with endurance style racing. It's not a case of, oh, just throw it down the inside at the earliest available opportunity. It's a chance to effectively play a chess game going around at over 250, 260 kilometers an hour. It's figure out where can I find an opportunity, and I look at the way that was aggressive over the curb from Federico Godoy, and I go, being very aggressive on the curbs, that might come to bite with the massive nature of these anti-cut or those massive curbs around this circuit. They are inviting in certain places, but in other places, you know, it does do a lot to make life difficult. And speaking of making life difficult, I look around at that 091 Porsche of Elvis Rankin. That was for position, and the Bumway M-Team Burasud Plus competition car have jumped in the stop, so that puts them next second. Then with that move, Phil Denez, by not having that driver change, Elvis Rankin has lost out the time and the position, and it's so well done by Burasud.
Yeah, but you might see Rankin actually go back up one spot again, because 3 laps in, 4 laps in now for Rankin, second lap in for Denez. So we might see that the Porsche on the inside here, Jake.
Tried, but couldn't quite commit to that on the brakes on the inside, and every lap that you can't make that move, the more temperature's going to go in for Phil Denez, and the easier it's going to be for Burasud to move themselves back into a place where they can feel rather comfortable going about with the laps. Traffic in front of Alessandro Bico, the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, the number 2. They work a way around, and then they've got the Civi-Chabo Godoy battle, and then the Feniosa Mies battle to try and get through. So 3 battles then on screen at the same time. They've all got to figure themselves out here, and a lot of implications for podiums then in 2 different categories going about now.
Yeah, absolutely. So good stuff going on around the racetrack, and more also important here to mention, Jake, GTD's pit stop happened. We saw Kernbach pit a few laps earlier, and just now Rubilar is in the pit lane as well, making service for his car. So Gustavo Ariel takes the lead in the 72 Redline car.
6 seconds clear of Victor Wolfsohn at the moment, and looking to try and hold that margin. Aggressive over to the right-hand side. The clearance is there. Rankin needs to be uber aggressive, and Denez can't get the clearance wanted against Federico Godoy. So Voracious decide they're going to hold the middle of the road and say it's going to be your responsibility to get by. Big wiggle into the puddle. Phil Denez hits the gravel and saves the car. That could have been disaster in any other driver except his hands.
Wow. I predict I was going to say carnage. No, not quite. What a save.
What a lightning reflex save from Phil Denez. It costs a place to Coanda, but critically what it does is it keeps his race alive in 3rd position net on the road. Oh my goodness, another look at this. Just catches the puddle. Look at that. Just lightning reflex reactions, and able to only lose a couple of seconds because of it.
Yeah, and lost a little bit of time as well when he came back into the racetrack because of the marbles standing around, the marbles and gravel standing around the outside of the racetrack, right, Jake? So somehow, some way, let's just say an average level driver, me, for example, wouldn't be able to save that. Not a chance. Especially when you go into a corner that the rear likes to kick in, is if you are on a very low downforce base setup.
so easy for it to all go wrong. Matteo Victorino is now looking at attacking the Unity Scuderia Volpe team. That's Lucas Bale, who is there at the moment, and holding the car at the moment from France. Paul Joffreau then is the other driver who is there in the team. So they're working around there to number 24 and doing well in the middle of the pack as it stands. Muscling away through is Ate Kalpanen for Drago Racing, down now in 11th position in the category, and a full lap behind the car that's just gone by the pair of them, of Wesley Caspers, the gridandgo.com esports 002, in 10th. Good chance to breathe then, as with 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. It's all about battle and it's all about holding station. There is Timu Milikangas, who is out there at the moment, was caught up with the number 71 out there as they went. So that there for the LMP2 out there was very tough. In comes Dion Fiallo for Maradnas making the pit stop, but it is busy, B-U-S-Y, busy at the moment behind Solpack, which is what WSR Esports want the place for. Coanda's trying to muscle their way through. You got Nicholas Matteo, you got the pit lane Phantoms who are in the mix as well. Impulse and Enfield and S trying to work through, as well as the Williams Sim Racing Academy. So a hive of activity on the Holman.
Yeah, absolutely. It nearly looks rush hour if you think about it, as we have the battle back on in between Bracious and Apex, and as the Hungarian driver Daniel Chivisabo is as close as he can be towards that Argentine car sitting in front of him.
He wants that place. He'd love second, or what would be now the net lead, because of Voracious's pit. Sorry, not Voracious's pit stop. Because of Maradnas making their pit stop at 2:50. Leader comes in. Third place is also in GTP. So Redline and Scuderia Ferrari both have themselves down in the lane. So they're getting their mandatory service with 2:50 remaining. So keep counting the laps, because it's about 40 minutes in LMP2. It's a little bit more, about 45 roughly there for your GTP field, and then you're looking at trying to hit the hour for GTD. Makes it a very interesting concept at the moment, but at least for the time being it is traffic central, and Federico Godoy is getting the best of it at the moment here, because Daniel Civisciabo just cannot catch a break.
Yeah, but now the Argentine is not going to catch a break as well, even though he sets up now first time in quite a while. We have seen him set up quite wide into the entry of the fast left and right-hander chicane. And now they're going to go around both the GT3 cars. They're going to go around the first. I think that's Daniel Chivisciabo going around, that's what, the Impulse car, and then I think that's a Phantom pit laners right in front of them. With even though it is a Joggle-based livery on that car right in front.
Chris Lullum gets back in for Team Redline number 20 as they all look to resume control of the front, and now their gap, which was about 5 or 6 seconds before the pit stops, is now 15 or 16 seconds out there at the moment. So Team Redline, they've done really well, and Porsche Coanda have lost quite a bit of time in that last stop.
Yeah, but that's the thing about pit stops and racing. Sometimes you have a good pit stop, sometimes you don't. You want to try to be safe, and you might lose a little bit of time in the process. That's just how it is. With new drivers taking in, trying to be as safe as possible for the first few laps in the car, even though he had quite of a good break in between stints.
There is Corentin Miru, and behind him, Maxence Godinho, trying to work a way up to what would be fourth on the road at the moment. And the angle's opened itself up quite nicely. Lunge down the inside at turn 4. Feniosa's the car in front. Can't get the drive off of 4. Miru there for Dulatra Automotive, doing a great job. And this is what we call an LMP2 specialist team, Dulatra. They're always around an LMP2. In fact, they're in everything LMP2 they can possibly get their hands on. Great amount of clearance there from Godinho. Needed a lot of trust with Feniosa there.
I had a little bit of a gasp because I think that's the first time I've seen an LMP2 go around past the white line coming into the entry of the corner, and I thought they were going to catch some grass, and I thought, all right, here we go. We might see a car launch into hyperspace right now. But yeah, like you said, Adalatra is always a LMP2, LMP3 specialist team. Really good guys setting up those cars. We often see them not just in here, but also like the likes of the IRA series, right? The Endurance and Club Sports series and other series as well. So whenever they go around this car, you know you have a contender in hands.
In any sort of field, you cannot keep Delatrar Automotive out of the spotlight when it comes to an LMP2 in this Dallara P217. Maxence Godinho, though, trying to move up and gain another position out there with Voracious in control, and Apex Racing Team finding themselves there. And it's a case of count the numbers back for Moradness, because they find themselves a little bit down the order. If they haven't got the pit stop right, they're going to be in a little bit of hurt. Otherwise, it's going to be
Jake
absolutely perfectly. And speaking of which,
I think there's one car, I'm probably going to say Williams, thrown off at the left and right hand chicane off the racetrack. I don't know if he actually hit the wall or not.
we'll take a look. Car 21. Oh, a huge moment there for the Academy car. It's in the wall hard there at that section, and that's their day done and dusted. I think that would have been Pablo Espes who would have been behind the wheel with that, and in dramatic fashion into the tyre bundle and out of the race.
Ouch. I was just taking a quick look right here as you were speaking. Right at the back of the frame, that was, I think, that was Pablo Espes' third lap in the car, Jake, and I think that was just when the tires were properly kicking in. But in that sense, it is just a classic thing of, you know, catching too much curb, just being overly aggressive at the entry. You can even saw the car catching the back of it right there. There you go. I think the rear tire just caught very wrongly as the car was already offset, and I think one of the rear actually got caught in the impact to the ground. That's what basically was the undoing of that Ferrari 499P GTP of Williams Academy.
Well, it's known, that chicane, to be a splitter, so to speak, as it certainly did turn up once upon a time when NASCAR came around and used that chicane. But you do have to hit a curved square, especially of that size of a curb, if you're going to be that aggressive with it, because if you catch it any sort of wrong, you're going to be bouncing off in a million different ways, and you need all four contact patches to be on the road. Anything less than that, and pretty much you're just praying that the car's going to handle nicely when it hits terra firma again.
Yeah, and that's the thing of, you know, they're trying, you know, being as safe as you can, but also as fast as you can. I think that's, you know, no cars in front, no traffic whatsoever, and just a usual driver mistake being done right there. A little bit unfortunate, but they are not robots. They do make mistakes from time to time.
No, and sometimes I think when you look at sim racing and the level of sim racing that it's gone to, with each and every race looking like, okay, how do we get closer and closer to perfection as they go? I think sim racers are often held to an impossibly high standard, Lorenzo, and that the moment they do make a mistake, no matter how small, it's a case of, oh, you're a pro driver, you shouldn't be making that mistake. When, you know, you go down even, you know, half a step in category, and you'll see about 10 of them.
I agree 100%. It's kind of like if we're thinking of very honest, about it very honest, and I'm also trying to wear my manager, because I am a team manager as well. We often try to take the pressure off those drivers, you know, because sometimes these guys feel, you know, because you're thinking, oh, it is academy, you have to perform, you have to do really good, you have to, you know, sometimes teams think about iRating as well for you to get into the top level sometimes in competitions and stuff. So they might feel pressure at that time, but we try to put them as less pressure as they can. They gotta feel they are in a safe space and things like that. So even though the outside view say, oh, you are driving for real, Williams, Coenda, Redline, Drago, you are not allowed to make mistakes? They are allowed to make mistakes. Everyone is allowed to make mistakes. The only way you only get better is how? Jake? Making mistakes. It's a little bit obvious. Yeah, it's a little bit obvious, isn't it?
You can only learn from mistakes, and I think it's a case of if a driver's not allowed to make a mistake, then a driver is not allowed to drive, in my point of view. So even if they go to the highest level and make a mistake at the highest level, they should have the ability to go and do so, as we've been on board with Rupe Okusti Kukapa at this point from Impulse Racing by Tam Livery, the number 66 machine. Which has been out here and shadowing quite nicely out on track, trying to work away past the pit lane Phantoms, who they get their wish, because pit lane Phantoms are heading quite naturally to where they're known best, pit lane.
But are they going through the pit stall so they can properly be a Phantom and avoid crashing into other cars? Because sometimes if you are on the fast or the slow lane, you might actually find yourself into the way of a car and actually get into car contact in the pit lane nowadays.
Yep, so if you're in the fast lane, contact's still available. If you move over to the slow lane or the pit boxes, contact is not available, and therefore you get this ghosting effect that comes into play, and so you don't get the contact as you go into the pits. It's often forgotten about how that works here in iRacing, and because of that, there are sometimes a couple collisions on pit road. Pit lane Phantoms will change over to Calivieta then to get in behind the wheel of the number 28. So that is a change of driver. And speaking of changes of driver, I've just noticed Scuderia Ferrari have a change of driver in their number 50 machine right now. Out comes Nicholas Bowe, and in comes Michele Costantini, who, of course, is not a slouch at all when it comes to an Indy car, and is always up there battling for the Indy 500. But Michele here is deciding, you know what, we're going to try and rep the Scuderia colours and try and get a good result here in car 50.
Yeah, and also not a slouch as well in prototypes. We've seen Michele time and time again in the LMP ones, also driving GTPs as well. So what he drove actually, I think for Coanda, I think for I'm probably going to say Apex as well. So very good driver in GTPs, knows a way around that race car. So a natural fit for an Italian driver to be in an Italian team. Right now being inside the Ferrari sim racing team.
Well, it's time again for Maxence Godinho to try and work away past Corentin Miru. Miru's got himself nice and steady. Big wide line going into the next left-hander, then off of Holman Avenue, and then through the right left and trying to open up the next section of circuit. This is where you're just looking for any form of, I would say, weakness, any form of a pick. We've got Johan Harf in front, which will be interesting, and then a very slow Delta V Racing of Enzo Tabani, who jumps out of the way of everybody then going through into turn number 12. So I think you're sitting down and looking at it here. There's an Apex car in front, but it's the wrong place at the wrong time for Maxence Godinho. So there's the clearance. Now in the pit and trundling down is Federico Godoy of Voracious.
Yeah, natural program pit stop for the leader of the race. 34 laps done by the Voracious team. Probably, who knows if he's going to hand out the car to another one. I think that might be also the in lap for Daniel Civi-Chabo in the 98 Apex car. The other one, I think there's still a ways to get to the pit lane. 27 laps is the Dalatres car. 28 laps done by Maxence Godinho at the time being.
Red Line have come in, they've changed drives in the 72. It's busy right now between them, and Godinho's might just get the clearance. No, just couldn't manage it there to get by Miru, needing a little bit of help and just not quite coming up with it. Enzo Benito's in at the 72 team Red Line team, which means that Marla are back out in front of them. So too is Drago. The Apex 199 is now your leader in category, just for reference, and they'll be looking at their pit stop soon. So for Marla and Drago, they're just hoping that those extra 20 minutes that will add on at the pit stop will be enough for an advantage of them at this stage. In comes Johan Harf then from the lead. In comes Daniel Civi-Chabo then for the lead, which means that this battle going on now in your LMP2 division is now going to be for the race lead.
Yeah, good battle, and a battle between two guys that drive fast and are not afraid to take chances. In my point of view, I think if Godinho finds a chance to try to overtake, he's going to try to take. In my point of view, and Miller, I've seen from him driving on iRacing and other championships. He's also a driver that if he finds an opening, working within the bounds of his strategy, he's going to be able to try to defend or even try to attempt an overtake.
Yeah, it's very much a case of where can you find an opening that gets there, and Miru's actually shown nothing, in my view, to Maxence Godinho that says, I've got a chance of getting through, and it's massively frustrating for a sim racing driver. And, you know, you talk about, I would say, the mental game of sim racing. How do you calm yourself down knowing that you've stared at the back for lap after lap after lap, knowing that you're just wishing, Lorenzo, that you could just snap your fingers and that car is not going to have any way of dealing with your pass?
I think at this point, I think Dennis is only trying to do it. I think he's just chill right now. He's not frustrated. Had he tried a lot of time, of course, frustration would be right there because you would be saying, "Oh, that car is much slower than me. Why doesn't he lift? It's a race." But you have to understand they are all working for position and everything. But for now, he's just taking it easy, relaxed, not putting pressure. You know, just trying to utilize the fuel that he has left on the car to try to, you know, maybe gain advantage over the competition whenever they do the final pit stop.
Just seen the pit lane phantoms go around for a spin at turn 1 in front of the battle for second and third overall at the moment between Porsche Coanda and the Bumway M team Burasud Plus competition team, the number 89s that are out there. Godinho has been staring for a few laps trying to get this done, but I just don't think he's going to have enough to make it happen at this moment in time. That might help, though, the bit of traffic that they're dealing with. That is Zain Khan for Altitude Frame Esports. We see a lot of them out there in the WSR series that is run on RaceSpot TV. So for them, that's a case of suddenly door opens. Maxence is going to get a run. They've got Enzo Benito just in front, and it might be, I desperately need to lunge down to the inside. And Miru tries to open the door up, can't quite get there. This is going to compromise the exit, runs a little wide through turn 2. Now, if you can go narrow here through 3, there's a chance for Godinho, but he just can't quite get there. Now needs a big run out of 4 and onto Holman Boulevard. At this point, Enzo's holding his line quite nicely, but again, not electing to take full slipstream, and that is why Maxence, I don't think, is going to get the lunge down the inside here. Gets into the mirrors, but can't quite get the move.
Yeah, but he looked at it, though. He gave a quick look, tried to apply a little bit of pressure on Milleru, and Milleru didn't budge. But I honestly held my breath for a moment on that turn 1 move. Looked at Milleru had on Bonito, because if we're thinking about it, Bonito is the net race leader whenever these Drago and Malakart pit in about 20, 30 laps at times. So it's kind of like playing with fire a little bit, and they're also trying to battle for the race win, 25, even though 25 seconds behind that Mala car that is sitting on top of the GTD class.
I think Redline might need the Mala and the Drago car to start fighting against each other to have a better chance. 25 seconds can be made in the pit stops. It's gonna be tough, though, as there's another little foray over to the inside. Once more, it doesn't quite pay off for Maxence, because Chris Lullen, the overall leader, makes his way by these two. And now you're just thinking, okay, what next now at 2.5 hours left in this race? Where am I going to get this? And Maxence has been staring and has effectively been in limbo for the last 20 minutes trying to figure out a way to deal with Corentin Miru, and it's just not showing itself. Miru hits every mark perfect, lap after lap after lap.
Even though he still had a little bit of impediment from Zain Khan on the altitude car, I think on the previous lap, he's still making really good ground on that Dallara P217 LMP2 car. You're going to see Godinho commit on the inside. He might lose a little bit of time with that car around the outside though, but he's going to get around on the inside just cleanly after that. My point of view and what I think is maybe, and I think that's just a big fact, maybe Miller was running less swing or a little bit less swing than Godinho car is for him to actually break away and not allow the Apex car to get close to an overtaking opportunity at the straights.
Well, on the straights, there is a 3 km/h difference. That's nothing.
That's nothing. That's barely significant. You would have to be at least 10 kilometers.
And that, I think, is where Maxon Scudinho is finding troubles. I think that's a car that's maybe more settled out as there's a change for second. Phil Denez, through the traffic, has got the move done on Elvis Rankin right back there. Look how busy it is back there. And now look at it across the beams over towards that next section. Denez a lot better on the brakes. The Porsche, the 969, can certainly roll into the corner a little bit easier there, but the punchiness of the turning of that BMW is certainly proving its worth. Done through the traffic, Phil Denez picking up a run that certainly finally gets them that second place.
Yeah, I really want to look on the replay how that move was actually kind of done before we found themselves battling around the backstretch, because from the backstretch you look a really pretty maneuver defensively from Denez around the inside off the corner. Here we go, we're gonna see the movement, Jake, from turn 1, all the setup being done.
WSR car leaves the pits just in front of the Porsche there of Elvis Rankin. He's now got to figure a way to the outside. Oh, that's so cheeky. That is so cheeky. You leave a slither of a gap open, and Phil Denez, he was straight down the inside. It's like watching a cat that bolted through the door looking for food.
You know what that kind of reminded? What the save that Denez did prior, a few laps prior, right, Jake? If you think about it, because he had the similar cheeky look around the inside, but he caught a puddle of water, and the car just lost a complete grip. And in this sense, he actually just slipped a little bit of the curb, but that wasn't puddle of water enough for actually to offset the car at that moment and make the overtake. That was beautifully executed.
It's a little bit drier out, and so there's a little bit more confidence to go and make that pass. And Phil Denez now puts the Bumway M-Team Burasud Plus competition team now into second position overall. In comes Maxon Scudinho to make the pit stop, so decided after trying and trying and trying, Lorenzo, to make that pass, I'm going to have to make my stop.
Yeah. It's still good that Rankin is not giving up, though. That's what I would like to see as well. But another thing that is important, I know Jaden Munion's car is still yet to pit. That Williams car that's sitting right behind, but that is a car that is trying to chase them for position as well. So we have a 2, 3, 4 battle of sorts going on around the racetrack as the 99 is pitting.
Yeah, it's very much a case of do not count them out. They've still got a slither of hope, but Jaden Munoz now is going to have to try and put the times in. Took 4 tenths out of Elvis Rankin, a 10th out of Phil Denez on the last lap. So Williams still have hopes of a podium here. They've just got to try and find a way to execute it at this moment in time. 2 hours, 28 minutes and 5 seconds remaining as number 99 exits the pits. Maxon Scudinho then is the driver behind the wheel, and Maradnes, of course, are going to be long gone into the distance by comparison, but they'll be looking around at everybody here and thinking, well, can we go and secure the result that we need? That's the key. So battles on your screen right now, second, third and fourth in your GTP category. Denez versus Rankin versus Munoz, Williams, Coanda and Burasud all together, and this is what great sim racing's all about. The best teams are going at it, and they're split by not by much after 3.5 hours of running.
Yeah, And if you think about it, 16 seconds is still a workable gap for you to try to, take away for the next 2 hours. If we're being completely honest, it's not a unreachable gap. You can do it. Surely you might have to overcommit the car a little bit, maybe overstress your driving a little bit more than usual. Count with a little bit of luck here and there, but still, it is an open battle between this top four, even though they still have a lot of offset strategies in between the teams. Like Redline being a little bit heavier on the fuel right now, as we see Williams coming in, and you have these two cars which are sitting basically with a 2-lap offset within the same strategy of sorts.
In comes Delatrar then from the race lead of LMP2. They're going to make their pit stop here with 2:26 on the clock left. So they'll be looking at those numbers and thinking, am I going to be in the range of what's needed, trying to extend it as long as they can. And so in behind will also be Fiercely Forward Pink. So Nicholas Laubish will jump in. This will give Dion Fiallo the chance to move back in the 17 Maradnas team to control. Nathan Olsen had the initial run with the car, so we expect Nathan will probably get back in with a couple hours left to go and try and make that push. And so now it's about what can you do. Darius Andre into the car for Delatrar. Fiercely Forward Pink for Elliot Noren in the machinery right now, and we'll look to try and make that work. But our focus now goes to GTD, where Coanda find themselves in an interesting position. Out of the pits came Johan Hart, and into 4th place in category. Wolfsson in 5th, and they've got a little battle going on around them as there goes the Falcon Sim Racing car then of GTP going by, and as well in the middle of that, Nathan Parrish, WSI Esports White, trying to get through one of the LMP2s. Oh, a tag to the back of Johan Hart, and just able to get out of the throttle quick enough.
Especially with the car of Johan Hart being still on the beginning of his stint, that was really lucky as Wolfson goes around. That could have gone wrong so badly, and I think that was just a miscalculation of speed between the teams.
It's a really weird one there to see Johan Hart so off the pace there for a moment, maybe worried about the Corvette and any damage that would have been done by that hit.
Where is it?
Well, it's dropping, and that is now behind the likes of Altitude, and that's Drago there through. So that gives you an indication of Johan Hart and where he is at the moment, just a second back of it. But I would say for that, Ricardo Rico doesn't often get freebies. That's about as free as you can get as a pass here in the Indy 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if Johan had a little bit of a connection drop, and because he wanted to be safe, he just let the other cars go around on the inside. And that's my only conclusion at this moment. But yeah, a little bit odd to see Johan just slightly slower. I think that's the altitude car just gave away. You can correct me on that, but I think that's it. Yeah, looking forward to see what the Frenchman is going to do now that his back is against the wall. Tried to get those places back that he actually lost.
Yeah, he won't be too pleased that he's lost the place, but he'll try and gather it back in that Corvette, no doubt about it. And for Drago Racing, it's a case of, well, we take those. We very much like running the Ferrari with the lick up of black paint along the red that is there. The Drago colours, first based out of Poland, that team, and has done a wonderful job of curating some excellence. But they're not a million miles away from Victor Wolfsson, and I think that's also important to keep in mind. The 08 Coanda Esports Porsche is what they'll be trying to hunt down over this, because they know that if they find themselves in position and Marla have a long stop at the end and Drago number 4 have a long stop at the end, you know, we'll be sitting down and saying that's for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, it's that battle of strategies that we've been talking about, right? Because like we were saying before, the rain did so much in this race at the very beginning that that we don't know, we don't have full certainty of how this one will play out. Will Chadwick and Arjuna talked about this. We've talked about this. Certainly Arjuna and Denfield are going to be talking about this in about 22 minutes time. until the very end of the race, but looking forward to see how this one will play out as we look to the Mala Racing team. By the way, real quick question as we are on the these GT3s. Are you ready to see the Audi wave goodbye after this season, since the Aston is coming in and replace them on the officials?
No, I'm not. This is the car thing, and you know, when I look around and see, oh, one car's going to go out and one car's going to go in, it always, you know, I look at GTD or GT3 as a spec, and it's one of the most open specs of racing you can possibly have. There are so many different types of GT car that have gone through the years and have called themselves GT3 that you look around and say, oh, this is what's current and what's going around. I would love to see at some point a GT3 style retro that goes through, because you got the likes of the old Dodge that was there. There's a few old cars out there, like Evo 1s that have been in iRacing that you could go, you know, you can go back to that. We've still got the likes of the HPD, very much like what we saw at Portimao. Yeah, exactly. You can have so much of an amazing category to have, not necessarily IMSA Vintage, because we've already got a form of IMSA Vintage, but maybe like circa Noughties Vintage you could have amazing racing. And the early 2010s, just have generational era endurance racing.
Yeah, I would very like to see, you know, these GT Vintage, because that is actually a proper category of racing of sorts, if you think about it, right, Jake? Here in real life, right? We see the old Bentleys, the old Astons, the Emile Frey Jaguars, like back in the old days, still racing around racetracks around the globe when they have the opportunities to do so.
I mean, you see it with series like Bosch GP, for example, that the old Formula One cars get the chance to go back out there and race again. So there are amazing categories of vintage racing, and I think what goes on, the longer that, you know, racing goes on, the more likely you are to see quote-unquote vintage style racing and older cars that are out there and proving what they're worth. So I think it is something that is only going to grow more and more as the years go by. But Marcus Deck has eyes placed forward, because Martial Hubert here, this is for second in your LMP2 category, and for Martial and Marcus, it's a case of, well, now we're in a little bit of a dogfight here. It's going to be a case of about 0.4 of a second, but that gap was up at about 23 seconds earlier on in the race for Dion Fiallo and Maradnas. That gap's now down to 12.
Yeah, it's slowly looming closer, and it's good to see that gap still coming out and it's still retaining an open battle in LMP2. Even though Dion, let's be honest, a really good driver. You said, I think back from Radical days, but he also had a really good presence between, Vendaval, and also he had a really good presence back in the Movano days. I think the Movano Glory days that we used to cover, like in SEO, right, Jake, back in like 2018, 2019-ish. So it's good to see that all the old Canadians still running strong in these prototype cars as well.
Oh, it's lovely to see, and certainly proving there's a lot of emphasis there. As we look back to Elvis Rankin, hasn't given this one up here, trying to work a way back to go and get through. There's a tap on the brakes behind them as Luca Kita hits the back of Federico Godoy, and Godoy, I believe, then sees Jake Denahan of Grid and Go move on through. On the back of all of it is Jaden Munoz trying to stay with this, but Elvis Rankin, bit between the teeth, trying to go through. And Elvis Rankin, by the way, who was, once upon a time, Skip Barber champion of 2022, I believe it was, proving that he has got real-world experience to go along with the sim experience he has.
Yeah, both real-life drivers of sorts. It's kind of cool to see, you know, sometimes when real life gets mixed into virtual as well. It's not going to be the first time. It's not going to be the last. We saw like Lauren Heinrich back in the old days. Ayenchen Guven dabbling around Canapino, Norby Kish. So it's good that we still see these you know, adventures from real drivers into the virtual world as well. You might not be as enriched in terms of racing experience, still have experience in real life.
Oh, gonna need the clearance there, Elvis, to get it done. Marcus Deck's not gonna let that go. And there is the gap needed then for Phil Denez to try and build a margin. He takes a tap in front. Now it gets busy, blocked off, because Deck's trying to work away past traffic of Samuel Ward for PGZ, and then sleeping away either side. Trying to get the lap back here is going to be the likes of Jake Dennehan in 7th, lifts off of it, decides against it, but you know, traffic does not discriminate between what class you are. If it's busy, it's busy.
It's busy, and good avoidance action from Elvis. I thought there would be a death, somewhat of a car contact in between the cars right there. I honestly thought there would be something real bad going on around turn 4.
It could have been absolutely catastrophic there with the way it all played out, but the car control needed, those tiny taps, could have been a lot worse if there wasn't enough reactionary steering involved. And now the clearance is through for Elvis against Marshall Hubert, and so now gaps have formed. It's meant that Marcus Deck now falls a couple seconds off the back, and life becomes still an ever-flowing constant in terms of the races for all of those drivers to continue out. That now puts them nearly 18 seconds, nearly 20 seconds off of the race leader now, which is Chris Lullum. So Sparkle is seemingly looking to shine at the moment at the front of this field. But again, having to work hard is Elvis Rankin, and what will not be helpful is Jake Dennehan effectively putting unneeded pressure, because all that pressure is doing is allowing Jaden Munoz to the party, and now that brings up a cause of concern. Remember, Munoz is a lap down now after making the pit stop, and Jaden here wants to get through on Jake Dennehan, so that's why there's the emphasis of Dennehan trying to get through on Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, because, you know, looks like to be Dennehan might be faster. Of course, he's a lap down, trying to unlap himself. But, you know, is that problem of how do you unlap yourself around the racetrack, isn't it? It can get very problematic, and sometimes it is just like when you overlap someone from the same class, you might actually overcommit a little bit. It's the same thing if you're faster and you're lap down and you try to get your lap back. Of course, you really don't want to get into the battle, but you feel if you're faster, sometimes you might have to play the villain, and you might find yourself into really bad spots. And you can see the patience from Dennehan right there. I think that's the car behind might be the Williams car. I think the Fanatec as well, that is trying to get through.
Yeah, so that will be 4 position, and that's the emphasis to go out and be aggressive. As this goes, the GTD lead is down to 2.5 seconds now for Marla against Drago, looking for a pick on the inside. It's not going to quite open up here for Jaden Munoz, but, you know, there's no emphasis on Elvis Rankin moving out of the way, and that's a little bit of a hold-up from Jake Dennehan, and suddenly that leaves the door open through 11 into 12. So Dennehan lets that one go, says, Jaden, you're maybe a little bit quicker than me. Maybe you can uncork this very, very hectic bottle that is there in front. They've got WSI Esports, Unity Volpe is there, and of course, Enzo Benito, Team Redline 72.
Sometimes you would wish you'd have a horn or something like that to try to honk around the racetrack so you could get by, right, Jake?
Yeah, you wish you had the horn just to say, come on, move out of my way, but then it would be a cacophony out there, and of course, it's the weight you would add on top of it that would certainly be a detraction away from it. But Jake Dennehan sees Jaden Munoz through, but it's now Munoz's responsibility to try and chase down and get by Elvis Rankin.
Yeah, but you can see that good job from Munoz, breaking away a little bit in just a few sequence of corners, but Dennehan trying to keep up, of course. And but the thing is, it's a battle that we have on track, but it's not a battle that we have in terms of stints, right? Stint fields and everything, because even though we're seeing Munoz a lap down, it's because Munoz they still have that alternate strategy. So whenever the other guys pit into the pit lane, he might be 4th place, even though the offset might be really big in between them. So it's an interesting topic to move on, as I think we see one car coming into the pit lane. Yes.
Yeah, that's Phil Denez. So Bunway M Team Redline, Bunway M Team Burasud Plus competition down into the pit. So Denez will now trundle along and say, what more can we do? And making that call and being the first of the leaders then to make that stop with 2 hours and 12 minutes to go, you'd be looking around and trying to hit about the marks that you need. So they should be all right now with 3 stops, I would say, between now and the end of this race.
Yeah, we're slowly approaching, what, the third to last pit stop, maybe second to last pit stop for some of the other teams, depending if they go past the 2-hour mark.
Oh, needing that jump through. Elvis Rankin in a tough position. Jaden Munoz unlaps himself and now gets the clearance factor needed. And this is where Jake Dennehan has to try and get by as well. Gets good drive off the exit. And remember, that's a car a full lap ahead of them.
Yeah, you can even see Rankin's not satisfied by it. The blinking of the headlights clearly shows that.
In a position like that, though, when you're a lap down and the car you know in front's not going to move, at some point, though, you have to be aggressive, Lorenzo.
Yeah, like I said before, sometimes you have to play the villain. There's simply nothing you can do about it, because this race, you don't have yellow flags, you don't have virtual safety cars, you don't have safety cars, you don't have that kind of stuff like you probably would have around the real-life IMSA, right? And normally you could get your lap back and stuff. So you have to commit. The time is your worst enemy, and track placement is also your worst enemy as sorts as well. So anything that you can do to get your lap back, sometimes you might have to just play bully, and people might not like it, but that's just how the way it is in these special events.
I want to go forward a couple cars here to the 4 and the 10, because that gap is now down to 1.4 seconds at the front of your GTD field. Nicholas Rubelar over the last stint took 5 seconds out of the Marla Racing team, and they are just about to take the remaining 4 out of play as well. So I think Drago are driving themselves into a wonderful position in this race. They've been slowly hunting down the gap, and Felix Kirnbach is going to wish that Oscar Irene can take him home.
Yeah, he's going to be praying to the Finn gods. I think that might be the Nordic gods. I really don't know. But that Arena can actually take towards the end. I know a lot of people would be happy for Arena and also Kirnbach if they actually get towards the end. I know Florian Hasper, the BS competition boss, would be definitely on heavens and something else if they actually get towards the front. But it's going to be real hard, because the way Rubelar is driving, it's just been fast and on rails. And also Benito, this gap was 25 seconds at one point, now it's 22. It's slowly coming down as well, but still it's a workable gap, but it's going to be very hard for him to actually get close, anywhere close to what Rubelar is at the moment.
I don't think Enzo's going to make it up on pure pace on track. Let's put it like that. It's going to need strategy to open up for the 72 of Team Redline to be right place, right time. And speaking of, I think Porsche Coanda aren't quite done with this here with gridandgo.com 001. Very happy to follow the coattails. Jaden Munoz has wandered away is the best way to describe it. And the pit stop time, they're doing 1:17s in terms of lap. I say a pit stop around here is about 1:10.
Lap time? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, might be. Yeah. You're right.
Well, that's on the metric that Phil Denez is only a couple cars down the road of these trio at the moment. So I'd say about 1:10 as Dion Fiallo for Maradnas comes in. 2 hours and 8 minutes to go. I think a good a time as any to get a rundown of where everything stands. Chris Lullerman Team Redline 20 in total command of the category in your GTP field. They're 23 to the good over Porsche Coanda, which has just started to hit its pit window. Scuderia Ferrari Ferrari, third and fourth with Michele Costantini and Early Steinbroughton behind the wheels of the relative cars. And then it's the Bunway M Team Burasud Plus Competition team, Phil Denez in fifth place with Williams Sim Racing Fanatec then in sixth position. Gridandgo.com are seventh as we got the number 17 down there in the pits. Falcon Sim Racing team in eighth. Gridandgo.com 002 ninth. And the top 10 round out by the number 3 of Drago Racing, which was caught up in the opening hour of the race with one of the Williams cars then and causing a few issues. With Maradness in the pits, it is now the Apex Racing team who have control of the field with Gridandgo.com Esports in second and Voracious currently in third. You then got the Apex Racing team 99 in fourth, Dulatraz by Majors Garage in fifth, and Fiercely Forward Pink then into sixth position. The Gold team seventh. WSR Esports will be in ninth place because Maradness have come out then in eighth place after the stop, with WSR Esports 23, Solpec Precision and WSR Esports White making the category. Marla in control of the GTDs, but not by much. 1.4 seconds is the gap there over Drago Racing, with Team Redline 72 looking at pit stops to try and build them back into place. Coanda just behind them with Victor Wolfson, and then Drago Racing, who are not that far off of them right now. Just a second for Ricardo Rico, and then Johan Harf on the back of that. That's really closed up over the last 25 minutes. The second of the Apex team cars, the 198 of Luca Kita, is just behind that with Vitortus Esports with Isaac Price behind the wheel. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Drago Racing 96 making up your top 10 in that category. A huge category of racing out there at the moment, but for the moment it's about 4th, 5th and 6th here, because you've got the big rampaging Mustang there of the Coanda car in front there, the Coanda Esports 08, but then you've got Ricardo Rico and Johan Hart happy to hold themselves in their position right now, but in the next few minutes or maybe the next half an hour, I think we're going to be sitting in for this could be where all the important moves are made, as in comes Elvis Rankin from GTP.
Yeah, he just, I think, got into his stall on the 091, so looking forward to see if they're gonna switch drivers right there, but there's a good chance they're gonna still remain on the car. But good battle between these three cars over the big boy in the Mustang and the two small boys in the Corvette and the Ferrari. Good to see a Corvette, you know, on top split and also performing really good. I've been longing for that. I like the car, even though it is not as imposing as the C6 car was, and the C7 as well. So, but nevertheless, still a great car for us to be talking about. But and Wilson somewhat retaining a good defensive posture on the Drago and also the Apex car at the time being, not allowing them through despite the offset in laps within the stint.
The Mustang trying to prove that there's a lot of pace. Out and away then it goes the Porsche Coanda car of Elvis Rankin, and it's going to come out just in front of Michele Costantini and a fair ways behind the likes of Jaden Munoz, for example, and Phil Denez. So they've really lost time again down at the pit stop. So Ricardo Rico will be looking around in 5th position and still feel very happy, but Coanda and GTP land are not in the best position possible at this moment. Their alternate fortune with the 08 though, I think Wolfson's driven a very nice race out there, has a little wiggle through the middle of the corner. They can go to Julian Sunern again, but with the way that their fair share's going to go, they are going to have to put Tristan Iglesias in as their anchor to end the race out. You want an ace and an anchor in every single sim racing team at endurance level.
And I think they have a really good anchor in Iglesias. As the move is done on the inside, back to you, Jake.
Yeah, straight down the inside. Ricardo Rico using everything he can. It's not confirmed yet, so it'll have to be around the outside. Tries the move. There is a car in the middle then of Fiercely Forward. Pink trying to find a way through. Muscles Victor Wolfson out of the way, and that could be Johan Hart's opportunity.
Yeah, let's see if the Corvette engine has some grunt around the V8 engine that is placed within that Mustang. It looks on the inside.
Tried it, had a little look, and just couldn't quite get alongside. Ambitious from Johan Hart, but it does put a little bit of fright in the mind of the 08 that move can be done out of that corner from almost any distance back.
Yeah, got Wolfson thinking for a bit. Should I stick more to the inside, close more the gap, and not allow Hart to go through? Good battle. I think they saw that the tires of Wolfson's car, of Wolfson's Mustang, is starting to fry up a little bit more in comparison to the Ferrari and the Corvette, and that's why I think they're going to be taking the chances. Now, I wonder to see if Hart is going to do the same thing as Ricardo Rico on the previous lap and to do a big dive as the fiercely forward car. I think that's the goal one. Is going to dive on the inside.
Keanu Luto down to the inside. Freebie! Easy as that. Johan Hart follows his way through, and Victor Wolfson outbroke himself.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but that's just traffic, man. You know, the old saying, traffic gives and traffic takes. Sometimes you might give your position, sometimes not, and you're going to be seeing Wolfson just overcommitted maybe on the brake to try to get allowed the LMP2 car to go by. And in that sense, not only he did allow the LMP2 car to go by, but also the Apex Corvette as well.
Yeah, the number 3 at Drago has just hit the pit, so they're currently making their stop as we find ourselves almost at 2 hours to go. Lorenzo, we're not a million miles away from handing over. What's been the highlights over the last 2 hours for you here of this iRacing Indy 6 hour?
I think this chase between Drago and Mala for the lead of GTD has been really good to watch between Nicolas Rubilar and Kernbach and Rena. So I think this has been the highlight for me, and also the offset of strategies and what the ring did at the beginning of the race for everybody. Looking forward for the next 2 hours of racing left.
Yep, so the team of Nicolas Rubilar and Hugh Barter has been huge in terms of bringing them back into position. They're looking at trying to get by Felix Kirnbach, who has not been able to hold the same pace as Oscar Irene, and I think they need him back in the car as soon as possible at their next round of pit stops to bring them home. They know that Team Redline in the 72 is looking for options. The 71 car will look to be a two-headed threat, but ultimately out of the race after contact with the 23 WSR esports machine right up underneath the spoiler, then running through here towards this next section, and opportunities on moves might just be happening when they head themselves down to turn 1, starting off with Daniel Field here, who will be with us for the first time, and back in the driver's seat, Arjuna Kakipati.
And right into a fight as well. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Lorenzo. 2 hours left to pay as we battle on the bricks. Not going to pull out a line as he shuffles his way, maybe just to show himself in the mirror. But this is the fight that has seen the boldness pay off. And two teams that battled at Bathurst as well in very similar conditions. Daniel Field, first time in an iRacing special event, and what a fun fight it looks like we're in for.
Absolutely, I've been gripped to this fight in the GTD class since the very beginning. These two teams started out on the slick tyre, of course, in the wet weather conditions, and it has paid dividends. And still, with 2 hours left to go, they are scrapping it out 1 and 2 in the GTD class, and you can just see, Arjuna, it is closer than ever.
And with pit stops imminent, we're about to find out if those driver changes that Jake was referring to will play out. I do see both drivers in the session. That doesn't mean they're ready to go. Just means that they are ready to jump in case, as the traffic slides its way up the inside. Crazy start to the race. If you didn't catch it, we had some rain that very much mixed things up, and that's why these teams staying out on the slick tires was such a bold strategy. It didn't pay so well for a couple of machines that are now unfortunately classed as DNFs. In the GTD class, there were no such bold takers in the prototype field, albeit there was some thought drivers had to potentially be talked out of it. Front of shot also coming through is a now decisive race leader, Chris Lullen, with a 30-second advantage. We chatted with him about 2 hours ago, and he was saying that they had to slightly rejig their strategy as it played out with driver time, Dan, because Chris had not done much practice for the rain, and the track drying out a little bit more slowly than they thought meant Diogo stayed in for a bit longer, and now Chris is going to take that car all the way to the very end.
Yeah, it really did struggle to dry up here. We saw plenty of incidents a good few hours into the race where drivers really would struggle. Here's the battle once again in GTD. Rubilar looking to the inside, no giving just there, but it has worked out very nicely for Team Redline at the very top of the GTP class. They've been fantastic so far today. They're third at the minute in GTD with Enzo Benito in that number 72. Unfortunately, we did lose the 71 car, maybe about half an hour or so. Very unfortunate to see Team Redline lose a competitor in the GTD. And there is the pit stop coming out from the number 10 car.
And so Mahler Racing Team will blink first, and maybe that's to also get their driver back into pit lane, rather into the car, down on pit lane. It's a track where you can do an hour relatively simply. It's not a fuel-saving measure for these machines, and so blinking early is Hugh Barter standing by as well to respond. So, after pretty decent stint, all things considered, I know that the pace hasn't been there, but he's kept things clean and out of trouble. Driven in from the lead, and that's all you can really do. Will we see the telltale mark of the driver change, the car disappearing on us? Yes, we will. And so back into the car gets Oskari Rene, weathered the storm at the start of the race, and now has got to take the fight back to Drago Racing.
Wonder how he's going to cope in the change of conditions from the last time he was in the car, but Oskari Rene certainly was one of the most impressive drivers, if not just in the GTD, but in the entire field in general. And I would really like to see Hugh Barter back in the car, although Rubilar has put in a shift in that number 4 Drago Racing. We're just seeing that car getting service. We're seeing the number 4 car on the top of your screen. Should maybe expect them to come into the pit lane. The number 10 car had 1 lap older tyres, so you would imagine that a lap number 40, not quite for the Mercedes team, the lone Mercedes in the GTD field. Very nice to see them at the front of the order, and they're going to stay out for another run here.
Where does the Mahler machine blend back out onto track? Right alongside of a P2 car, but that's all right. Now some clean air behind. Remember, you do have a bit of a tyre warming phase, not so bad in GTD, but very much a point to consider with a slight undercut in GTP, maybe allowing you to attack a driver vulnerable on fresh tyres. So 11 seconds behind the next car in line, and in total 62 seconds the gap back to the car that's now come down onto pit lane as Rubilar bounces his way over the curbs once again. In LMP2, by the way, if you're just joining us, the race leader is technically the Maradness number 17, who came into pit lane 8 laps ago. The next time it should be down onto pit lane will be well after the cars in front, but slightly different strategy for it as you see it work down through traffic on the bottom of your screen. And they were the team that played it aggressively. First car to come down onto pit lane to put on slick tires of those that started on the wets, and it really worked out for them. Here comes former race leader, the 98, Marcel Hubert, behind the wheel, brings the Apex Racing Team car in.
Yes, I really am enjoying the split strategy in the LMP2 class. There's about going to be 9 laps, I think, this time by. The difference between Apex Racing Team's Marshall Hubert and the Maradness' driver of Nathan Olsen. We'll see where they blend out in regards to each other. But Maradness and the 314 as well, Voracious, they've been sort of the eye-catching teams in the LMP2 class thus far. I don't believe I saw that number 98 blink out of existence, so I think Marshall Hubert will still be in that car, unless I was just looking away at the exact wrong moment. But nevertheless, still an hour 53 to go. Plenty of pit stops left to be had in this one, and I'm very interested to see how this number 98, who is pulling off of pit road now out of his pit box, where that car pulls out in regard to the number 17. I believe 17 is just crossing the start-finish line now, and so we'll see what the gap is once the number 98 comes back out.
Nathan Olsen is back behind the wheel of that car, taken over from Dion Fiallo, and now back into net race lead. Should stabilize probably around 14 seconds. That traffic's not going to necessarily help much, and you ride at the top of your screen right into the thick of all of that traffic. Yes, we are only down to I guess, 41 or 42 cars of the 58 that started, but around the 2.54 miles of this Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's still relentless. When you aren't in the clean air, you are in the traffic. In pit lane, Chris Lullum in the team red line number 20, going to be a top off of fuel and fresh Michelin tires for him before he heads his way back out onto track. Now, this is where we've got to start looking strategically at things, because the number 50, the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team with Michele Costantini behind the wheel, there is a possibility that these teams can cut a pit stop out. Now, Redline are right on the bubble. It seems like the 50's committed a bit more to it, Dan, and so every lap they can go longer here will be a benefit.
Lap number 42 currently on this stint for the number 50 car. Michele Costantini putting in an absolute shift for the Scuderia Ferrari team. I feel like both Ferrari cars weren't really anywhere at the beginning of this race. Certainly when you were in the box earlier, it was the Williams teams and the number 3 Drago car, I believe. They were right at the front of the order, but there's been quite the shake-up in the GTP class. Chris Lullum coming back out onto the circuit. The 51 Ferrari is also in for a stop. That will be Ole Steinblatten. But yeah, absolutely, Costantini, we will love to see the difference in strategy once again. There's so many avenues that you can take in these longer endurance races. It's only a matter of time before we see them into the pit lane, and I believe they're taking their stop now.
And so that's only 42 laps, but maybe the strategy here is just to not extend as far as they need to, focus a bit more on that pace as well. By comparison, the 51, the sister car, did a 44-lap stint. One other point on strategy when it comes to those GTPs is you see a couple of GTD machines in front of that Ferrari 499P. Phil Denez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition 89. They slightly short-filled, as did a whole handful of cars on the last pit stop. However, full tanks for Redline, for Williams Sim Racing, Fanatec, who are a little off kilter with everyone else, for Porsche Coanda, and again for the 51. So maybe some teams have realized they don't need to top off every time down pit lane, and it's going to kind of cycle out with slightly shorter pit stops. Might get them some track position. I don't think we're going to see anyone gamble to take the double stint on tires. And that's one thing that, Dan, I don't know your opinion on this, but you and O'Leary and myself both firmly agree that changing tires and fuel at the same time in endurance racing should not be allowed.
It's a very interesting take. I'm not really sure my opinion of that. I'm very into the endurance racing scene. I'm loving every minute of it, but I guess it is interesting to see how teams would handle when you take tyres and when you go in just for a top off. So I absolutely think it could bring some excitement to all forms of endurance racing. So yeah, I'll have to look into a little bit more, do my research, and maybe formulate my own opinion. But Costantini is back out on circuit, currently running in P5. So we'll see how the rest of this race forms out for that Ferrari team, because they have looked relatively strong in the last couple hours or so.
See how long it takes them to heat up the tires and how much ground they'll lose to Elvis Rankin, who's now 25 seconds off of your race leader. Really, the gap that I think the Porsche Coanda team is looking at is now to Phil Denez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Nice to have a mix of manufacturers, yes. Ferrari, BMW, and Porsche all in the top 4 is around the outside. There goes the look for the lead as they work towards turn 12. And the Mercedes with with Nicolas Rubeloff still behind the wheel is now going to try and wind things up once again. Got very close. It seems as though down this pit straightaway, the BMW got the legs out of the final corner to hold on.
That was scary. Slight bit of contact between the two cars, but they've kept it clean. They've kept it on the road, and we're going to keep an eye on this GTD scrap. Interestingly, the Michelin Racing team, they've decided to swap their drivers. Ascari Rinner is back in, but no Hugh Barter into the car. It is still Nicholas Rublar. Will we see Hugh Barter for the remainder of this race? Most likely, I would imagine. So I was quite pleasantly surprised actually seeing Hugh Barter on the grid today. I had no idea that he was into his iRacing. Former Formula 3 driver and Spanish F4 and French F4 as well. So a very tenured real racing driver. It seems like that translates very nicely onto iRacing. And yeah, I'd love to see Hugh Barter back in the car.
He's been around his fair share of sim racing teams. Qualified on pole at the aforementioned Bathurst 12 Hours earlier this year. But then when he thought that he was choosing the wrong tires by being on the slicks, tried to reset to the pit lane and switch over to the wet tires. He missed the start, had to start from pit lane, fight his way back up to the front. However, it was the Mahler Racing team who did elect to start on slick tires that were able to win what was their first special event. Quite a special occasion for Rainer Talbart to cross the line. I think it was Phil Denez, the other driver. So two different drivers representing the Mahler Racing team. Still, of course, powered by BS Plus competition. Isaac Price is in this Vitaltis Esports number 22. Driver that's been also across his fair share of esports racing teams. But good to see him in the world of iRacing once again. And in the Audi, hunting down in front of him, Alessandro Bico. These drivers are about 34 seconds off the race leader, but only a second and a half off of the Corvette of Luca Kita. About a couple of car lengths down the road. You can see them, and this is a nice little fight that continues to build, all as pit stops continue for these drivers at the front of the field. The 69 Drago car comes in as traffic slices its way through.
Absolutely, this is looking like a really nice three-car scrap for position that could be shaping up very, very soon. We've just seen the number 69 car come into the pit lane. That should bump everyone up the order. We're still waiting for Team Redline, number 72, and the 199 Apex Racing team. That's Enzo Benito in the red line and Johan Harth in the Apex. We're still waiting for them to pull into pit lane, as we are for many other drivers in the GTD class. But a very nice fight shaping up. Here is the battle for 12th position at the minute. Lucas Bale is following in behind Tristan Iglesias, the number 08 Coanda Ford Mustang, right in the wheel tracks of that car. I do love the Ford Mustang. I'm very excited to see it coming to GT4 in the update in about a week's time. The first North American brand in the GT4 class, and certainly for that, they've got the turnout for this race. They have joint Audi with the most entrants in the GTD class, 9 apiece, although 5 DNFs for the Ford Mustang so far today. It's been a pretty brutal day for that car, but it's good to see two of them still scrapping it out.
And it's the fight for now 10th position with one more car down pit lane. It's Daniel Antunes in the Veloce Thrustmaster number 25. Through the opening corner, closing up slightly. That Coanda car running slightly higher up earlier on, but mixing in some drivers that have represented the Coanda junior teams and making their step up into the main roster for the very first time. Always great to see the way that these big teams have their development programs to find the drivers young, much like they do in real-world motorsport, and nurture them to their highest potential. Not close enough to use the traffic as an opportunity here, but all as waiting for that number 24 to come down to pit lane in the next couple of laps. Same with Team PGZ behind them. For Coanda, they are 4 laps out of pit lane and looking towards the drivers in front. Back up into the fight for what could be a podium spot, albeit with very different strategies. We'll see Jaden Munoz into pit lane in the next 10 laps or so. Add 10 more, maybe, before BMW M Team BS Plus competition are due. They did slightly short fill, as we called out. But is that going to result in them needing to come down that much earlier? Don't think that Munoz got the drive off the final corner to have a look on the back of Phil Denez, who's been out in Italy and across of Europe, actually, racing GT3 cars for much of 2025, which I think, Dan's always great. Gives you a little bit of experience about what the other class is doing when you're trying to pass them in the faster prototypes.
Absolutely. I mean, the skills are so translatable over from iRacing into real life racing. It is the most applicable sim, I think, in the world. It is fantastic, and when you really can get an opportunity to drive real-life GT3 cars, first and foremost, why wouldn't you? Even if you were used to the GTPs in the game, I mean, just the opportunity to race in real life would be fantastic. But to gain an understanding of what they do and how they operate through the corners, down the straights, and it can really formulate an understanding for these drivers on how to overtake them, especially when, you know, they're following in behind maybe 4 or 5 different GTD cars. There's a couple LMP2 sprinkled in there. It's good to know what your competitors are running. So very well done from Phil Denez, and it seems to be working out quite nicely. Of course, you did mention the short stop that they took, 33 seconds. That car was stationary last time by. Compare that to Jaden Munoz's Williams Sim Racing Fanatec. They were in for just under 41 seconds. So you're absolutely right in that this Phil Denez BMW will have to come in very, very shortly. They've slightly under-fueled, but it doesn't seem to be making too much of a difference, even having the older tyres in comparison to the charging Ferrari in behind, although they're having a nice little fight at the minute for second position. We expect them...
Correction, the Ferrari's the one with the fresh older tyres right now. It's BMW with the fresher tyres, but that's neither here nor there. Slightly different point as they keep working their way through LMP2 machines. It was announced earlier today that BS Competition are launching BS Hybrid, just another extension of what is many different avenues that what started as a sim racing team has now evolved into having Rocket League. They did Valorant at one point. They have BS Colts, their junior program, and now a partnership to bring more real-world racers into their esports world. Of course, Phil Denez being one of the leading hybrid racers that they have. Jaden Conwright, who races IMSA TCR, just won his first race actually in the Pilot Challenge Championship and races Super Trofeo as well. Morgan Berghardt, he races GT4 in Pilot Challenge. Elliot Badzinski, another touring car driver. They all join the likes of Andre Castro and Nick Ludeke, who are entered in this top split. They've had a rough go of it, but they're still out there running in 20th position. Andre Castro races Xfinity cars, and Nick Ludeke is a team manager who's done some karts as well. So very cool to see all of that, and we'll track the progress of BS Plus Hybrid in the remaining endurance special events. Only a handful of them left. Bathurst 1000 coming up first, then Petit Le Mans, and then over to Suzuka for what I believe is billed the Suzuka 1000 kilometers. Look to the inside. Here comes Alessandro Bico on the Corvette. He's closed, and the feisty Italian tries to get the job done on Luca Kita. Door banging as they swivel their way through 2, but off to turn 3 on the inside. Audi has the advantage.
Yeah, lovely send there from Alessandro Bico up the inside through the first corner, the 198 driven by Luca Kita. Really didn't have too much to defend there. It was a good scrap of it, but he's going to have to concede that position for the time being, although following in the wheel tracks of the Audi, see if he can shape up a re-attack headed through this next left-hander. Not quite able to send a move. Still an hour 40 left in this race. You don't want to be sending it blitzing up the inside, and given how Williams is... Bico is in the Williams. Luca Kita doesn't need to be ruining any more Williams day. They've had a tough go of things here today. 2 DNFs in the GTP so far. I think a DNF as well in the GTD. So it's been a difficult day for Williams. Good to see that Alessandro Bico is giving them a little bit of hope. Currently running in P3, of course. Still expecting a pit stop. Currently been on this set of tyres for 42 laps. So extending that stint just that little bit further onto the next one, although we should be expecting the leaders in very soon in that GTD class.
And it gives them the chance to potentially short fill here and do kind of what we were talking about with the GTP. So we'll see if the shackles have been unleashed and he's just pushing to the end of his stint back over to GTP battles where it's grid and go. Wesley Casper is back behind Lorenzo Manfredotti, and this is where I wonder if you are saving fuel in that 51, do you try and use the traffic to the best of your ability, but down Holman Boulevard, if the move gets shown, do you just let it go? Now that really helps out when you get that's balked behind a GTD car launching itself over the curves. It's about half a second gained once again through the traffic, but likely to be a rather simple move, I would assume. I'm not expecting this to be very difficult, Dan.
I wouldn't imagine so, but yeah, I mean, it's been a great race so far, and there it is up the inside for the number 51 of Manfredotti, and will soon be followed through by Wesley Caspers. Hopefully it'll be a nice little scrap there, although Manfredotti on much fresher tyres than the Grid and Go car, who is both drivers have had a pretty difficult day. They're running 7th and 8th at the minute in the GTP class, and there's a couple more spread throughout the field. Actually, there are 2 cars in the GTDs, both of them have DNF'd out of this race, so a very tough day for Grid and Goes. Headed in towards the first corners, Wesley Caspers with a great run into turn number 1 behind Lorenzo Manfredotti, although no move being given there. Still remaining in P7 is the 002.
He has come down towards pit lane. Isaac Price has followed him, so as we were saying, from the front of that GTD field, top 5, couple of takers to pit lane. Caspers, well, should stay inside of the white line if you ask me, but he gets his way past traffic, closes up once again into the 90-degree left-hander where they rattle themselves over the curves, and then much more flat curves through the S's where they really try and maximize the track on offer. That will be an LMP2 car in front of them, so have a bit more power and maybe a bit more speed initially off the corner, but got to be careful in through the braking zones where these cars, especially with that lack of ABS, can be that little bit more tricky. Still holding on well, although I think that Grid and Go car should get a good run out of the final corner. LMP2 machine down to pit lane, and now drag race off to turn 1. Can he get it done?
Here he is then, Wesley Caspers in the wheel tracks of Lorenzo Manfredotti, headed into the first corner. It's around about a 90-degree right-hander. The 002 will have a half look, headed in towards the first corner, but deciding to hold off on an overtake as they hop and a skip over turns number 1 curb, and then slightly flatter curves for turns number 2 and 3. And that sets the intentions, I think, for Wesley Caspers in the 002. He wants to be careful, wants to wait for the opportunity to sort of present itself for an overtake on Lorenzo Manfredotti. Don't force anything when you don't really have to, you know, the work can already be done for you just by applying the pressure to your rivals. So they will stay as they are in 6th and 7th position, the 51 ahead of the 002. A couple more cars coming down to pit road. I believe the GTD leader of Team Redline, Enzo Benito, and Becken Jachir in the number 2 Williams, they are both into the pit lane. There is the 72 coming out onto the circuit. That will promote Johan Hart into P1.
And yeah, this is big switches on pit lane. LMP2 cycles through as well and directly back into traffic. Let's focus back up to the fight for second, which is now only 14 seconds off of your race leader. So it's not like they're gaining too much time, but with very different strategies playing out, it's just closing them up once again. Jaden Munoz should owe us a pit stop in the next couple of laps, shouldn't he, Dan?
Yeah, 38 laps at the minute on this stint. Jaden Munoz could see to pit lane. We've sort of seen around about the 40 laps is when drivers typically come in, and then they'll extend it for a couple of laps or so. We don't normally see drivers go above 43. So definitely in the next 3 or so laps, Jaden Munoz will be venturing down to pit lane. The number 89 BMW will certainly be looking to extend that stint as headed through turn number 1. This is not what you want for Jaden Munoz. You don't want any cars in front of you through these tricky to overtake sections. Will find his way to the inside of the GTD behind the Ferrari 296, and then there's another car just in behind him. I believe that is a lapper, one of the Grid and Go cars. That might be Sean Campbell, if I'm not mistaken, but headed down now in towards the next left-hander. Still, yeah, Jaden Munoz will expect him into the pit lane.
So traffic starting to close up some of these battles that, again, will be slightly confusing to follow, but we are working lap 200 of what might be about 270 odd laps. Will really depend on how fast the race leader goes. Last lap he was about 1.3 seconds off his best lap of the races. Here comes the Texan down to pit lane, and given that Jaden's been in the car since, pulling it up on my timing screen. When did Matt Farrow last get into the car? Ooh, Matt Farrow was last in the car on lap 80. I'm expecting a driver change here.
Yeah, that would have been 120 laps that Jaden Munoz has done. It's been a fantastic stint for this number 11 car, considering what sort of the fate was for Matt Farrow. Watching, you know, from the grandstands, if you'd like, Matt Farrow had about 3 offings at one point in the first stint. It was a very difficult run for him, and he was very competitive at the beginning of this race. That number 11, this Williams, qualified P3 and was fighting right at the sharp end, and there it is, the disappearing Ferrari. That will mean that Matt Farrow is coming back into the seat. It was a great stint from Jaden Munoz. We'll see what Matt can do.
So full tank of fuel is what I'm expecting, and then it could be a slightly shorter pit stop the final time by. That's a relatively simple strategy. But we'll have to wait and see. Just now wait for the car to roll off and away. It's up to 1.7 in GTD, by the way, so Oskari Rinne has used the traffic to his advantage to build the gap back up to the Mercedes, as there goes 37.7 seconds. It's not a full service. Wanted to get out maybe in front of some of the traffic that's going to fly by on the left-hand side, but it's Matt Farrow back into the car and now pushing to the end of the race.
Not quite the short stop we saw from Phil Denez. That was about a 37-second stop from the Williams team in the Ferrari. So they will, it's about 3 seconds slower or quicker even than what we would normally see. Here's a nice little scrap shaping up. Ferrari looking towards the outside line. Who is this? This is Ricardo Rico, headed down the inside through the last couple of corners. A nice send on Alejandro Sanchez to get himself up into P4, and very nicely a well-worked move there. Alejandro Sanchez not really with too much battle or grit left in him. Now he's getting lapped by another car, so yeah, unfortunate there for him, but a nice move from Ricardo.
Sanchez just coming out of pit lane, so he's warming up his tires, so let's see what he can do as he settles into his stint. He only stationary for 34 seconds, so again, that's about an 8 or so second short fill. Will mean that he will be due down to pit lane probably with 40 minutes to go for what would likely be a similar sort of pit stop. Back over to find the 001, working its way into the opening corner. Now this, of course, Williams Sim Racing Fanatec in a similar warm-up phase of their tires. And you can just see how little grip they have, Dan, as they tiptoe their way through this opening section. Cars in front already have tires in their operating window, and Farrow wibble-wobbles his way through and just about holds on.
Yeah, I mean, these GTP cars on their own, even on warm tyres, are incredibly difficult to drive. Stick them on cold tyres and it can be an ice rink out there. Matt Farrow doing very well to keep it on the road, but you saw how jittery the movements were on the steering wheel. Managed to keep it on the road, and we'll hopefully get some temperature. 001, driven by Sean Campbell, who is due for a pit stop in about 13 laps or so. Give it, let's round up to about 15. So these two not really in the same fight at the minute. They might find themselves fighting together later on in this race. Still an hour and a half to go, which I think by normal standards is a pretty long race. You know, an hour and a half is almost double what we typically see weekly races in IMSA on iRacing. So certainly, quotation marks, an endurance left to go. These drivers, I know they've got it in them. These are the best guys on the platform, and I don't know about you, Arjuna, but I'm having a whale of a time just watching them go around here.
30 minutes complete. We are entering towards that period where no mistakes can be made. Time is never on your side in a special event, unlike in traditional IMSA racing, where the old adage is cautions can get you back. Just stay within one lap going into the final hour. No such benefits here. Godino's just passed, by the way. Drago Racing's number 4. Rinne and Rubilar have cycled back to 1 and 2 in the GTD class, and now with what for a second was a full 2-second advantage. So there was speculation, Quirnbach versus Rinne. Would Rinne getting back in make the difference? Dan, it's proving that way right now.
Absolutely, Rene has had the pace since the start of the race when he did his initial stint in the wet weather and has had no problem adjusting in the dry conditions. Rene really is relishing in the opportunities. Had a bit of a break as well in comparison to Nicolas Rubelar, who's been in the car for at least a couple of hours at this point. So maybe when Hugh Barter gets back in slightly more refreshed than Nicolas Rubelar, we could see a little bit more of a fight between these guys. But so far, the advantage going the way of Oscar Rene and the number 10 iRacing team.
That 39-second pit stop for Marla might also just show that they are in a slightly different position than Rubelar. So 4-lap difference. Marla coming in 4 laps earlier, so I'm just trying to work out when they are likely to need to pit again. Can they do it on one more stop? I don't trust my own math, so I'm not going to ask the question. I'm going to go and send a message to the teams and see if they'll answer it for us instead. I think going back to Bathurst, though, and I'm going to bring it up time and time again, because it's the same two teams, and they've made the call, and it's paid out for them. This is what rain, when it came to iRacing, Dan, we were so excited for. Changing conditions means drivers have got to make unpredictable choices in what often is an esport where thousands make up the margins.
Absolutely, and I think when I wasn't really a part of the iRacing scene when rain hit, but I just saw the reaction on social media and on Twitter, and it was so hyped up, and it was such a long time coming, and I feel like it really has shaken things up. It's certainly shaken this race up when you consider the qualifying of the number 10 and the number 4 car. P28, Hugh Barter put that Mercedes in qualifying. It was P30 for Oscar Rene in the number 10, and making that call to start on the slicks in the drying conditions has absolutely paid off, and now they are in a position from qualifying right down the back of the field to potentially going 1 and 2, and most likely looking like it. Their closest car, the number 72 Team Redline, 17.6 behind the number 10.
What if, right, if the 71 had survived its dalliance with traffic, that was the lead Redline car, could that be the one to have challenged? 17 seconds is rather close, and it was about 10 seconds the last time I had looked, the gap between the best and the second best Redline car. Didn't want to say worst, because that gets off and away for Phil Denez, who will roll in 5th and now has got that unenviable task of getting his tires back up to temperature and pressure. Fun stat, or fun tidbit about Phil, he's recently moved out to somewhere where he doesn't have hardwired internet. So if you were ever wondering if Starlink is good enough, yes, because Phil Denez is racing on it right now.
I've seen Starlink being used in some van life stuff, and you can see Phil Denez out on circuit. It was another 33-second stop, just getting the tyre temperatures in. I didn't know Starlink was all that good. I thought the people that I've seen using it apparently weren't too happy, but Phil Denez, I think, will be giving 5-star reviews because he's in a fantastic position, driven a brilliant race of what has been I think a pretty difficult time in qualifying, certainly, for the BMWs. Of course, the other BS competition, the number 7, driven by Owen Carroll, had a massive shunt earlier on in this race, unfortunately DNF'd. So Phil Denez, the lone BMW GTP in this race, doing a stellar job.
I was not expecting, after practice, after qualifying, the BMW, or the Porsche to be fair, to be where they are, but they have put in an admirable shift and really shown that they built the car exactly how it needed to be. They still got pace even in these dry conditions, but they mastered that change. Both Porsche Coanda and the the 89 we sit on board with Denez right now, they were the first in class to come down pit lane on the same lap. Gamble that, like we say, has played dividends. Another 33-second stop, so a short fill for Denez. One more time down pit lane for him is what I would expect, which means that if Redline only have to pit one more time this race, which I think is possible, might be more likely for the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. But Dan, the 89, they will pit one more time than the race leaders.
Absolutely, it's a real balancing act that you have to take with these shorter stops. You don't want to just overdo it and go, almost 30-second pit stops, and then you have to come round again, and you lose a lot of time in that pit box, nearly a lap or so to your competitors. So it is a very difficult task that you have to put up with. It's another strategical element that really only does come out in these longer endurance races, which is why they've swiftly become some of my favourites to commentate on. I absolutely love endurance racing. I love this 6-hour event, like all of the iRacing special events that have been endurance focused so far this year. I think it has been a great year for sim racing, and certainly the 6 hours of Indy really has delivered so far, so we'll have to wait and see what the strategy really does pan out for the number 89 team. Certainly on a split strategy to the leaders, but nevertheless still could pay dividends. We just have to wait about an hour and 20 to see how it all pans out.
And in 2 weeks' time, they will battle on the bricks for 6 hours for the final time. Next year, when IMSA returns to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it will be relegated back down to a regular 2-hour, 40-minute race. The endurance round heads over to Road America to continue to make up part of the 5-race Michelin Endurance Championship, which I will say is, I think, a change that Road America fans are going to love. And the fans at Road America, boy, are they special. Behind the BMW, that was Delatraz Automotive, who took it, or tried to take advantage and follow the GTP through. But if anything, it's lost out a little bit on trying to pass that Ferrari. The give and take of traffic can be so minute, and fortunately not in a close battle right now is Liam de Waal. It's 13 seconds at the front of the field. Nathan Olsen in the Miranda 17 should be into the pit lane relatively soon. And again, going back to strategy like we were just talking about in GTP, I think, Dan, the 17 might end up making one more stop than some of their competitors.
You'd like to think so. I mean, they've been on this set of tyres so far for 33 laps. You can assume that they'll come in one time after that. So, I would imagine so. Who are their main competitors? Certainly the number 99, the 288 and the 314, I think, are their main competitors, and they're on about 10 lap older tyres than their rivals is the number 17 Maradna's team. So I absolutely think that it is a possibility that they could come in an extra time than their rivals, although they do have the slight time advantage at the minute. Only time will tell. The 003 is into the box. The Maradna's car will stay out once more. This will promote Marshall Hubert in the number 98 back up the order into second position. Nathan Olsen, though, still remaining out on circuit. So about maybe 6 or so laps around about then, possibly slightly earlier, I'd say, for the Maradna's team. That is when they'll bring Nathan Olsen in.
Looking at Jesse Tekela, who's in pit lane now in the 003, just keeping an eye on that pit stop time. Max Scudino in the 99, only a second behind Voracious. Got to be careful as the GTD car launches itself up into the air down onto Holman Boulevard. In front of them, then a 3-second buffer up to Hubert, all of whom are within 4 laps on strategy. So these are all teams that are relatively locked in close pursuit. Nathan Olsen, by the way, right on cue, down on pit lane, Dan.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to have to take another stop then. On our telemetry, we're on lap 211 out of 281. Whether or not that holds true, but still, about 70 laps to the end, he's definitely going to have to make another pit stop in this race, although we'll see what the pit time is. He could go that little bit longer in the stop. We'll have to wait and see, or maybe even shorter. I'm not too sure. Will we see a swap for Nathan Olsen? It seems like he's going to remain in the car. I think last time by, Nathan Olsen actually got into the car, so it would make sense that he will see out the end of this race. A very impressive stint for the number 17. We'll just have to wait and see that pit timer. The car is off the jacks now and should hopefully be getting back underway very, very soon.
If you are ever fortunate enough to get to an IMSA event, on every grid walk you have the opportunity to get up close to cars, but also there's always a pit stop demo, so you can see what it's actually like. The car goes up on the air jacks, they do a driver change, they change all 4 Michelin tires, and all led by the wonderful Johnny Knotts, everyone's favorite pit crew official. All right, that was then 41.9 seconds, so they have brimmed the car off with fuel. Relatively interesting, because Jesse Tekela, I did keep a look at the pit stop time, about 38 seconds, so at least a lap shorter put into the car by the 003. So going to be a relatively short fill for Maradness when they come in for the final time.
I think absolutely. So he's sacrificing the now to play for the future. Still an hour and 18 minutes left in this race. You've got to think of the bigger picture. If you are Nathan Olsen, I think it's a great decision from that Maradness team to really fill up that Dallara P217 LMP2 car. And we'll take one more stop in this race. Got a nice little scrap shaping up in the LMP2 class. This is the number 23 WSR esports car against the 003 gridandgo.com esports of Jesse Telkala. Hopefully I've got that name right. Right in the rear of his fellow LMP2 is Milikangas as they follow through the twisty part coming towards the end of this lap. Could be a very nice scrap shaping up.
I've just got word from Dion Fiallo that he doesn't think anyone can make it, and even the teams that are best positioned might be 5 liters or about 2.5 laps short. So that's asking for a lot with 80 minutes left to go. And to save that amount of fuel, I think Maradness might have just cooked up their strategy masterclass. Let's see how it will all end up playing out, even with a slight spin for Dion, as he was just relating to me exactly what happened. As all racing drivers do, they will micro-analyze every little detail of what went wrong, Dan, so it doesn't happen again.
Absolutely, that is just the perfectionist that sim racers can be. And you know, I've heard stories of racers spending hours and hours just sitting in the same seat and just going over the same replay over and over, really delving into so much, all their mistakes, all their corrections, and even the setup. It is absolutely just completely admirable, the work that these sim racers do at the very top level. I'm not sure about you, Arjuna, but I am useless in a sim. And just the work that they put in, it is no wonder why they are light years ahead of me. And it is really great to see how much work sim racers put in and how much preparation goes into these iRacing special events. You think about how many drivers, not just in the top split, but how many teams form all the way down to the lower splits on the service. It is great stuff, and I absolutely love how these special events really do bring the community together.
Another pit stop this time for the Door Esports powered Falcon Sim Racing entry in their distinctive livery that most will be more familiar with GT3 cars racing around the Nordschleife, but great to see Door and Falcon bring that over here to the iRacing special events as well. They're the only team that are running the Acura in today's event, and they put up an admirable fight, but they are currently 2 laps down and doing the best that they can. There is a fight that is closing up once again for second as the voracious 314 is under pressure. Fabrizio Belziti looking in the rearview mirror from Maxence Scudino. And so I'm very, very curious how aggressive they're going to be, because this is getting into the business end of things, Dan. There's no time to wait around.
Absolutely not. We are getting towards the nitty-gritty stage when drivers are going to really start to think about their move. Take this, imagine this exact scenario, put it back 2 hours ago. You know, you've got 3 hours and 15 minutes left of this race. They wouldn't be thinking of fighting quite like this. So it'd be lovely to see how it really shapes up, because now they are in a bit more of a pressured situation. You want to be ahead of your rivals coming into the final stint. You really want to have that track position over your competitors. And now here is Maxence Scudino really closing to the rear of Fabrizio Belziti. This is the battle for P2 at the minute, although they are due a pit stop in around about 15 or so laps. Very close on strategy are these two, and we are expecting them to have to make an extra pit stop as well, which could very nicely play into the hands of the 17 Maradness car. Although we'll focus on the here, the now, because this battle is shaping up. No moves being sent into the first corner, although I see the groundworks being laid, Arjuna. I think in the next couple of laps or so, this is really going to spice up.
Traffic could play its part, although not close enough into the chicane to impact the speed for the voracious 314. Here's a look on board inside the Stellara LMP2 machine, which of course, new LMP2 class coming in for 2026 onward, going to be slightly bigger. Obviously, one of the controversial things, center seat cockpit, going to be very different than what we see right now with the driver on the left-hand side of the car. But Belziti able to use the Williams Sim Racing Academy entry. The Audi has a bit of a pick through the S's, builds the gap back up, gives them a bit more breathing room. And all, as Dan mentioned, they will come down to pit lane sooner rather than later and have a bit of flexibility as to how they want to use their remaining pit time. If they do owe us effectively 2 more trips down pit lane, will they put in the minimum amount of fuel needed to change the tires? Could be an option, but there's a reason we're in the booth and not in the strategy department, because then we'd be cooking up some magic.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be absolutely useless in the strategy box. I think I'm only really good at talking when it comes to sim racing, but nevertheless, watching the cars is also something I do very well, and I'm telling you what, I'm really enjoying watching these guys follow very closely. Traffic given, traffic taketh away once more for Godinho. That Audi getting in the way at the worst exact moment. Headed down this straight, you'd expect the number 99 to really send it up the inside of the Porsche, and there is the exact move, but that's going to compromise his line for the next left-hander, so certainly the traffic is benefiting Fabrizio Belziti right now. However, you've got to be careful, you can't get complacent, especially around a circuit like Indy. As a snap of oversteer off the exit for Maxence Godinho, that will lose him a little bit more time to the rear of the 314 machine, and now he's getting lapped as well, so pretty difficult run of things for Maxence Godinho, but he's got to bide his time because his moment will come.
See the final corner, slight lift off that maybe the LMP2s don't need to do. GTPs have to breathe off the power through the long right-hander. More nimble, less power in those LMP2 cars maybe gives them a little bit of the edge there. 70 minutes about to be remaining, and if you were brave in the GTD class, you could come down to pit lane and conceivably try and make it to the end. I don't think we're that close to Oscar Rene needing to make his way back down pit lane. He's probably got at least another 5-6 laps or so before he even thinks about that. But with Nicholas Rubelar closing up once again, by no means is this battle over and done with. There could very well be a wheel-to-wheel encounter before they head down pit lane for what will be the final time in this race for these two machines. They will make 5 pit stops, the rest of the machines likely to make 6.
Yeah, last time we sort of checked in on this scrap, it was about 2 seconds the gap between the Marlow Racing team and the Drago Racing team Mercedes. It's good to see the 2 minorly represented cars in the GTD class, other than the Porsche, fighting out right at the front. You'd expect an Audi or a Ford, even a Chevy or a Ferrari to be at the front of the order, but no. It's the Mercedes and the BMW, the German powerhouses on the grid right at the sharp end. And, you know, it has been a great fight between these 2 teams. Nicholas Rubelar really has found the pace in the last 10 or so laps to close the gap to Oscar Rene. Of course, Hugh Barter could still be waiting in the wings once they come down pit lane for the final time in this race. That'll be a fresh set of legs in the car. We'll just have to wait and see, as we've got Elvis Rankin in the number 91 Porsche Coanda coming into the pit lane from 3rd position.
Will it be Mitchell de Jong to jump back in, or will Elvis be tasked to run to the end? Great to see the Porsche Penske inspired Porsche Coanda livery, at least in my opinion, Porsche Penske inspired. For the first time, and hopefully not for the last time. Petit Le Mans not far away. Elvis does seem to be still behind the wheel and likely, I would assume, to roll back out onto track. He's done 84 laps in this race, to which Mitchell did 134. So maybe the strategy here for the 091 is pretty simple. 1 driver change midway through the race. Elvis will take it to the checkered.
You're absolutely right. We should expect him back out on circuit very, very soon in what I think is the most beautiful car possibly on the grid, and that is not because, well, I think it is because of my bias. I've got a Lego Porsche 963, a Porsche Penske on top of my PC, and I think you're absolutely right. It is very inspired by that beautiful livery. In terms of the pit timer, it was 41.9 for Elvis Rankin's Porsche, so that is completely topped up with fuel. We'll see how he copes towards the latter stage of this race. We're expecting around about 60 more laps towards the end, so I think he will definitely have to come back into the pit lane. I think everyone in the GTP class will have another stop. We'll see how it works out with the BMW BS competition of Phil Denez being on that split strategy, but nevertheless, that beautiful livery back out on circuit.
So, next down pit lane in 7 laps time, probably for Team Redline. That's not going to be enough for them to get to the end, I would think. They likely need a handful more laps, but we will wait and see. I still think the most likely to do the fuel save will be the 50 Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. That might get them the jump on Porsche Coanda. But time will tell. It's now 3/10 as the gaps close, and Nicolas Rubelar is within sniffing distance of his rival. The Zebra in front trying to gallop its way forward, but back down to Holman Boulevard. Tow being fed from the BS Plus Hybrid sister car in front. That's going to slightly help the BMW to hold on. Not much prototype traffic just yet. How patient will Maradness be into the 90-degree left-hander? Very patient, it turns out.
It seems like two class leaders at the minute, and then one net class leader have managed to find themselves on circuit at the exact same time. I wonder if Nick is, sort of seeing. Oh, sorry, Nathan Olsen is seeing this as a respected fight. He doesn't want to get involved too much, but when the opportunity presents itself, he will slip on through. And I don't believe either of Nicolas Rubelar or Oskari Rinner lost any time in that fight. So off the exit of the final acceleration zone, what's the exit looking like for Rubelar? Doesn't seem too strong in comparison to Rinner, and there's more traffic coming through. That is a grid and go GTP slipping on through down the yard of bricks and headed in towards the first corner. Rubelar's going to have to wait at least one more lap before making a move through that first corner, or perhaps present an opportunity this time by.
Who's coming up behind them as well? That's probably where the spotter starts to come in handy. I don't see too much. In fact, the next car all the way down the road is under the LMP2, so this will slightly then be a respite for them, although Rubelar really losing out back through the chicane. He'll have to claw back to work and gain that time back, but that's how traffic goes. Sometimes it takes, sometimes it gives.
Absolutely. It is a very difficult thing to play with in these multi-class races, especially when you find yourself getting overtaken by an LMP2 in one corner, then overtaken by a GTP in the next. It can be very difficult, and sometimes it's just luck of the draw. And Rubelar overtaken mid-corner, whereas Rinner was overtaken down the straight, and that's just how it goes sometimes. As the number 98 Apex Racing Team car in the LMP2 class is down pit road. Isaac Phelps is in. I don't believe I think he was racing previous. Oh, maybe I think he has just got into the race car. Correct me if I am wrong, but that is I think one more stop they've got in this race, most certainly in that number 98 machine. Everyone really does have another stop in the LMP2 class as the battle still rages on in the GTDs, but once more, Rubelar struggling.
To correct you, unfortunately, Isaac Phelps jumps back into that car for the first time since he double stinted to start the race off. This is the only team, as far as I can see, no, never mind. One of the few teams that's got a 3-driver lineup, which is not that normal, but sometimes can be of benefit. Straight back out behind Fiercely Forward, though, so this is right into the fight. In fact, rather, that's the Voracious 314. Very similar livery to the Fiercely Forward car. But Isaac Phelps now has got to get his tires back up to temperature before he can really look forward, get himself settled into the rhythm of the race as well. And I'm sure he'll be back on the offense. Meanwhile, top of your screen, there was some GTP sliding past each other. They held on, but we focus back on the GTDs with traffic passing them once again. Nicolas Rubelar once again has closed back up to Oskari Rinner, who is now within 3 laps, I would say, of coming down to pit lane. And that is the magic number. He will pass 60 minutes left in this race and straight to go, take your fuel, take your tires, and go to the checkered flag.
You're absolutely right. The number 4 Drago team, they've got a couple more laps in them before they'll come into the box in comparison to the number 10 team. But still, I think if I was Nicholas Rubelar, just for the sake of having fun in these 6-hour races, I'd want to have a scrap. But maybe that is just my inner commentator really speaking out, wanting to see the drama and in the battle for the lead of the GTD class. But these guys are a lot smarter than I am. Rubelar possibly winding down his stint. It feels like he's been in the car for an absolute age at this time. We saw Oskari Rinner get back into the car last time they came into the pit lane. Rubelar will be taking a much needed rest, and I would imagine it will be Hugh Barter getting back into the race car to finish off this race as they head through the next left-hander. It's been the same story this entire time, just the number 4 Drago racing car following in the wheel tracks of the BMW of Oskari Rinner.
3 minutes left to go until the top of an hour. Let's see if we can at least run you down through how things stand right now. Focus on the GTD class first, where after gambling, starting on the slick tires while everyone else for the most part was on the wets, Marla and Drago, 1 and 2 into the final 62 minutes, are in control of this race. Third is the Ford Mustang for Team Redline with Enzo Benito behind the wheel, with Drago Racing and Ricardo Rico in the 69 behind them. Then Apex and the Corvette, they're in 5th, with Coanda's Mustang in 6th place. Beckham Jasir is racing for Williams Sim Racing Tour Blast in 7th, with pole sitters Vitaltus Esports down to 8th, with Apex Racing Team 2nd, Corvette behind them in 9th, and then Drago Racing down in 10th. All eyes, though, locked with a quarter of a second splitting the BMW and Mercedes, once again fighting for class honors after they fought for the overall win at the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours earlier this year. Quick update on GTP. It is Redline, Pinto, and Lulham in control. They will owe us a pit stop sooner rather than later, but with a big margin behind them, they are in control. Rubelar sends it up the inside at the end of Holman Boulevard, but squeezed on close. He's getting desperate. He feels the moves coming here, Dan.
A little bit of, yeah, you're absolutely right saying desperate there. It was a very half-hearted late move there from Nicholas Rubelar. Certainly could have made it if he was a bit more committed, but I think that was a bit too little too late really for the number 4 Mercedes, although it's a pretty inconvenient spot for one of the that's an LMP, no, that's a I have no idea, overtaking. Oh my word, I'm losing all my words. But yeah, Rubelar really is getting desperate. You're absolutely right, trying to find the overtake on the number 10 car, who is due a pit stop in the next lap or so. They've been on this same set for 38 laps now. They'll want to come into the box to take their final pit stop at the top of the hour. We could expect Nicholas Rubelar and the number 4 team to come in around about a few, maybe 2 or 3 laps later. Still, this battle really is white hot in the GTDs.
Accent Scudino is in from the lead of LMP2. We'll hand that class lead over to Delatrat Automotive by Major's Garage. Once again, the traffic in favor of the Marla Racing team number 10. It's a couple of tenths, yes, but a couple of tenths that really right now they can use. 30 seconds left to go before we head into this final hour of racing. Track temperature started down at 19 degrees Celsius with the rain at the beginning of this race, but it's warmed up 27, sometimes 28 degrees for a large part of the afternoon. Thanks for joining us, Arjuna Kankipati, alongside of Dan Field, here for the Indy 6 Hours 2025 edition, the final edition before we shift things over to Road America. 60 minutes left to go. Back out on track for the Apex Racing Team machine on the bottom of your screen, but full focus still at the top for us, Dan, as once again, Rubelar sets to work on trying to close. If I'm his team manager, though, I'm getting in his ear and saying, look, the BMW is going to pit in the next couple of laps. Don't overcommit, don't overpush things. We can stay patient and respond once we've got the clean air.
Absolutely, you've still got an hour left in this race. You've still got another pit stop due for yourself as well as your rival in front of you. Just wait it out, use the clean air. They've not really got anyone in front of them at the moment. I'm not too sure about the traffic in behind. I don't believe it's too bad at the minute. They've sort of had the brunt come through them at some point, but nevertheless, just wait it out. If you're the number 4, if you're Nicholas Rubelar at the minute, there's actually a couple of cars coming up behind them. But yeah, just don't get too overexcited, because I feel like Rubelar is beginning to suffer from that. We saw that a lap ago. He really sent it up the inside of Ascari Rinner. But still, there's an opportunity to fight this one out later on, maybe when Hugh Barter is back in that machine, and then it will go back to how it was at the beginning of the race. And I think that this GTD fight really is the one to watch towards the end of this race. Will Rinner pull it into the box? Indeed he will. That is the pit stop. 40 laps into this stint for Ascari Rinner. They are coming in for their final pit stop, just shy of an hour.
And so expecting it to be around, again, another 40-odd second pit stop. Will not need to brim it up all the way. And now, just don't make the mistake. A lot of the time, let's not forget, these drivers like to not run the pit limiter and instead risk it with their right foot being the ultimate control. A little blip, a little muscle cramp, you could suddenly find yourself with a speeding penalty. It has happened before. Full Michelin tires going on as up on the air jacks for the BMW. And now keep an eye on Rubelar, released. And he's now, just like we were saying before, Dan, being patient. Throw that patience somewhat out the window. It's hammer time, as they'd say to Lewis.
Absolutely. He's got to get his foot down now. He's due a pit stop very soon. Take advantage of your rival, possibly struggling to, well, certainly struggling to get the tyre temps in. Still patient in the box is Ascari Rinner, remaining in the car for the final stint in this race. We're expecting him to come out just about now. 38 seconds on the meter. 40.5 is the pit timer for Ascari Rinner. You can imagine that will be slightly shorter for the number 4 Drago Racing Mercedes. They head out onto the circuit once more. Ascari Rinner has got to get these tyres up to temperature as soon as he can, because he knows that Nicholas Rubelar will be pushing like all hell to close that gap and potentially jump him in the pit lane.
Decent first and second sector from Nicholas Rubelar, who I believe has stayed out on track. So it was a 1:23.9. Lost a bit in the final sector with traffic, but first and second sector right where he wanted it to be. Back over the curbs. Final pit stop now complete for the number 10. And we'll see if that means we have a chance to try and talk to someone in the BS competition camp in this final hour of the race. We'll send the messages and see if we can get them into this Discord. The sun is starting to set though, which is starting to make the track look a lot darker. It's not that by any means it's going to be a race where we are in the darkness of night, but the sight lines have slightly shifted, and for any of these drivers that made the cardinal sin, Dan, of referencing braking points based on shadows, those shadows are no longer where they used to be.
Absolutely, that is your fatal flaw, really. If you're doing that in a 6-hour race, I feel like even I would not be using the shadows to use as my reference point. Nevertheless, I'd imagine these drivers are a lot cleverer than I would be. So yeah, here is the BMW still out on circuit, finally getting the tyres up to temperature. Nicholas Rubelar has been on this same set of tyres for 38 laps at this point. This number 10 BMW came in at the 40 lap mark, so you'd expect the number 4 to come in the next 2 laps or so if they're just absolutely splitting the same strategy. Here is the number 198 of Gael Valero in the this is in the GTD class at the minute, currently in 9th position, following behind the other Drago racing car of Thibaut Prevost. Hello.
Team Redline have come in from the lead, followed in by the 51. So I was questioning, can they make it to the end? I think it's touch and go. I think they're good. I think they'll get it to the checkered flag from here.
Well, let's see how much they fill up the number 20 Ferrari with. I think I'm in the same camp as you. I think that this red line car can get towards the end of this race. They've been absolutely dominant thus far, really since the second round of pit stops, after the dust had settled from all the chaos earlier on in this race. Team Redline have been the team to beat, and no one has been able to do so in GTP. Still though, 54.5 minutes left to go. Anything could happen. There is still a plethora of cars left out on circuit. We've got 41 runners still here.
And the 50s coming behind them, gone one lap longer, as off and away with a full tank, Dan. Both the 20 and the 51 go. So they're going to be touch and go. They will need, I think, either could be 43, could be 44 laps, depending on the pace at the end of this race. It's going to be slightly easier for the 50, but it should be possible.
Might have to do a little bit of fuel saving towards the end of this race, but I think they can all get it done. Now the number 89 car, driven by still Phil Deness, is unleashed into second position, I'd imagine. No, he's going to remain in that P2 spot. He will also have to come in, but that 89 can definitely make it to the end. It will be touch and go for the other drivers, the number 20, the 50 and the 51, but I think they can do it. I'm in the same boat as you.
So we'll keep an eye on the pace. Denez, his gap to Rankin, which at one point was the real fight that we were wondering about, is quite considerable. Yes, strategy has grown that, and we'll see BS competition in sooner rather than later. But I don't know how much it's really a contention right now for Coanda to get into podium spots. There is Elvis Rankin, who has just passed Michele Costantini, so that at the very least is a good sign. Yes, waiting for the Ferrari to get up to temperature and pressures, but at the very least, Coanda haven't dropped totally out of touching distance of Phil Denez.
Yeah, a bit quiet in the start of this race was Coanda, but they've been silently moving their way up the field. Now running in P4, 12 lap older tyres strapped onto that number 91 in comparison to Michele Costantini. Although once the number 50 gets his tyres up to temperature, then we'll certainly see a nice scrap for P4 to finish off this race. Although Porsche Coanda, they should be coming into the pit lane. Not anytime soon. They're only 13 laps into their stint, but still they will have to make it maybe slightly sooner than we would expect. Go for an earlier stop, unless there is some extreme fuel-saving measures going to be brought out for Elvis Rankin. Only time will tell, with just under 52 minutes left to go.
So Drago should be in, if not at the end of this lap, maybe next time by. And that's meant a full 4 laps or so for Mahler Racing Team to get their tires up to temperature, albeit, yes, with a full tank of fuel. Last lap was a 124.327 for Mahler, which was actually a couple of tenths quicker than what Drago Racing are doing right now. So it'll be very interesting to see if this plays out in either team's favor. I think Drago across the start-finish line. One more lap for them, so they should be in this time at the end of a 42-lap window.
Rubila is really extending this stint. The number 10 team, they came in at exactly 40 laps. Now it is the 42nd lap for Nicolas Rubila on this stint. Here he is in the Mercedes. A fantastic race for this number 4 team. And you can imagine it will be Hugh Barter getting back into the car next time by. But you really do have to give all the credit in the world to Nicolas Rubila. It's been a fantastic stint driven by himself today, and yeah, it's been a great run for overall for this number 4 team. The duo has done very, very well once again in an endurance race here in the iRacing special events, especially when you're fighting out with the exact same team.
And this is such a unique special event in that it's not one that's had a storied history necessarily. It's only been one 6-hour race before this year. As wow, one more lap, Rubila extends even further. He is a magic man with that right foot right now, just lifting and coasting his way to what will be a 43-lap run to close out the end of this penultimate stint on fuel. But yeah, it's until last year when it was used not just for the special event and for the IMSA Esports time attack qualifiers, for the car shootout, and then for a round of the championship. It wasn't a track that a lot of these drivers necessarily had driven too much, Dan. They got their fill of it last year, and I heard them loud and clear when building the schedule for this year's IMSA Esports Global Championship. No Indy this year. They got their wish.
I mean, I've really enjoyed this race, and it's a shame to see Indy 6 Hour dropping off of the IMSA calendar, but I gotta say, a 6-hour race at Road America, yes please. That is I think a much better circuit for a 6-hour race. As at the bottom of your screen, Matt Farrow making his final stop. Only 33 laps on this stint, so cutting it basically in half towards the end. Very simple strategy for Matt Farrow now off the jacks, just getting the car refueled, will return out onto the circuit. Been a difficult first stint for Matt Farrow, but he's certainly kept it quiet in the second stint, and you know, when you're not in a fight for the lead, I think being quiet is certainly a good thing as he rolls out the garage.
By the way, in LMP2, it might just be the case that Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and Fiercely Forward could be coming in for their final pit stops of the race. They might just have cooked the books just perfectly. We'll keep an eye on them. They are still out there and circulating. 35 laps on the run. 48 minutes left to go. Drago Racing hit pit lane though as we watched Scuderia Ferrari's the 51 defending from Jake Dennehan, who has got his tires well into their temperature window and putting the pressure on Ollie Steinbrassen with a full load of fuel as well. That car going to be a lot less nimble as they work down through the right-hander, back onto the banking and into the braking zone of turn 12. They'll go to the left side of traffic. Oh, Dennehan almost up into the wall, a bit too aggressive. But meanwhile, Drago, tires are done. Now just waiting for the fuel. It's not going to be Hugh Barter. Instead, Nicholas Rubelar is given the charge. Here's your tank of fuel. Here's your Michelin tires. Let's see what you could do against the Mahler Racing team. Where is Oscar Green? Keep an eye on the top of your screen for that zebra to be running down the pit straightaway, as finally off and away for Nicholas Rubelar with just 33 seconds stationary in the box.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. He remains out on circuit. He has done a fantastic good few hours in the car, and why not just see that towards the end. So Nicholas Rubelar emerging onto the circuit will have to get these tyres up to temperature. Meanwhile, Oscar Rinner will be giving it everything to close the gap and retake the net race lead of the GTD class. We'll have to keep a very, very close eye on this battle. Still in the GTPs at the top of your screen, Jake Dennehan has not been able to find a move on Steinbretten, but you can see how close that 001 is getting to the rear of the 51.
The gap between Drago and Mahler is 8.5 seconds. That's almost how much time they differed in pit lane. It was all on strategy. Drago's 4, the Mercedes, has the net lead of the race. More pit stops, and as we think, for the final time, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and Fiercely Forward, the number 12, have hit their marks. It's going to be Darius Andre that jumps in for the final stint. So after Liam DeWall had a monster effort to get the car into this position, Darius, the one entrusted to see it to the end. Elliot Naren sticks behind the wheel of that number 12 as off and away they go. So where's Muradness going to be in comparison as these drivers fire themselves back off the pit limiter? It's around 45 odd seconds. Now, it's not going to be a full service for Nathan Olson and the Muradness 17 as far as we can tell. But Dan, if a full service on pit lane here takes you anywhere upwards of 80 seconds, even a shorter pit stop's going to cost you at least 70. It's advantage to the drivers that made this strategy work.
Absolutely. I think the 288 and the number 12 teams have really hit the nail on the head with this strategy call. Although Nathan Olson still has the flexibility to, you know, extend this stint or come in soon and then take a shorter stop towards the end. He's 25 laps on this stint at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on the LMP2 leader as it stands. Here we are on board with the number 98 of Isaac Phelps in the wheel tracks of Fabrizio Belzitti. his number 314 LMP2. A very nice fight for P4 shaping up between these two, although no move being given in towards the first couple of corners. Keep an eye on the fight for P4 as this race continues on.
Back through the chicane. Tight line when you don't have traffic to pass. It's interesting how little of the track they actually use on the left-hand side, although maybe that's also related to the fact that Chris Lullen, the race leader, is making his way through as well. There you can, well, our producer was trying to show you the gaps, but apologies, we're having some technical issues behind the scenes, and that maybe accounts for some of the missing names that you may have noticed across the broadcast, but apologies for that. Lap times between these two relatively close right now. By no means is Belziti running away. By no means is Phelps miles quicker. They're just kind of holding each other at bay and not really closing too much on Grid and Go or the other of the Apex Racing team machines up the road in front of them. Remember, everyone through the top 5, Dan, still owes us a pit stop in LMP2.
Yeah, absolutely. Belziti will certainly be looking in his wing mirrors a bit more than the drivers in front of him, and they will be taking a fight right towards the end. But you know, they're very evenly matched on pace, so I think it might just come down to luck of the draw when it comes to traffic, and it's a bit more difficult in the LMP2s because you are quicker than the GTDs, but of course you are slower than the GTP, so you've got to give way to traffic coming through. And also overtake traffic that you are catching up to. It's a very difficult balancing act that these LMP2 drivers have to put up with. I really do like the LMP2 car. So I think it does go a little bit underappreciated. The GTP and the GTD much more popular, and in fact the GTD making up 55% of the grid so far today. We're looking at another fight in the GTP. This is still Jake Dennehan on the back of Ollie Steinbratton. Not been able to make a move so far. We've checked back on these guys about 3 laps ago or so, but Dennehan very close into the final sector of this racetrack.
It's a Ferrari sandwich as Steinbratton just continues to focus on his fuel saving. He will not want to get tangled up into a fight here. Might even, if Dennehan gets close enough, try and make the move. Dennehan, a driver that coming over mainly from R Factor. He's been slowly growing in confidence here on iRacing. I think it's going to be very interesting cycling back into next year's special events when, of course, the most attended sim race in the world, the iRacing Daytona 24, cycles back around. Could he be a contender for pole position, which would be a real statement, as much as a lot of people will tell you that pole position doesn't matter for an endurance race. Anyway, here comes BS Competition. Phil Denez in for the final time, and he will hand over to his teammate, Danny Alves Lorenzo. So, another team that thinks it's wiser to get another driver in at the end of this race to push to the checkered flag.
We haven't seen Daniel Alves Lorenzo since the beginning of this race, and so he will be regenerated, might have had some food, and really recharged his batteries to get back into the car towards the end of this race. At the top of your screen, this fight is really shaping up quite nicely because there is 3 cars in the GTP class sharing the same piece of rubber for position. Steinbratton on a much different strategy to these 2 Grid and Go cars. He's got the fresher tyres, but he is a lot heavier on fuel, and in fact Steinbratton will look to the inside of Wesley Caspers in towards the first corner. Oh no, that was an LMP2 they were overtaking just through there. So still following in the wheel tracks of Wesley Caspers through the first few corners, but Steinbratton I don't think will be feeling too comfortable at the minute with 2 Grid and Go drivers, both on his front and rear bumper.
Have to keep an eye for Danny Lorenzo, who's emerged in front of these drivers with his cold tires and now trying to warm them up. Alejandro Sanchez out of pit lane in the GTD class for the final time. Now this is a car that could potentially be in podium contention, although I think right now it's all going to come down to track position and where it drops out relative to Team Redline, Williams Sim Racing and the other Apex Corvette that will still owe us a pit stop. Already Drago have gone past, and keeping an eye on Ascari Rene, Dan, the gap between our race leaders who have already made their final pit stops, the BMW and the Mercedes, it's now down to 6.5 seconds. Rene is flying.
Yeah, I think when Rubilar came back out onto the circuit, the gap was 10 or so seconds between the two of them. So Ascari Arena has really been taking out that advantage that Rubilar built by going longer on the pit and then taking a shorter stop towards the end of this race. So really watch out for that GTD fight. It most certainly is not over, as we are still on board with Jake Dennehan, patiently waiting in the rear of Ollie Steinbretten. He's got his grid and go teammate, you could say, of Wesley Casbers just in front, who will pull off to the right hand side to allow for both of them to file on through. And
was
so
the
this
LMP2 car, actually. Sorry to correct you again. I think that was Jesse Tekla.
I believe you are absolutely right. There is quite a lot of the grid and go cars throughout the field today. I think two of them in the GTP, and very confusingly both in different cars. There's a couple of them in the GTD and one of them in the LMP2. So it's good to see the turnout from the grid and go team today.
And Wesley Caspers is in pit lane. That's why we don't see him in front of us. So final pit stop for the 002. Dennehan going to join, and that's why Steinbretten wasn't too worried about his fight with them. 40 minutes left on the clock. Easy to the end from here as hit your marks, and LMP2 follows him in. So that's nice and easy. From third comes the 003. So that will cycle Voracious and Apex back up a spot. You can't see why it's so easy to mix up those cars, because they are painted identically. So, the Grid and Go team manager, if you're listening, make it easier for us commentators, please, and thank you. Maradna's only lead by 3 seconds right now. Was there a mistake in the last couple of laps from Nathan Olson, or has Maxence Godino just conjured up some magic?
I think it might be the former. Nathan Olson has really lost quite a heap of time in comparison to the number 99 car. And so here we are watching the 17 trundle along in the final sector. On this stint for about 30 laps at this point. We could be expecting him to come in for his final stop very, very soon. And if there was a mistake, I'd imagine that he would want to come in sooner rather than later. But Nathan Olson deciding to stay out. Meanwhile, behind him, Maxence Godinho is really, really closing to the back of him. Just 2.8 seconds to the rear of the number 17.
I'm looking at the lap times, and I'm not seeing anything seconds off. There's just a lot of 120s when maybe he would have wanted to be close to the 119s, but keep an eye on that. Maybe it's also some fuel saving that they have been trying to make work in that car. This is the thing about strategy. You can see good in the last 3 laps for the 99. Sometimes you make a call early in the race, which was not just pit early for slick tires for Maradnas, but they also did a short pit. I think 3 pit stops into the race, maybe trying to just gain some more track position, but that hurts you. It removes some of the fuel that they would have loved to have right now in reserve, Dan.
And that's why he took a 41.9 stop last time by, and I'd imagine he's going to have to take a pretty long stop this time. So you really do have to play with these short stops, because if you use them too early or if you wait too long, you're absolutely going to mess up your strategy. So you've got to really find that window of opportunity to sneak through, and this is why Nathan Olson could be on the back foot towards the end of this race. He's done well to pull out the gap to Maxence Godinho in the last lap or so, about a second gain on this lap alone. There could have been some traffic that came into play, but I wouldn't be all doom and gloom for Nathan Olson, even though he's got to pit once more and all of his rivals behind him are going to go to the end. I think he's still got the opportunity to take the short stop, then have the fresher tyres towards the end and still be on the same amount of fuel. So watch out for the number 17. I think still, despite leading, could be the dark horse in this race.
Dion says in the YouTube chat that it's partially down to tire delta, where there is a good 14 laps difference between when they last came down pit lane. So that's definitely maybe a factor. And knowing that Maxence would have put less fuel into the car and split up this final sequence a little bit more compared to the full fuel tank that Nathan Olson had at the start of his stint, very different at this point in the run as well. They are at the point where if Maradnas comes down pit lane, they are going to make it to the end, but we'll keep our eye on them. Also looking at Delatraus Automotive and Fiercely Forward, 1 second covers them, and we think they are good to the end already, having pit about 15 odd minutes ago. Here comes Falcon Sim Racing for the final time, as does Guile Valero in the other of the Apex Racing team machines. Beckham Jasir in the Williams Sim Racing Showbloss Audi is in pit lane 2.
Yeah, most drivers making their final stops. Here is Jonas Vanner getting his car serviced for the final time in this race. A difficult day for the lone Acura in the GTP, and will disappear out of existence to have a nice driver change towards the end of this one. It's Jesse Jones getting back into the car for the final stint. So a nice little fight shaping up in the LMP2 class between Jesse Telkala, who's getting his tyres up to temperature in comparison to Timo Milikangas, who's been on that same set for 9 laps now, will have the temperature in the number 23 machine. Keep an eye on that fight for P8 in the LMP2 class. And here is Jesse Jones coming out onto circuit for the final time, hopefully barring any acts of gods.
And as this happens, your race leader from GTD comes in. So Team Redline, their sole surviving Ford Mustang, will give up the lead of the race, and Enzo Benito rolls out after just 25 seconds. Now, where is Drago Racing in comparison? Because this could be a lot closer than we were thinking. Yes, there was the myth or the thought train that the Mustang wasn't going to get close enough, but it could be a lot closer than we were initially anticipating. I see Drago Racing just coming across the line now, and so it's going to be neck and neck. We will have the Ford Mustang in contention there. Well, for a moment you were about to see the Drago Racing Mercedes going through. It's 1.7 seconds. Enzo Benito's got the bit between his teeth.
Enzo Benito has got to give everything to get these tyres back up to temperature. We weren't really talking about the number 72 Ford Mustang driven by Enzo Benito. It was all about the number 4 Mercedes and the number 10 BMW. But Team Redline, they have a shot at winning 2 classes in this race. Although Enzo Benito still has a lot of work to be done. The gap is 2.5 at the minute. Expect that to come up over the next couple laps or so. But once Benito gets those tyres up to temperature, he will give it everything to close to the rear of Nicholas Rubala. This could be a grandstand finish for the GTD class, possibly between 3 drivers and 3 different cars as well. It could be an absolutely hellacious ride to the end.
Looks like the Mahler Racing team have dropped back slightly. Oscar Rene not able to make any headway. Let's see what's going to happen with these 32 minutes left to go. Benito has now had 1 lap under the Michelin tires. Thus be closer than they were if they were GTP tires, which do take a couple more laps to build up. Trying to block the traffic off, don't think that's necessarily required, as here comes Miranda. So Nathan Olsen, after a 34-lap stint, needs about 31 minutes of fuel to get him to the end. Where is Delatraus Automotive by Majors Garage, who currently would be the first car that we think has made its final stop? It is coming right towards pit entry now, and with Elliot Naren about 3 car lengths back from it. So there is nothing splitting those two. And maybe Naren's just sitting in the tow and saving his fuel right now. Nathan Olsen making sure they pack every drop of fuel in that they require. He doesn't want to leave a little bit too early. And at this point, Delatraus Automotive have already passed the pit exit. So if Mirandas want to win this race, if Delatraus Automotive, Fiercely Forward, don't need a pit stop, it's going to take a mighty drive in this final stint from Nathan Olsen to get it done. And going back to what Dion was saying to me about that little spin, it cost them 14 seconds was his estimation. You want to know the gap between Delatraus Automotive and Mirandas right now?
No.
About 14 seconds.
That is heartache for the Mirandas team. It was a 31 flat second pit stop for Nathan Olsen, who will take us through the last half an hour in that number 17 machine. We are checking back in with Darius Andre and Elliot Naren in the number 288 Delatraus Automotive and the Fiercely Ford pink machine. We have got 2 scraps shaping up for the lead of class, 1 in the LMP2s and 1 in the GTDs. I think the Indy 6-hour special event here in iRacing Arjuna really has provided some exciting racing for the last half an hour today.
Last year's winners were BMW M Team BS Plus competition in GTP. It was BS Nexus in the LMP2 class. And it was Team Redline in GTD. We could have one repeat winner in Team Redline in the GTD class, but looks as though we are in for a shake-up in our two prototype fields. That is for sure. Benito, though, if it's taken him 2.5, 3 laps to get his tires up to temperature, he's lost already 4 seconds off the back of Nicholas Rubelar. So there's a lot of chopping and changing going on there. Especially as I'm sure this traffic is playing its part. That is not ideal. Squeezing up the inside, door slams shut, and off to pit lane. Now, this is an interesting call. Voracious clearly thinking the traffic in front of them, Dan, was significant enough, better to come in. They didn't want to lose time getting stuck behind the likes of Marla, and they followed the 99 and Maxence Godino into pit box.
And I believe that just leaves Isaac Phelps in the 98, the remaining driver in the leading pack that need to come into the pit lane once more. You could expect him in the next couple of laps or so. It's been 27 laps on this stint for Isaac Phelps. As
Whoa! Drama at the top of your screen. Delatraz Automotive and Fiercely Forward went wheel to wheel through turn 12, and it's Elliot Naren that's lost out. Darius Andre has held on to the net lead of the race, but they knew the time was winding down, and Dan, they have started throwing elbows at one another.
And this plays very nicely into the hands of Moradnes, who are going to be saved ever so slightly. Here is the replay of Elliot Naren looking to the outside line into the very final couple of corners. Just a slight clip to the rear right of the car, sent it into a spin. Doesn't look like there's any damage on that number 12 machine, but certainly a bruised ego for Elliot Naren. Will keep that car going and still remaining in P3, but now is about 6 seconds to the rear of Darius Andre.
I'd like to see that again from maybe the Delatraz perspective, because I'm not sure if there was contact. So this aerial look will give us hopefully a slightly better angle. Onto the banking, you have a door that opens. Maybe there's contact, but to me, he's already out of control by the time he gets alongside. I'm not sure. I think that's kind of a racing incident.
I wouldn't say there's anyone really at fault there. I think it was certainly a mistake on the part of Elliot Naren, but it was either he spins off by himself or he makes a slight touch with Darius Andre. Not too much really being able to be seen from that angle, but a very unfortunate situation nevertheless. I don't think there's any fault there for Darius Andre. Certainly, I think it was self-inflicted on Elliot Naren, and Andre still running in the net lead in the LMP2, so I'd say no harm done to the 288, but Elliot Naren certainly ruining this team's chances, and this angle could give a slightly better picture.
Let's listen in as well. Okay, no, it does look like this. You can just see how it pitches around. It may have been a bit of air between the two of them that also contributed to what we were seeing from the off-board shots, but I'll still say that's a racing incident. Fortunately, it's only 5 seconds that it cost Elliot. It could have been a whole lot worse if he got speared off into the wall. Suspension damage, the least of his concerns at that point. The gap back to his other Fiercely Forward teammate who will need to pit again. So Ruben Paulino in the 13 owes us a pit stop, as does Isaac Phelps, who is now in the lane for what will be the final time today. It will promote Delatraz Automotive back to the race lead. Where does it drop Isaac Phelps? Might be that he jumps in front of Moradnes as well, because Nathan Olsen was jumped by Maxence Godino on the pit stop cycle as well.
Well, there it is at the bottom of your screen. Isaac Phelps getting his car serviced. Meanwhile, at the top of your screen, we've got a fight for position in the LMP2. It's Tel Kala looking to the inside of the the 23 of Milikangas. Not quite able to make a move in the right-angled left-hander there. Milikangas will remain in that position, although slightly wayward off the exit of that corner. Now could possibly invite Tel Kala to get closer. No move being made there, but Tel Kala with fresher tyres strapped on to his P217 will certainly be looking to apply the pressure on to the WSR Esports number 23 machine. As we get the full picture once more, Tel Kala following in the wheel tracks, headed down towards turn number 1.
And that 23 is another one that's on fuel saving, by the way. He is on the same strategy as Delatraz Automotive and Fiercely Forward. Will need to avoid being sucked into too much of a fight here, because it's hard to save fuel when you're fighting wheel to wheel. But Timo Miller-Kang has never won. Had to sit down and let someone make the move easily. As back out onto Holman Boulevard, they will sweep once again. They are working lap 242 of their race. Your race leader's on lap 253, and your GTD leader is on lap 234. So only about a 20 lap difference in 5.5 hours between your GTP and GTD. Especially cool to see, given that prototypes, often we talk about how fast they are, but they're just, through traffic and with the tyre warm-up that we've been seeing today, not able at the start of the sprint especially to get the maximum performance out of the car. The fight for eighth will continue as Maradnes are now only 1.7 seconds back from the Apex 99. The 98, by the way, dropped into 6th position behind Maradnes. So at least right now, they are fighting the 99, the 17, and the 98 for the final step of the podium once the 13 heads to pit lane.
Absolutely, I think Cadino's still getting some temperature into his tyres, so Nathan Olsen will be looking to exploit that. Here is Telkala to the inside of Miller-Kangas in towards the first corner. Miller-Kangas will hang it around the outside and maintain that position, but you're starting to see the desperation seep in for Telkala. He knows that Miller-Kangas is on the fuel-saving strategy and really wants to get through as soon as possible. 16 seconds is the gap between 7th and 8th position. It's the 3:14 of Belziti in 7th position as it stands in the LMP2 class. As here comes Telkala having a look towards the inside once more through the next left-hander, but no move being given there. This is great defensive driving from Miller-Kangas.
Not costing them too much time either, given that they've got a big margin in front of them. Get to the inside of the Impulse Audi. Made that one look quite easy. Back up to GTP for a few moments, because Porsche Kawanda should be into pit lane in the next handful of laps, and that's going to drop them from where they sit right now. Podium spot for Elvis Rankin running second on the road, albeit I think they will still hold on to a spot inside of the top 5. Just trying to do the math on where they will drop in track position, which, as the only Porsche that's really been able to compete in the field, the car that started at the very tail end of the pack as well, after failing in qualifying to set a representative lap time, really. It's been a very impressive performance from Porsche Kawanda, and like we've been saying, hopefully the first appearance of many more, Dan, in these special events.
Absolutely, I think they've done superbly to make their way up through the field and just avoid all the drama that has taken place in the GTP category. Certainly, in the last couple of hours or so, the GTPs have been the more quiet class in comparison to the LMP2s and the GTDs. But if you remember at the start of the race, Ate Kauppinen and his contact with Giram, I believe it was, the number 14 Williams Ferrari, that was a huge incident right at the beginning of this race, and really it did shake up the order. It looked to be the 11, the 14 and the 3, the leading runners in the GTP. Now it's the 20, the 50 and the 89, it looks like, will be the leading runners in the GTP class. It really has shaken up, and you've got to give all the credit as well to Porsche Kawanda. That team has done sensationally well to work their way through the field, but that is not where you want to see two GTDs having a scrap right where you want to overtake them. As there he goes.
Team PGZ, Sam Ward in front of Lucas Bale in the Unity Scuderia Volpe machine. A little bit of a kerfuffle out through the opening couple of corners, but they get it sorted. Yeah, the GTDs, we started with 32 of them. We're down to 20 who are left running. Attrition always plays its part. For those that have watched special events before, I've often uttered this refrain: GTP stands for going to pass, LMP2 stands for let me pass, and GTD stands for going to die. Although it has been quite good. We've got 11 cars on the lead lap, a healthy mix of the manufacturers, and still 20 cars out there and running. It's nice to see this track still staying relatively busy. There's Team PGZ with Sam Ward now pulling away his gap from Lucas Bale. Back up to turn 1 as finally the move up the inside. Ruben Paulino owes a pit stop. Maxence Godinho's not going to be happy that with that he's been turfed out of a potential 3rd position. Where's Maradness? There goes Porsche Coanda. Nathan Olsen not yet sweeping his way through, or maybe already has, but that could be a change in the podium order come the end of the race.
That is heartache there for Maxence Godinho. A real shame. I do believe that Nathan Olsen has slipped through. That is very, very sad for Godinho in the number 99 machine. Contact with the fiercely forward car will send him slightly down the order. Still running through. Here is the replay. The number 99 looks to the inside, then off the exit of the corner. What quite happened there? That was just a slight rear touch there from the fiercely forward LMP2. I think maybe outbroke himself, a slight lock up there, trying to rejoin the circuit in a somewhat safe-ish manner, but unfortunately just mistimed his braking right into the back of Maxence Godinho.
And now there is Nathan Olsen. How far back to the Apex Racing pair? Not going to be in the camera shot, you'd think, as we sit on top of the roof box of the Dallara LMP2. I'm sure Daniel Morad's loving this. We've seen the pair of Nathan Olsen and Dion Fiallo really run well in these IMSA-based special events in this Dallara P217. Maybe heading off to Petit Le Mans, 10-hour race, 4 hours extra. Maybe add a 3rd driver, maybe add a certain Daniel Morad. We'll see if that's how it plays out. Either side of the traffic they will go. Nathan Olsen's got the inside. They were 4 being with Porsche Coanda as well. And door handle to door handle, beating and banging off one another. Olsen tries to slam the door shut, but not quite clear as they slither through the S's. Lots of room left from the Maradness number 17. And Paulino just holding up the 17 right now and really frustrating him into the final sector.
Yeah, slight bit of contact, but that is why they say robbing is racing, and that will play into the annoyance of Olsen. Here is a replay from the number 2 Williams, and how about that? They were almost 4 abreast headed down that straight. They had the Porsche getting through, then the 2 LMPs either side. I think that would be a Code Brown moment for Beckham Jashir, but has somehow survived all that fray, as here comes Nathan Olsen once again in towards turn number 1. Paulino very defensive into that first corner, side by side into the braking zone of turn number 1. The number 3 Drago Racing GTP slipping on through, as still wheel to wheel through turns number 2. Has Nathan Olsen finally got this move shapen out? Indeed he has, and that was a great little battle. Oh my word, down the inside again!
Back up the inside, Ruben Paulino having none of this, and I can only imagine the frustration as pushed out wide and onto the grass goes the Maradness 17. Lights flash? Not quite, because he's not behind, he's still alongside, and this is reminiscent of how the GTP leaders came to Rex in the opening hour of the race. Door handle to door handle once again, and someone needs to get through to Ruben Paulino that maybe this is not a fight worth risking this much over. Finally, maybe through turn 11, Maradness gets it done with the GTP traffic forced the long way around. A bit too much, if you ask me, and Paulino thought about back up the inside.
And Paulino, I think there's a slight bit of netcode between these guys, having a half look, trying to squeeze a move on Olsen, and in these slower speed corners, the LMP2s have actually got some pace on the GTPs. That is why the number 50 of Costantini really wasn't able to get back through, but now down the straight is where the power takes over, and Paulino still trying to fight this move with Nathan Olsen, who you've got to say has got the pace on his fellow rival here, and in towards turn number 1. I think Arjuna, we can finally catch our breath. I think this battle might just about be over, but I wouldn't put it past Ruben Paulino to go for a Hail Mary move at some point.
The young teenager might just be thinking, if his race is kind of over anyway, does owe us that extra pit stop that his teammate in second can avoid. Let me at least have some fun and see what sort of a fight I can brew up with Nathan Olsen. Not sure if Olsen will appreciate it too much, but 3rd position at the very least has been wrested away with 15 minutes to go. Here's a look from up above. Andre is now only 2.5 seconds clear of Elliot Loren for the lead of this class, by the way. So by no means is it over. And same thing to be said in GTD, where maybe Ford Mustang coming on strong at the end of the race. Enzo Benito back now within 3.7 seconds of Nicholas Rubelar. So while Redline control the overall lead of the race, Porsche Coanda come into pit lane to make it a 45-second lead for Silly Lully and Diogo Pinto at the front of the field. Still something to look forward to. Fights further down in the running order. With 15 minutes left to go, here comes Elvis Rankin for that splash and dash.
Yeah, good. A nice stint there from Elvis Rankin. Will come into the pit lane, and we'll see where he emerges in regard to the rest of the field. I think he'll slot out nicely into that P6 slot, some ways behind Matthew Farrow. Still at the bottom of your screen, Ruben Polino is close to the rear of Nathan Olsen in his number 17 Maradness car. But these two on different strategies. Polino will have to come into the pit lane for a splash and dash to end off this race, as there is Elvis Rankin coming back out onto the circuit. Just a 13.7 pit stop for that Porsche Coanda car. He's back out on circuit. We'll see where he emerges.
That could be third for them still. Where is BS Plus competition? There goes Danny Lorenzo. 14 minutes on the clock. Porsche 963 versus BMW M Hybrid V8. And it is on. Into the sunset. We'll have to wait to see if Rankin did not change tires, because if he did not, they will have not cooled off that much. It will only take half a lap or so to get back into the window he wants, and then he will push to the end of this race. I was on your side, Dan. I thought he'd be back in maybe 5th or 6th position, but instead, no. Podium is up for grabs here.
Yeah, really well-worked strategy from the Porsche Coanda team. This is unprecedented stuff, starting right at the rear of the field in P14. Now, with under 15 minutes left to go, are in the fight for a podium. And I think what you were saying with the tyres, I think you're absolutely right. I believe he's on the same set. He really has kept touch with Daniel Alves Lorenzo here, headed through the final few corners now. Elvis Rankin could be in a very nice position to finish off this race, if not a podium. P4 very much on the cards. They've got about a 2.5 second gap to Steiner Bratton behind them in P5. Watch for this fight to finish off the race, because I don't think we were expecting this one bit.
Confirmation from Zach Campbell, as he self-describes himself the best strategist in the world. No tires for Porsche Coanda's 091. So it's a little bit more than we were maybe thinking about into these dying stages. Still 2.4 the margin between Andre and Naren for the LMP2 lead. Elitraz Automotive doing just enough, and what a bounce back it would be for them. They got tangled up in the opening hour of the race and have fought their way back with this strategy call to be in this position, in control of the class. In GTD, Drago Racing have lost another 0.7 of a second as Enzo Benito gets on the attack. And here comes Elvis Rankin, smooth and precise behind the wheel of the Porsche 963. Danny Lorenzo does seem to have the ability to get off the corner and hold him at bay right now. Some traffic in front of them, 12 minutes left on the clock.
Only 12 minutes of this 6-hour race. I mean, it has really flown by from both watching in the live chat and then commentating today. This has been hands down one of my favorite events I've ever had the pleasure of commentating on. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to extend that. Just before we get to the real nitty-gritty end of this race, we are still watching the fight between Elvis Rankin and Daniel Alves Lorenzo at the minute. Slightly more worn tyres strapped onto that 091 Porsche 963 in comparison to the BMW. Once again, two very underrepresented cars in the GTP field here. Just 2 Porsches and 2 BMWs in comparison to 9 Ferraris in the GTP field, and they are scrapping it out for the final spot on the podium with just over 10 minutes to go. How will this one shape up, Arjuna?
Rankin's looking good in the middle sector. Mustang in front of them. Which way will they go? I believe that's the Unity Scuderia Volpe machine. They'll get to the inside of through the final sector. No, switch back to the outside as traffic makes its intentions known. Square up the braking as you head into the final complex. Fight for third is still on, by the way. Fiercely forward passed by the Apex Racing Team 99 as there's contact and BS competition. Slip up through the final corner. Porsche Kawanda take third, and BS have dropped to fifth as the 51 has cycled through to grab that spot away from them as well. Drama in the closing stages. Traffic played its part as well.
Yeah, we say that traffic give and traffic take away, and unfortunately that just looks self-inflicted. It was a very late send on the Porsche 911 for Danny Alves Lorenzo, and just overcooked it. Slight loss of rear, sent himself into the grass, and has unfortunately sacrificed his chance at a podium. Now Elvis Rankin just has to hold off Ollie Steiner-Bratton, who in that fight has been able to close the gap ever so slightly to the Porsche in front of him. Just 1.7 seconds is the gap between Rankin and Steiner-Bratton. Watch out for that in the last 10 minutes of this race.
We were just, as I was just saying, Nathan Olsen is having to defend from Max and Scudino. GTD's opened back up, so Nicholas Rubelar's got some breathing room into these final 10 minutes. And same to be said for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Breathing space, 3.3 seconds that gap back to Elliot Noren, albeit with a incident that will be reviewed post-race by the iRacing stewards. And as we found out at Daytona earlier this year, to open up our VCO Grand Slams, race control decisions that can change the outcome of races. And that's a small enough margin that it could go down to a steward's decision. GTD fight with Team PGZ now blocking all the way to the wall as Lucas Bale in the Unity Scuderia Volpe Ford Mustang is going to try and crisscross out of this opening switchback. GTP car has flown its way on through. And in these closing stages, track temperature hasn't dropped much either. So I think one thing that we might be seeing, Dan, is cars that were set up to be better once the rain dried off have very much come into their own right now, whereas cars that were great during the transition might be struggling a bit.
It's just one of the reasons why we love rain here on the iRacing service. It really does shake things up. Do you want to prioritize getting ahead early in the wet, or do you want to hold your nerve on a slightly more drier tuned car? And it really has shaken up the field from qualifying as the number 24, driven by Lucas Bale, is right in the wheel tracks of Samuel Ward in the Porsche 911, the lone Porsche 911 in the GTD class. Still hanging it out in the dying laps of this race. We've got to watch for this fight. There's another scrap shaping in the LMP2 class just ahead as well, so lots to unpack. That is Isaac Phelps chasing Ruben Polino, as here come the GTDs taking to the main straight. They're getting lapped.
Daniel Morad's jumped into the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well, Daniel. Must be cheering on Nathan in these closing stages. Like we say, by no means is that done and dusted. As back out through turn one go the GTD contenders in what is their fight for 14th position. So towards the tail end are the Porsche and the Mustang, but still very much battling for everything they can. So your race leader, Silly Lully, where is the Team Redline car? He is just coming out of the final couple of corners, about 10 seconds back from Nathan Olsen at the top of your screen. I think that means, and never trust a commentator's math, but with Silly Lully crossing the line with around 6.5 minutes left to go, we are into those dying laps. Door to door, contact made, but the Ford Mustang's through. Good pass from Lucas Bale.
Yeah, very nice and tidy overtake there, and I think Samuel Ward was very gracious in defeat, but not very gracious in his attack. Well, very gracious in his attack, actually, because he goes right back through on the power as they rejoin the slight banking of the oval. And, well, that was a very short-lived move there for Lucas Bale, and I'm seeing Ruben Polino dropping off the timing tower. Is there something? Or he's certainly falling down in the telemetry. I think something's happened.
Come down onto pit lane as we expected. Oh, yeah. One driver that was a little too close to the sun. And that's where, you know, Elliot Noren, Nathan Olsen might have a little bit of frustration that he got held up so much and now has to defend from Max Scudino by a car that was 6 minutes shy of making it to the end. That's a good 6 or 7 laps. Never realistically going to be able to save that. Back over to Elliot Naren, by the way. Suddenly back down to 2 seconds, the gap in LMP2. 2.5 seconds for GTD. Right when I thought things were stabilizing for the leaders, Dan, it's starting to close back up as the traffic takes away from the 288 and from the 4.
Which really could get spicy heading into the final 5 minutes of the 6 hours of Indy. Feel like we have to keep our eyes peeled wherever we look on circuit. In the fight for third in the GTPs, now the gap between Rankin and Steinbratton is just 1.2 seconds, so that could well and truly come down in the final few laps. I think there's ways to look in every single category that we've got. There's battles in GTP, a potential battle for the lead in LMP2, which has now come down to just 1.3 seconds between Darius Andre and Elliot Naren. This could go right to the end for the win. Unfortunately for Enzo Benito, he's not really caught up too much to Nicholas Rubbelard that he would have wanted. He's just 2.8 to the rear of the number 4 Mercedes, so I don't think that he'll be fighting for the win there, but still, the LMP2s, this will be a fight for the win.
All it takes, though, is one moment through traffic. Bottom of the screen, it's the fight for 6th position as Tristan Iglesias, who feels very weird not seeing him in a Porsche GT3 car, defending in that Ford Mustang from Ricardo Rico. So there's going to be a lot between the two of them. As back to the inside, that's a reactive block from Tristan, but he's going to be able to hold on. Never mind, here comes the send, and around goes the Ferrari, albeit maybe slightly self-inflicted. Not ideal racecraft on either side, but that was what happens with 4 minutes left to go.
Yep, you get desperate for an overtake, and that will be very upsetting for the number 69 Drago Racing team and Ricardo Rico as well, as here is the fight for 3rd position in the GTPs. Slight bit of traffic with an Audi in front of Elvis Rankin is leaving him at the mercy of Ole Steinbratton with just 3.5 minutes left to go. They will take to this back straight very, very shortly. They've got to slalom their way through the S's section. Has Steinbratton got the exit to potentially send a move? He's in the slipstream, in the wheel tracks of the 091 Porsche Coanda car, and he will hold his own just for now, but this is really shaping up to be a hellacious battle towards the end in the GTP category.
And all set up by a slowdown penalty for Elvis Rankin, so he ran wide and got that dreaded message that you've got to give up the time gained. This is another look at, well, just Rico sending it to the inside, and Iglesias finally giving him the wide berth, but it takes 2 to tango, and yeah, both sides had fault to be placed there. Right, back around to see yet another lap complete. It is 0.7 of a second that splits the LMP2 leaders as they battle right now. This is the fight for 3rd, the final step of the podium in the GTP class. And guess what? Enzo Benito's within 1.7 seconds now as we head on to these final couple of laps of the race. Final chances to make your move, and no traffic in front of these two that will really play its part. So if Steinbratton wants to make it happen, he's going to have to do it himself. That GTD machine just a little bit too far in front to really play its part right now. Down Holman Boulevard for what might be the penultimate time for these drivers. Steinbratton within 0.2 and closing.
He's getting very, very close. A slightly tighter line through that corner. Maybe not the best run for him. I think that the traffic maybe did catch him by surprise ever so slightly, but Steinbratton's still in a very nice position to set up a move at some point. Meanwhile, in the LMP2s, the gap is just down to a second. And in the GTDs, the fight for the lead, 1.3 between Nicholas Rubbelard and Enzo Benito in the Team Redline number 72 Ford Mustang. 1.5 minutes left to go. Steinbratton, has he got the exit on the back of Elvis Rankin? It just doesn't look like he's close enough to really amount a challenge. He'll have one more go at it, I believe, and that could be it for Steinbratton's hopes of a P3 today.
It's going to be very close as checked up behind traffic and a spin through turn 1. Not close enough for Steinbratton to get alongside. Rankin saw all of that and stuck behind the red line Mustang. Very close. I'm not quite sure if Chris Lullum was going to see the white flag or the checkered flag next time by. Bully your way past the Ford Mustang, back through the chicane, and here comes the power. Who saves some battery in these closing stages, and who can dump it down into the 90-degree left-hander? Not close enough for the send. This is coming down to the wire. LMP2, Delatraz Automotive still 8/10 to the good, holding off just in time as we head into these final stages.
And the car that they had to bully their way through, unfortunately for the GTD scrap, was Enzo Benito, who's lost a couple of tenths to the back of Nicolas Rubelar. That battle could be dead in the water. We are just 12 seconds from seeing the 6 hours up here, and it has been a brilliant race as Steinbratton. He will have one more go at it. There is Chris Lullum. He has crossed the yard of bricks for the penultimate time. Next time by Arjuna, it will be the checkered.
Final lap of the battle on the bricks. Here comes Steinbratton, forced the long way around down to turn number 1. 6 hours of racing, 2.5 miles for the final step on the podium. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team would love the double and a clean sweep of all 3 manufacturer spots at the front of this class. Setting up onto Holman Boulevard one final time. Elvis Rankins felt the pressure. They made the call to come in and not change the tires, just put fuel in. And now the driver's got to deliver. Does Steinbratton look to the inside lane? He will! Commits, overcommits himself, and crisscross from the young American. Still wheel to wheel as they work their way through the S's, but was it decisive from Rankin? The machine behind's not for position, he's just trying to get to the end of this race as quickly as he can. Rankin forced to cover the inside all as it's Chris Lullum coming to the yard of bricks. It's Team Redline that win the battle on the bricks, the 2025 Indy 6 hours. Just holding on to third while Scuderia Ferrari grabs second down the road. Elvis Rankin does it and holds on in the closing stages. Oh, what a battle all the way to the very end. Drago Racing will come to the line victorious in GTD. It's been a blockbuster year in 2025 for them, continuing to go from new height to new height. And it will be about a couple of more sectors before we see Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage come to the line. They still have Elliott and Aren hot on their heels and pushing to the very end. This is what endurance racing is all about. 2 teams that elected to gamble on saving fuel and one less pit stop than the rest of the field. It put them in prime position. But a great drive from Darius Andre in the closing stages alongside of Corentin Milleru and Liam Duval. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage get it done at the racing capital of the world.
There it is, off the exit of the final corner for the final time for Darius Andre and that 288 LMP2 machine. What a race that was to finish off the incredible 6 hours of Indy. A slight celebration there in the wheels, the jitters there for Darius Andre. What a race that was. And if you could see the smile plastered across my face, you'd think I'm some sort of killer clown, because oh my word, that was an incredible final lap of racing. 6 hours led to all of that. It is so hard to believe, but what a race from all the drivers today. I think that was amazing.
I'm hoping we'll get a couple of quick chats with them before we wrap things up. I know our producer's got to run, and I've also got to get on the road and reach NASCAR Productions in the next hour or so, so let's not dawdle too much as Team Redline celebrates Pinto and Lullum. Let's grab our look at race results before we head into, hopefully, those post-race chats. Technically, only 2 cars scored on the lead lap, but that's just an odd fact as to the way the strategy played out, with the teams coming down onto pit lane to switch the wets for slicks. Only Team Redline and Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team were able to make the strategy calls work. Lullum in front of Costantini, 48 seconds the margin on the road, but what a drive from Redline, dominant from them. Porsche Coanda will be thrilled with that 3rd place finish after starting down in 14th. Mitchell de Jong driving his way through the field early doors. Elvis Rankin finishing things up in front of Ole Steinbratton in the closest of finishers they could have imagined. Danny Alves Lorenzo, the best and only finishing BMW in the number 89. We'll be thrilled with that effort, while Williams Sim Racing Fanatec, they had 3 strong entries. The best of them finishes in 6th. Grid and Go, 7th and 8th positions, 1 Porsche, 1 Ferrari, while Drago Racing in front of the Falcon Sim Racing team. That is your finishers in the class. 11th technically goes the way of Williams Sim Racing Academy, 12th for the Clementine Cruiser BS Plus competition, the orange of their entries, and then Williams Sim Racing play seat taken out in contact with Drago from the lead of the race, Eduardo Leo. Contact for them at the very same corner down at turn 7, took them out too. LMP2, wow, what a win it was, and only 2 cars scored on the lead lap again by virtue of how the strategy cycles out. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, 7/10 their margin to Fiercely Forward, and without that bit of contact, who knows how it could have ended. Maradnas fend off the challenge from the Apex Racing team in the closing stages, while Voracious will be very happy with their performance, if maybe frustrated, with 6th at the end of the day. World Sim Racing 7th, Grid and Go in 8th, and then Fiercely Forward, their second car, down in 9th position after the late race pit stop for them. Solpec Precision Racing in 10th, and then 11th for the second of the WSR cars. Sheza, the only one of the DNFs in class. A lot more DNFs in the GT Daytona field, where it's Drago Racing once again on top. Not for the first time this year, I get the sneaking suspicion. Not for the last either. It's Rubilar and Barder that get it done. Enzo Benito only 1 second behind at the end. How close were they on fuel? Maybe we'll get to ask them. And then Mala in 3rd, just in front of the Apex Corvette. But 5 manufacturers inside of the top 5, with Williams Sim Racing running the Audi to 5th position. That's great to see. Coanda in 6th, 2 Drago cars, 7th and 8th positions, with Apex Racing and Vitaltis Esports, the pole sitters, dropping down to 10th, but still finishing pretty high up the field. Fiercely Forward in the 18-11th, then in front of Altitude Freem, who were one of those teams that started from the back on slick tires, albeit with a bit more struggles. Veloce Thrustmaster, Team PGZ, in front of Unity, Scuderia Volpe, even after that bit of contact and fighting that we saw in the closing stages. Williams Sim Racing Academy, Impulse Racing by TAM Livery, and then Pit Lane Phantoms, Delta V Racing, and BS Plus Hybrid. Those are the finishers. Then you get into the used car lot, the Door Esports, the second of the Altitude 3M machines. Grid and Go, Fiercely Forward, another Redline Mustang that could have contended even more strongly for the win. Apex Academy, SDR Sim Racing, Maniti, Impulse Racing, and then WSR and the Williams Gaming Club. So I was hoping that we would get a chance to try and catch up with some of the drivers, but it doesn't seem as though just yet they are ready. In the meantime, Dan, I know you thoroughly enjoyed yourself. What are your takeaways from your first time being in the broadcast booth for an iRacing special event?
Well, I'm just wondering when the next one I can take part in is, because I honestly can't get enough of this. It really was a special event. It truly was, with it in bold, underlined, italicized, whatever you want, just to emphasize how special that race was. Fights all throughout the field for 6 hours of racing. We saw a change in the guard in the GTPs. It was a dominant race from Team Redline in the end. But I do believe, Arjuna, we have an interview. It is Mitchell de Jong for Porsche Coanda.
Quickly chat to Mitchell about what was a quite remarkable start and then a pretty exhilarating end to the race as well. Mitchell, I know qualifying wasn't ideal, starting down in 14th, but did you really think you'd be up at the front by the time 60 minutes had completed on the clock?
Honestly, absolutely not. Yeah, what a chaotic race, and we're even contemplating like doing drives at the start just to see what would happen. And luckily, we stayed with the wets, and all the chaos happened around us. We pit at the right time, and yeah, wow, I can't believe we were this far up. Like we were talking about it the last couple days. We're like, you know, this is gonna be a rough race, but yeah, it's kind of a miracle that we're here. Elvis and also Zach on the box did an amazing job for us, and we really turned the car around in the last like 12 hours, I would say, leading into this race. So this is an awesome result.
Got to ask you, what was it like being back in the rallycross car in 2025? We were talking about it in the first couple of hours. No matter what you get behind the wheel of, you find a way to be fast.
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, you know, there's nothing quite like real racing, and whenever it does come around, you have to jump at the opportunity. So yeah, really good fun. Hopefully we can make a bit more of a full season effort in that in the coming year. So yeah, we'll see.
And hopefully a bit more of Porsche Kawande and the iRacing world. I know you stepped back into the Porsche Esports Super Cup fray. Maybe another run at Petit Le Mans in a handful of weeks' time?
I think so. I think you'll see us there for sure.
Well, thanks for the chat, Mitchell. That was a great run earlier on, and hoping to see you run well at Petit Le Mans in a few weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
Always great to catch up with at least some of the drivers, if not a chance to catch up with our race winners who might already have popped the champagne or milk. It is technically still acceptable to drink milk if you win an endurance race here. Bristol and Bathurst to come, Petit Le Mans, and then Martinsville, all leading up to the slight oddball of different events that close out the iRacing special events. The Formula Ford 1600 Festival at Brands Hatch, Suzuka 1000 kilometers as we switch from Fuji to another classic Japanese endurance track before, the SCCA runoffs, Winter Derby, Chili Bowl, and what was a new event in 2024 but was a lot of fun, the Production Car Challenge. That all to come here live on the iRacing Esports Network. But for Dan Field, for Jake Sperry, Lorenzo Bonder, and our producer Hugo Luis behind the scenes, Arjuna Kankipati signing off from the Brickyard. The battle on the bricks delivered. Next year we'll be at Road America, but boy, does Indy know how to put on a show.